Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Madame Grosso, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Organic Farming Tax Code. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise this morning to introduce my bill, An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act to create an organic farming tax credit. This bill is the result of the Create Your Canada contest that was held among the high schools in my riding of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford last year, where students were invited to research and develop their ideas for legislation to change our country for the better. I would like to sincerely congratulate Hannah Pachette and Morgan Bottomley from Chemaina Secondary School, who are the winners of that competition and who are here in Ottawa with me today to watch their idea come to life as this bill. Organic production is a holistic system designed to optimize the productivity and fitness of diverse communities within the agro-ecosystem, including soil organisms, plants, livestock, and people. The principal goal of organic production is to develop enterprises that are sustainable and harmonious with the environment. This bill recognizes the efforts of organic farmers that they put into these production systems by amending Section 127 of the Income Tax Act and creating a tax credit for their expenses that are incurred in relation to organic farming. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Madame Brasseau, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture, ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to present a petition on behalf of protecting the future of Gatineau Park. And I know Gatineau Park is near and dear to the hearts of many people here in the chamber. If you haven't been, you really have to go. Over 1,600 people have signed signatures both on an e-petition and on a regular petition. And Gatineau Park, of course, is really important to the, well, right across the country, really. It has almost 2.7 million visits a year, and I'm the critic for national parks, so I know how significant that number is. 90 endangered plants, 50 endangered animals, contributes almost $242 million to the local economy and 4,728 full-time jobs. And yet the boundaries of the park are not protected currently. And so this petition calls upon the House to amend the National Capital Act and give Gatineau Park the necessary legal protection to ensure its preservation for future generations. I would encourage everybody in the House to support that motion. Gatineau Park really deserves long-term protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to present 2 petitions from hundreds of residents of my riding in South Okanagan, West Kootenay, both with the same subject. The petitioners point out that animal testing is unnecessary to prove the safety of cosmetic products, and a ban on cosmetic animal testing would not impact current cosmetic products for sale in Canada. The European Union banned cosmetic animal testing in 2013, and they point out that Canadians overwhelmingly support a ban on cosmetic animal testing, and so they call upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour. Oh no, before that, je suis
I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 8th, 2019, by the Honourable Member for Mirabel regarding the reply to an oral question the previous day. As members will recall, further to a point of order raised by the member for La Pointe de l'Île at the end of oral questions on February 7th, 2019, I explained clearly the circumstances surrounding my decision to allow the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to answer his question, one which had been directed to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Nonetheless, the member for Mirabel raised the matter again, stating that as committees of the House are not servants of the government, the parliamentary secretary breached the House's privileges. The member also asked that the member for La Pointe de l'Île be granted a supplementary question. Sans revenir sur ma décision.
Without revisiting my original decision, since all members know that Speaker's decisions are not subject to appeal, the precedents supporting my decision to recognize the Parliamentary Secretary are well established. In a situation similar to the one before us, Speaker Milliken, in a ruling on February 8, 2008, said at page 2836 of Debates, and I quote, "I do not think the question is whether anyone else is allowed to answer or not. The question for the Speaker of the House is to take a look at those who are standing to answer and choose who is going to answer." End of quote. In the case before us, since the chair of the committee did not rise immediately, I called upon the only person who was standing at that point to answer the question, which is the prerogative of the chair.
Another ruling on November 2nd, 2011, which can be found at pages 2861 and 2862 of Debates, my predecessor stated, quote, "Simply put, it is not for the Speaker to judge who possesses which information, and thus who might be able to provide the information being sought. Nothing in this incident should be interpreted to mean that members should not continue to direct their questions to those who are properly accountable for answering them. It is also entirely reasonable to expect that those to whom questions are directed, in this case the chair or vice chair of a standing committee, would automatically be recognized by the chair to respond, provided they are, of course, rising." Unquote.
Accordingly, the chair does not find this to be a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre menant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills, Senate, second reading of Bill S6, Canada-Madagascar Tax Convention Implementation Act 2018.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House to speak on this important piece of legislation, one that will help to advance the government's tax fairness agenda. The legislation we are bringing forward has a single objective: addressing tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance schemes in order to ensure that the tax system operates as fairly and effectively as possible. And I think all of my colleagues in this House can agree this is absolutely essential. It's about making sure that all Canadians pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, ensuring tax fairness demands engagement on many fronts. That is why Canada continues to expand and update its network of tax treaties and tax information exchange agreements. Canada has an extensive network of income tax treaties with 93 comprehensive tax treaties currently in force. Worldwide, the OECD estimates that there are currently over 3,000 tax treaties in place. Tax treaties are fundamental to trade and investment by eliminating double taxation. They provide the certainty needed to support open and advanced economies. They also permit the exchange of information needed to prevent international tax evasion. Bilateral double tax conventions are used to eliminate tax barriers to trade and investment between two countries. They achieve their purpose in a number of ways. First, they provide greater certainty to taxpayers regarding their potential liability to tax in the foreign jurisdiction. Second, they allocate taxing rights between the two jurisdictions and provide for the elimination of double taxation. Third, they reduce the risk of burdensome taxation due to high withholding taxes. Fourth, they ensure that taxpayers will not be subject to discriminatory taxation in the foreign jurisdiction. And fifth, tax treaties authorize the exchange of tax information to prevent tax avoidance and tax evasion. And finally, tax treaties provide a mechanism for jurisdictions to resolve tax disputes. These are all important goals, Mr. Speaker, and they are goals we can achieve with today's legislation. By updating the tax dimensions of our relations with Madagascar, we can strengthen trade and investment between our two countries. Mr. Speaker, it's important to the government and to all Canadians that we deliver the programs and services that Canadians need while keeping taxes low for small businesses and middle-class families. When our government took office over 3 years ago, we made a commitment to invest in growth while upholding the principle of fairness for all taxpayers. A fair tax system is key to ensuring that the benefits of a growing economy are felt by more and more people, with good, well-paying jobs for the middle class and everyone working hard to join it. Let me remind my colleagues that one of the government's first actions was to cut taxes for the middle class and raise them for the wealthiest 1%, an action that directly benefited some 9 million Canadians. After moving forward with a middle-class tax cut, we then took action to replace the previous system of child benefits with the Canada Child Benefit, or the CCB. Compared to the old system of benefits, the CCB is simpler, more generous, and better targeted to those who need it most. It is also entirely tax-free. Today, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are better off thanks to the Canada Child Benefit. It has helped to lift more than 520,000 people out of poverty, including about 300,000 children. On average, families benefiting from the CCB are receiving $6,800 this year. That amount will help them afford the things they need for their families. It will help put healthy food on the table, pay for lessons and sports activities, and buy clothes and school supplies. The CCB is particularly helpful for families led by single parents. These families are often led by single mothers and tend to have lower total incomes. However, Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to support the middle class and those working hard to join it is also about helping the small businesses that families and communities depend on. That is why the government is supporting small businesses in Canada by reducing the federal small business tax rate. We cut the small business tax rate twice. Specifically, the rate was reduced from 10.5% to 10% as of 2018 and to 9% as of last January. For the average small business, this will mean an additional $1,600 per year that they can use to reinvest in their business and create jobs. With these two small business tax rate reductions, the combined federal, provincial, territorial average tax rate for small businesses is now 12.2%. This is by far the lowest in the G7 and fourth lowest among countries in the OECD. Mr. Speaker, tax fairness has been and will continue to be a cornerstone of our government's promise to Canadians to strengthen and grow the middle class and grow the economy now and over the long term. In each of our past 3 budgets, our government has taken legislative actions on both the international and domestic fronts to enhance the integrity of Canada's tax system and to give Canadians greater confidence that the system is fair for everyone. An important focus of our efforts has been cracking down on tax evasion and tax avoidance, which creates serious financial costs for the government and all taxpayers. Since Budget 2016, the government has boasted the Canada Revenue Agency's capacity to crack down on tax evasion and combat tax avoidance. Investments made over the last 2 years have enabled the CRA to better target persons who pose the highest risk of tax avoidance and evasion, and be more effective in fighting tax avoidance and evasion. Those efforts are showing concrete results for Canadians. With the new system, we are able to review international electronic fund transfers over $10,000 entering or leaving the country. This adds up to more than 1 million transactions each month. Reviewing these transfers, help us do a better risk assessment for unfair tax avoidance by persons and businesses. Over the last 2 fiscal years, our government reviewed all electronic fund transfers between Canada and 8 jurisdictions or financial institutions of concern. This amounted to 187,000 transactions worth a total of more than $177 billion. Working closely with partners in Canada and around the world, we now have more than 1,000 offshore taxpayer audits underway and more than 50 criminal investigations with links to offshore transactions. Our government is also pursuing third parties who promote tax avoidance schemes. In the last fiscal year alone, it has imposed roughly $48 million in civil penalties on these third parties. This year, we are also gaining better access to information on Canadians' overseas bank accounts as we've put in place the Common Reporting Standard. With this new system, Canada and more than 100 other countries will be exchanging financial account information to help us identify when Canadians are avoiding taxes by hiding money in offshore accounts. We have also expanded our specialist audit teams who focus on high net worth individuals. About 250 auditors are now checking to see that high income earners and high net worth individuals are paying their fair share. Another important means of ensuring tax fairness is knowing clearly who owns what. That's why the government is working with our provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure Canadian authorities know who owns which corporations in this country. We are also working better to harmonize requirements for corporate ownership records across our jurisdictions. This information will help Canadian authorities take appropriate legal action when people are hiding criminal activities behind corporate vehicles. In this way, we'll be rooting out international tax evasion and avoidance, money laundering, and other criminal activities. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note one further way the government is acting to prevent the misuse of our tax system. Canada is part of the OECD and the G720 project to address the inappropriate shifting of profit offshore and other international planning by corporations and some wealthy individuals to avoid tax. This project is known as the Base Erosion and Shifting Project, or the BEPS for short. The OECD's work on BEPS identified a number of instances in which the terms of current tax treaties could give rise to potential abuse. To address those concerns, it's recommended changes to the design of tax treaties that countries could use to close loopholes in their treaties with each other. However, given the large number of treaties in existence and the long time it would take to renegotiate each of these treaties bilaterally, a new approach was developed to implement these changes more quickly. The result of this effort is the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting, also known as the Multilateral Instrument, or the MLI. Based on the work of the OECD's BEPS project, this convention was developed and negotiated by more than 100 countries and jurisdictions, including Canada. The MLI will enable jurisdictions that become parties to it to change their bilateral tax treaties quickly to incorporate the OECD's BEPS provisions. It will also help the international tax system function better and provide greater certainty for Canadian taxpayers by improving dispute resolution under Canada's tax treaties. As it committed to in Budget 2018, the government has tabled legislation in the House to enact the MLI into Canadian law. Mr. Speaker, this government is ensuring that Canada is known to the world as an outstanding place to invest and do business in. We do this because Canada's economic success rests on the hard work of Canadians, but also on the strong trade relationships and foreign direct investment. Together, Canadians have built a country offering a distinctly attractive set of assets. Today, our key strengths include the most educated workforce among the OECD countries, a highly competitive corporate income tax system, one of the most competitive in the G7. No other country demands fewer days to start a new business. As well, Canada is the only G7 country holding trade agreements with every other G7 member. We've done this through the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. The tax treaty with Madagascar that we're now considering is in keeping with our approach to strengthen our international ties and cooperation. Mr. Speaker, by cracking down on international tax evasion, we are building on the tremendous advantages that Canada enjoys. We are also ensuring that the government has the money needed to deliver programs that help the middle class and people working hard to join it, and that Canada remains positioned as an attractive place to work, invest, and do business. As I've made it clear today, we have already made tremendous progress towards the stronger Canada. But as I also noted, tax fairness is a complex goal needing engagement on many fronts. That's why we will continue to address tax evasion and aggressive tax planning, tax avoiding schemes, so that we can ensure that the tax system operates as fairly and effectively as possible. The legislation we have introduced today represents an important step towards meeting this goal. I encourage all honourable members to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Parliamentary Secretary for her opening remarks. I've often had the pleasure of sitting with her on the Finance Committee, and I look forward to continuing to work with her. And we'll have many opportunities to discuss economic measures. I'd like to tell the House that our party, the official opposition, supports the bill. We, in fact, support any measures that are used to tackle tax evasion and that provide more flexibility for exchanges between our countries and all countries. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to draw your attention to this. The bill was tabled. Now, this is an important bill, yes, but there are also many things that haven't been debated and haven't been given the time to debate in this House. Just allow me to recall that C-74, that has more than 800 pages, and that was the bill to implement the budget. Within that omnibus bill, there were sections that were included that dealt with everything except the budget. Now, this was an omnibus bill, and things were just slipped into it in a way that shouldn't be done. Mr. Speaker, in this case, it was clauses including clauses like the remediation agreement. And the remediation agreement is something that is at the heart of a scandal right now. Now, if the government has acted as quickly on S6 as it did with remediation agreements, perhaps we wouldn't be where we are now. So my question is this. Does the member feel that the omnibus bill, C-74, could have been split so that we could have had proper debate on things like the remediation agreement, like we are right now on this tax treaty? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My honourable colleague for his question, as well as working with him on the Finance Committee. I will say there was a couple of items in there that I think the House should note. One is the fact that the remediation agreements and those consultations actually started under the Harper Conservatives. So it's a little rich for them now to be suggesting that there was in some way rushed through Parliament when in fact they were the ones that started the consultation consultations, they were the ones that wanted to move forward with this legislation, which, by the way, a number of other countries have similar legislation. So by no means should they suggest that this was legislation that started with us. In fact, it started under the Harper Conservatives. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I was on the Finance Committee during the Budget Implementation Act, and in fact, there was opportunities, and other committees were invited to hold hearings on portions of that legislation and refer back to the Finance Committee if they had recommendations or suggestions. And unfortunately, some committees decided not to take the chair up on that offer. That does not mean that the committee did not hold significant consultations and hearings. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are just not interested in moving forward on initiatives and plans that are going to help the middle class, that are going to help Canadians, and they want to stall at all, costs, but we're moving forward to ensure Canadians are better off and that our economy is growing.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. It's always a pleasure as well to participate in any debate with her. I'd like to speak to Bill S6 that is before us today. Here's what's happening now. There's a bill, C-82, that is before the Finance Committee right now, and under that bill, all tax treaties will be renewed. So if both countries agree on a renewed and improved tax treaty, then it is renewed. Now here we have a new convention with Madagascar, and my specific question on this bill is this. Is the text of this convention using the same renewed and improved wording that is in C-82? And therefore, will it be able to be renewed in the same way as all other tax treaties with countries? So is it using the old wording or the new wording in C-82?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I know he is incredibly passionate about dealing with tax avoidance and tax evasion, and I have enjoyed working with him as well. In regards to the technical question on the renewal, I will have to get back to the member opposite to make sure that I don't misrepresent in this House, but I will ask that specific question on the renewal. When it comes to this legislation, however, Mr. Speaker, we are working to make sure that all legislation moving forward on tax evasion, tax avoidance are in keeping with international standards. Again, as I said in my speech, Canada wants to ensure that we continue to be a place that attracts foreign direct investments while protecting Canadians and ensuring that everybody's paying their fair share. So these are the principles that we move forward with and will guide us in all of this work, but I will get back to the member opposite in regards to the renewal question.
The honourable member, the honourable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her commitment to coming back to the House to provide me with the answer to this, because I think it's a very important question in terms of the debate today. My other question is this. Is the government willing to continuously assess our tax treaties? We've already had a debate on C-82, and one point that has been made before is that tax treaties can be abused, and so therefore we need a commitment to continually renew and update these tax treaties. So with respect to tax treaties in general, does the government have some sort of way, or will it, to monitor these conventions in order to make sure that the countries we're dealing with and trying to avoid double taxation with do not become tax havens? So does the government review continuously these conventions to ensure that these countries that are party to conventions do not become tax havens, and so that, therefore, these tax treaties are not abused.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the honourable member raises an excellent point. And that's why I am happy that the government is moving forward with the MLI, that legislation that we introduced, because I think the real way to deal with tax evasion and tax avoidance and the various treaties is it has to be a global initiative. And that's why the OECD and the G20 coming together to create a body and to create a set of standards that we can use together collectively. This is a complex issue that we need international partners on, and that's precisely why I'm glad we are moving forward in that way, so that we can look at and review best practices and standards and move forward in a way that is effective not only here in Canada but globally, to ensure that Canadians and citizens around the world are treated fairly and that countries are not creating tax havens to avoid paying their fair share. This work will continue, and I look forward to the member opposite, his interventions on it, because as I said earlier, I know he cares deeply about this issue.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, a short question, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member, my colleague, has been very passionate, as the Prime Minister has been, on Canada's middle class, and she's made reference to the issue of trade and just how important trade is to Canada. I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts in terms of how trade could build Canada's economy, thereby supporting our middle class.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, Canadians know how important trade is to our economy. That's why in my speech I mentioned the fact that we are the only G7 nation to have trade agreements with all G7 partners. It's something that Canada relies on. It's something that Canadians expect, and it allows us to share our innovation and ideas around the world, as well as providing good quality goods to consumers and growing our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill S6 on behalf of the official opposition. And as I said earlier, I'd like to point out immediately that the official opposition supports this bill, supports the kinds of measures that are being proposed, and also understands that there is still a significant amount of work to be done to combat tax evasion. But we feel that this piece of legislation, as they say in English, ensures that we're moving in the right direction. Now, let's first talk about what this is. S6 comes from the Senate, first of all. And it's a bill whose purpose is to to facilitate work between Madagascar and Canada by combating tax evasion and eliminating some problems that occasionally arise between the administrations of Canada and Madagascar, including the taxation that regulates exchange between the two countries. So what is in this bill? Well, first of all, double taxation is eliminated by these measures. There are also measures that eliminate discriminatory taxation. You know, when you want to engage in trade, you really have to have an open playing field. And every country, of course, has its own measures that are perfectly legitimate, but you want to make sure that taxation doesn't discredit some to the benefit of others. So the purpose of this bill is to eliminate this type of discriminatory taxation. It also works to prevent tax avoidance, and we can talk about that further later on. But obviously, we have to pay particular attention to tax havens. Now, tax evasion and avoidance can't simply be resolved through one bill. It requires the support and involvement of all countries around the planet. So from one day to the next, we can't necessarily feel that we're going to resolve all issues of tax avoidance. However, we have to do what we can to move in the right direction, and that's what this bill does. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, under this bill, there are also mechanisms to provide for dealing with any kinds of challenges so that the countries can come to an agreement and continue with their commercial trade. And last, under this bill, there can be an exchange of information between jurisdictions when there has to be any sort of investigation, whether it has to do with a company or an individual, and whether it be on the side of Madagascar or Canada. So we have these 5 measures: eliminating double taxation, avoiding tax avoidance, eliminating discriminatory taxation, providing for exchange of information, and also having a mechanism to provide for dispute resolution. So these are the 5 principles that we agree with and that are in the bill. We also agree that this convention will become the 93rd treaty that Canada has with its commercial partners, or rather trade partners, that makes and facilitates trade. We're not talking necessarily about free trade, but we're talking about better agreements and more flexibility within those agreements. Now, Madagascar isn't perhaps the best-known country. However, it is a country that is in the Indian Ocean, east of Africa. And it's 1,500 kilometers long by about 500 kilometers wide. And if you were to leave the Rockies in Alberta and you went straight through Alberta, you crossed Saskatchewan, and then you went to Manitoba and the border of Ontario, that's about the length of that country. It gives you an idea. But there are about 25 million people. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada and Madagascar has often had common ties. Madagascar is a francophone country, and so we have ties with the francophonie. We know that the Francophonie Summit was held there a few years ago. Madagascar was also a French colony that acquired its independence in 1960 during that time of decolonization. And that decolonization, in fact, was shaking things up around the world, whether it be on the English side or the French side. So there was this movement, this decolonization movement, that included Madagascar in the 60s.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Madagascar has also had trade with Canada for many years. When it comes to mines, for example, a Canadian company has set up shop in Madagascar, and trade represents some $150 billion between Canada and Madagascar. Canada purchases some $100 million in goods from Madagascar, and in exchange, some $20 million is purchased by Madagascar from Canada. So it represents 0.001% of our trade compared to with the United States. So yes, it is an important trade agreement. We acknowledge that, but let's establish a point of comparison when it comes to trade by Canada with Madagascar and with the United States, for example. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's important to talk about here with this bill is tax evasion. I covered off the situation earlier, but it is an ongoing challenge for all countries across the globe. Yes, we have taken steps, and when we were in government, we did, and we need to continue along those lines. We need to continue taking steps to fight tax evasion globally. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that these some 180-odd countries cannot work independently. Each needs to work with others. We need to pool our knowledge, our efforts, our energy, and our potential talent, the experts that we have in our respective countries to deal with the tax evasion. Canada is taking steps. With S6, we are taking steps to move in that direction, and that's, for the most part, why we are supporting this bill. But we need to be aware and to bear in mind that tax evasion is an issue that needs to be dealt with seriously. No one can deal with it alone. The main countries must join hands, join forces, and the tax havens, smaller countries, which are used as tax havens, must participate as well to help us overcome the issue. We agree with the principle that each group must pay legitimate taxes, but everyone must do the same, and no one should have an opportunity to evade it by using tax havens. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is important. We agree with the fact that it needs to be debated. We agree with an independent bill for this very specific situation. How many situations are there that aren't debated adequately here in this House? Mr. Speaker, this is what concerns us. The bill C-74 was an omnibus bill with some 800 pages. It was a bill. It must have been about, well, it was the bill that to implement the budget measures. Now, that's the way things work. We understand that, but, Mr. Speaker, the government included in that 800-page bill several measures that had absolutely nothing, but nothing to do with the budget that was brought forth by the Minister of Finance. And, Mr. Speaker, must I point out again, need I point out that the Liberal Party was elected some 3.5 years ago. I respect the choice of Canadians in that, but they were elected and they made a specific commitment. And I have a document with me that I can't show you, but I can read, and it is the Liberal Party platform, Let's Change or to Reinforce Canada. It's a nice title, but on page 32 it says prorogation and omnibus bills, and that is what we were discussing with C-74. And this Liberal text, and I apologize, I'm losing my lunettes here. I hope it won't end up on some TV program, but at any rate, it says here, it is a measure used to avoid discussion in Parliament, and this is exactly what happened in C-74. The former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, used prorogation to avoid certain situations, and something that we will not do. And these are the words of the Liberal Party. And I'll continue. It says a little farther along, Mr. Harper used omnibus bills to prevent parliamentarians from studying proposals and from adequately debating them. Look at that. That's exactly what we saw in C-74. And it wraps up saying, we will put an end to this undemocratic practice by amending the procedures in the House. Now, that was a promise made by the Liberal Party. But C-74 is the exact opposite of what they committed to do. Now, no one should be surprised by this kind of about-face by the Liberals. No, because the same document said we are going to run 3 small deficits the first 3 years, and following that, we will return to a balanced budget in 2019. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that these 3 little budgets were 3 times as big as expected, and we're on the eve of the budget, this year's budget, as the Minister of Finance announced yesterday. Will it be a balanced budget? No. We're moving towards a $20 billion deficit. Should we be surprised that in the same document they talk about election reform? Did that happen? No. So that is the approach used by the Liberals. They say one thing, they do the opposite, they don't deliver the goods. And that reminds me of the saying in politics, and earlier I talked about the democratic decision, whereby in 2015 the Liberal Party was elected. I respect democracy, but as the saying goes, people don't make mistakes, but people can be misled. And this is exactly what's happening here. Now, why am I talking about C-74? Well, it's because it implements a number of budgetary measures, and it included a number of measures that had nothing to do with the budget. And in Bill C-74, there are a number of sections, 715.15, 35, 37.15, 36, and these various provisions, these 6 provisions that I mentioned, deal with the remediation agreement. Now, I won't have any time to read through them, but as we say, those provisions cover the problem that the current government is facing today, the problem facing Canadians today, the agreements that can be undertaken by the government if a corporation fails to live up to its legal requirements, and it can seek a remediation agreement when it instead of going to court. And this is exactly what we're seeing today with the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Day in and day out, Mr. Speaker, there's another layer, embarrassing layer that shows up for the government, and it's something that is also adversely affecting Canadians. Canadians want answers. Now, I can reiterate that those very provisions were included in C-74, an 800-page bill. It's all fine and well to say what the parliamentary secretary did and refer to this or discuss this at committee, but how could we address those issues at committee? Now, we're taking plenty of time and hours of the House debate time to deal with S6, the Tax Convention Implementation Act between Canada and Madagascar, but we didn't have an adequate time to debate the issue that has caused such a problem for the Liberal government and all of Canadians, because it is something that is a problem for us. And that is the signature way of doing things by this government. Say one thing, do the opposite, and when it comes time to get to the bottom of it, they get bogged down, and we see the results that we've seen over the past 2 days. It's an accumulation of one mistake after the other, and they can't or have not told Canadians what's happening. They haven't shared that information with Canadians specifically. Day in and day out, we question the Prime Minister on these simple issues, Mr. Speaker. Very simple issues. On September 17th, there was a meeting between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General. Yesterday in the House, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition asked on 10 separate occasions what was discussed and who, it was a simple question, called the meeting between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General to address the issue that has unfolded as the scandal we're seeing today. Not a single time did the Prime Minister provide a clear answer to a simple question: who had called that meeting on September 17th? The same thing for the other very important meeting regarding the scandal, the meeting of December 5th at the Chateau Laurier between the former Attorney General and the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Gerald Butts. Everyone knows him today. His name is known across the country. Once again, yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition asked a very simple question, asked the Prime Minister who called the meeting between the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General. The Prime Minister did not provide anything that would in any way, shape, or form resemble an answer. He couldn't answer the question. Canadians want answers on these important issues. Canadians are entitled to know what has happened.
Simple answer to clear and simple question in this issue. This scandal, the Liberal and SNC-Lavalin scandal, is totally unacceptable for Canadians. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, what we remark in that is that today we are debating in this House for long hours, which is quite correct, and I do agree with that. We have to debate the Bill S6 about the taxation between Canada and Madagascar. This is an important issue, and we have to take the time to address this issue. Yes, but on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, why the government dodge the responsibility to address a specific issue about what we call in the Article 715.3 to 715.37 in Bill C-74, omnibus bill of more than 800 pages. In that bill, we have those articles who address the specific issue that we have today with the scandal of Liberal and SNC-Lavalin scandal. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the trademark of the Liberal Party. They said something during the election, during the electoral campaign, and they did exactly the reverse of that during the mandate. You remember, Mr. Speaker, that in the platform it was clearly indicated that they will never table omnibus bill in which they will put some issue or not addressing the the main omnibus bill, which is the bill of the implementation of the budget. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they failed to do what they had promised to Canadians. As they failed to do the electoral reform as they promised in the electoral campaign. And as, Mr. Speaker, everybody knows, they failed to budget correctly this Canadian economy. They said during the campaign, we will have 3 small deficits in the first 3 years to invest in infrastructure, and then we will have 0 deficit in 2019. This is exactly not the situation, Mr. Speaker. This government, during the last 3 years, tabled 3 huge deficit budgets. That's the reality of the situation. 3 times more than expected, 3 times their promises. And then it was supposed to be 2019, the 0 deficit year. That's not the case, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about at least $20 billion of deficit, and this government failed their responsibility, his responsibility, while nobody knows in this government when the budget will balance. Or I would even say, Mr. Speaker, the balance will balance by itself, because this is a famous economic theory made by the actual Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, who is the only man in the world, only person, we should say now, only person in the world who tabled that economic theory, absolutely stupid, a budget balanced by itself. This is the Liberal trademark, Mr. Speaker. And talking about deficit, Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that when they were in the election, they said, we will have so small deficit because we want to invest in infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, may I remind this honourable colleague that their plan is to invest $180 billion in infrastructure for the next 10 years, starting in 2015. Well, Mr. Speaker, only 10% of that amount has been invested in infrastructure. So, huge deficit, not for infrastructure, but for the daily business of the government. And they were not elected on that. Alors, Monsieur le Président,
So, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that on Bill S6, we can say that we support it, and time is being taken, House time, to debate this issue, which I don't challenge, but there are other very important issues that were simply slipped into omnibus legislation, Bill C-74, that should have been debated, because if we had done so today, we wouldn't be facing the scandal, the Liberal scandal regarding SNC-Lavalin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite, and I appreciate very much the support of the legislation that's being debated. And part of his speech, he talked at length about commitments and promises. And I think it's really important that we recognize that this government has fulfilled many promises. And there's always room for us to do better, and we have a Prime Minister that's committed to doing that. The most significant commitment that this Prime Minister and this government gave was to improve the standards for Canada's middle class. And we have been very much focused on Canada's middle class. Even when the opposition has been focusing its attention on personal attacks on the Prime Minister, we have continued to be focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to become a part of Canada's middle class. And you'll see the policy decisions, legislation such as Bill S6, tax treaties. We have been expanding the whole area, Mr. Speaker, on trade, international trade, which adds to our economy, which gives strength to Canada's middle class and so forth. That has been a solemn commitment that was given to Canadians in the last election, and that is a commitment that we fulfill day in and day out through very progressive measures such as tax cuts to the middle class, to providing increases to the Canada Child Benefit, the GIS, and so many other things. And I'm wondering if my friend would acknowledge that the legislation that we have today is yet another piece of the puzzle that ultimately builds Canada's economy through the expansion of trade, and that helps Canada's middle class.
Honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
I do appreciate my colleague from Winnipeg North as usual. But, Mr. Speaker, he talked about personal attack. I remind him that it was nothing personal of the fact that those people, have been elected under a platform talking about small deficit. There is no personal attack when we raise the issue that it's no more small deficit. This is huge deficit. They have been elected saying 2019 will be the 0 deficit year. This is no personal attack that I raise a question about the fact that it's not the zero deficit year, and they have no idea when we will get back to zero deficit. This is not personal, Mr. Speaker. This is the fact. This is the fact that those people get elected under the HoC. They will say there will be no more omnibus in which we will put something in the omnibus bill. Sorry, not omnibus bus, but omnibus bill. That's not the reality, Mr. Speaker. This is exactly the issue of the Liberal SNC-Lavalin scandal today, because they put something in the omnibus bill. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no personal attack. And based on the fact that, yes, we recognize that we had trade agreement with other countries, we had one with Europe. When we did that when we were in office, we worked so hard under the oath of the honourable member from Abbotsford to have a deal with Pacific. We had that. And also, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in history that we have a trade deal with America who is less good for Canada than it was before. That's the heritage of this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his participation, his remarks on the debate. We could talk a lot about the Conservative government's legacy. What the Conservatives seem to forget is everything that happened before 2015. In his speech, he talked about just how serious the Conservative government takes these issues. They took steps, but that's completely false. It was government that was considered weak when it came to tax evasion. The Liberals are hard to beat, but the Conservatives managed to achieve that. And I'm not the only one saying that. The minister, a former Minister of Revenue, Mr. Blackburn, and I'm sure my colleague knows him, said that tax evasion wasn't a priority under the Conservatives. So could my colleague confirm that now the Conservatives are talking about tax evasion, but what solution would he be proposing? Making it a priority is one thing, but making some concrete proposals is another. The NDP has put forth some proposals. So what would the Conservatives do? Hopefully it would include an overview or an overhaul of the tax system. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank the member for Sherbrooke for his question. I appreciate his contributions here in the House and at committee. Now, in my remarks, I said that tax evasion was a battle that couldn't be done independently, single-handedly. Canada has taken steps. Now, when we were in government, was it enough in the eyes of the NDP? No. But we feel that we took steps, we were moving in the right direction, and I did say in my remarks that we need to move in the right direction. S6 does that. As we had measures that go in the right direction, Stephen Harper did as well. We will continue to do so, but Mr. Speaker, the solution isn't simply limited to this debate here or steps or suggestions we can make. We need to take a step in the right direction, and this is an international battle. All countries need to come together, join forces, and work on it. And until we have countries that enable or facilitate tax evasion, we won't resolve it. Everyone needs to participate, to work together so that we can achieve some real, tangible, concrete results to deal with tax evasion.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Louis St. Laurent for his speech. And he was just mentioning in his last thing, I'll maybe ask him to go into it a little bit more, but, you know, we can come up with all the regulations we want as a country individually. And that's part of what S6 is about and C82. But he talked about the importance of working with other governments, other countries. And I wonder if he could maybe just exemplify what he meant by that, the importance that it can't only be us together by ourselves, but we need to work with the other countries.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent.
All my respect to my honourable colleague from Yellowhead, and I appreciate the fact that in the last 3.5 years, I had the privilege to work with him and to know him better. And just to remind you that just a few days ago, he talked about his experience of as RCMP officer to have contact with First Nation people, and this is what MP work is all about, talking about based on our own experience and share it to the people to provide and to give good legislature. To get back to the question of my honourable colleague from Yellowhead, Mr. Speaker, nous, ce que nous estimons, Monsieur le Président, c'est que si le Canada fait des...
What we feel is that if Canada is going to take steps to fight tax evasion, but other jurisdictions, other countries don't do that, then, Mr. Speaker, the bad apples of this world will be able to use those loopholes in those countries to ensure that they pay less tax. So they will avoid their social responsibility and the responsibility that we all have as workers in Canada. That's what we need to fight, Mr. Speaker. So we need to have more of these types of agreements. Are we doing enough in S6? Well, you can never do enough. But is this an improvement? Yes. Should we have new agreements with as many countries as possible? Even have global agreements? Yes, that's the objective that we should have, Mr. Speaker. And as long as we don't have that, then each step is at least a step in the right direction.
I don't wish to take away from any of the time for further questions and comments. I should clarify, I think, that while the rule generally is that a member must rise uncovered, as they say, which means not a hat and not sunglasses, I know that members have been having some concerns. Well, we're all very happy with the wonderful work done to prepare this interim chamber. The lights are quite bright, and some members are having trouble with that, and it's bothering them. And so I understand why members in some cases may feel they have to wear sunglasses. So where it's necessary to do so, we understand that. In the meantime, I want to assure members that the administration is working to try to remediate this problem. It's I think a little less bright this week than it was previously, but. These LED lights are very strong, and I hope we can find other ways to resolve this. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for standing up and recognizing that. I normally never wear sunglasses. Even as a policeman, I never wore sunglasses. But, in the last few weeks here in these chambers, the decor is great, the chambers are great. The lights are bothering a lot of members. And last few days I've been going home with headaches and eyes watering really bad, and I normally never have that problem. So that's the only reason I'm wearing them, Mr. Speaker, and I think some other members are starting to wear them too, just to protect our eyes so we can get through the day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent can attempt to respond to that. With great pleasure, Mr. Speaker. I do actually have some expertise in the domain. For 20 years, I was a television journalist, so I know something about lighting. And I also sat in the National Assembly, and I even worked on broadcasting some of those debates 30 years ago. So I won't tell you my life story, but I do have some expertise there. And I think that, people have done an excellent work here, but I think there are some adjustments that need to be made. So at the National Assembly, without getting into too much detail here, I'll just tell you that there, the lighting was much more targeted, and they were much more vertically oriented as well. So if I could make a humble suggestion, that's what I would recommend. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to speak today in this House about Bill S6, following two of my colleagues who have already spoken on the issue. At first glance, this bill might not seem very interesting, might even seem a bit boring. But I will try to be as interesting as possible in my contributions to this debate, so that Canadians can be aware that these issues actually are quite important, and there are dangers associated with having tax agreements between Canada and other countries. Now, what's being proposed here is a new tax convention. This would be the 94th such tax agreement for Canada, so I don't think this is something that we should take lightly. This is a new convention that will join many other conventions that we have with other countries in the world. And as I said, there are over 90 other countries with whom we have such agreements. And these conventions do have significant impacts on our tax system. All Canadians, of course, have to file their taxes every year. They have to make sure that they've paid everything that they have to pay. And they also, of course, get the benefits that they are entitled to. So I think that all Canadians can understand something about our tax system and understand that it is a question of fairness and justice. Now, this isn't the first time I'll say this in the House, but we're lucky in Canada to have a tax system that allows federal, provincial, and municipal governments. In fact, even some school boards have tax systems, and that allows us to provide services to Canadians. That's the ultimate goal of our tax system. It's to ensure that the government can run, and of course, the government needs to run in order to serve citizens. And the goal is to provide the best possible services to Canadians, because Canadians should get what they pay for, in a sense. When you buy something, you want to get value from what you've bought. And the same principle applies in our tax system. We give money to governments at a variety of levels, and we expect good services as a result in return. Now, here, some Canadians might have the impression that other Canadians, often very wealthy Canadians, are managing to get a free pass, are managing to get around their responsibility to pay taxes. They may be sending money, whether they obtain that money through domestic work, through the black market, whether it's cash hidden under the mattress at home, to use a bit of a stereotype there. But anyway, they're taking that money and sending it to other countries in secrecy. So whether you're talking about cash that's hidden at home, that you don't want the authorities to know that you earned illegally, or whether you're hiding it in a tax haven abroad, it's kind of the same thing. It's a way of hiding your money away from the authorities and to avoid paying tax. As I've said in other debates on taxation, a majority of Canadians actually get more services than what they pay in contributions. So most Canadians do actually get a lot of services compared to what they pay. That means that we have a fair tax system, and I think we can make it even more fair, even more progressive. Because that way, people of fewer means will have more access. And I think, that's the issue of fairness. People who earn more money, and particularly multinational corporations, particularly banks who are earning billions in profits every year, record profits year after year, and who are sometimes tied up with tax havens, they need to pay their fair share. That's how Canadians will have confidence in our tax system. So that's sort of a preamble to the debate that we're having about tax conventions. Tax conventions generally serve to help Canadians avoid double taxation. So, to take an example that some Canadians might recognize, if a Canadian company has a subsidiary in the U.S. or is doing business in the U.S., if it's taxed in the U.S., with tax rates that are similar or higher to Canada's rates, they shouldn't be taxed a second time when the profits then come back to Canada. That's a basic principle of tax conventions. It's a question of fairness. So if a taxpayer pays taxes in another country, then when the money comes back home, so to speak, it shouldn't be taxed a second time. You don't want to have double taxation. That's really the foundational principle of a tax agreement such as this. That said, Mr. Speaker, when you're talking about the U.S. that has similar or higher tax rates to Canada, that all makes sense. But when you're talking about other countries, we need to figure out what the real objective of the tax convention is. Because if you take a country like Barbados, for example, and we have a tax convention with Barbados. Now, Barbados is a very small country, and it's a country that is the second or third country in terms of the amount of direct investment from Canada in that country. Statistics Canada says that Barbados is the third country in terms of how much Canadian money is invested there. Often the UK is first, and then Barbados is usually around number 3 in the ranking. Why, Mr. Speaker? It seems like it's a simple answer to me. It's because we have a tax convention with them. And Barbados only has a tax rate for corporations of between 0.5% and 2.5%. So it's pretty easy to understand that that's compelling for people. And this has been the case since 1982. Now, when we ask questions about that tax agreement with Barbados, we sometimes get preliminary answers or nebulous answers. And they talk about our close relationship with Barbados. But it's hard to get answers on the record. It's hard to find anything that's actually written on paper. But it seems that there is an agreement with Barbados that allows Canadian companies to use it as a doorway to the rest of the world. So if they want to do business all around the world, Barbados is a way for those companies to get a foot in the door because they're only taxed between 0.5 and 2.5%. So a Canadian company that sets up a subsidy in Barbados will do business all around the world, and all of the profits will be declared in Barbados. All of the profits will be taxed in that location. So rather than having the Canadian company being based in Canada, they use Barbados as a way to base themselves in a low-tax economy and then do business all around the world. Now, that's not said explicitly, but that's what I have heard through the grapevine, and this has been the policy since 1982. And all the other countries do it too, Mr. Speaker. That's what they always tell us. So why shouldn't we do it? Because everyone else is doing it. If everyone else is doing it, why should Canada be disadvantaged by not doing it? That's what they say. But that's why it's so important today, more than ever. Even if the current government and the other government before them never did anything to fight tax evasion, it is important now to have a real conversation about tax havens so that we can put an end to these practices, because they are dishonest. There are taxpayers and multinational corporations all around the world who are using these loopholes, who are using these tax havens. Now, Barbados is the preferred tax haven of Canada. Other countries use other tax havens. But we need to put an end to this so that all industrialized countries, including Canada, who are losing the tax revenue that they could have had, so that they finally get that money back. Because this is money that is generated by multinational corporations earning billions of dollars a year, and then that money is hidden in bank accounts in tax havens, so that it won't be fairly taxed as it should be, and then that money doesn't go to provide services to Canadians. And often, these companies are the first corporations to use the services that the Canadian government provides. They use the buses. They use public services like education. They use healthcare services. So the employees of these corporations are benefiting from all of the benefits of Canadian society, and then they hide the money abroad and don't even contribute back to our system. Now, governments always say today that there's not enough money. The Conservatives say that in particular. We're hearing this all around the world now. There isn't enough money. Governments don't have the means to provide services to their citizens. Governments are essentially being strangled by debt. They can no longer make ends meet, and they need to cut services while billions of dollars are being hidden abroad, not contributing to these societies, as they should be, and as we hope that they would be. Because, of course, we want to develop new services. We want to have high-quality services that Canadians can benefit from. So that's why I think we really need to study this question. And it's actually not a boring subject, Mr. Speaker. Quite the contrary. S6 is a stimulating subject. This tax agreement with Madagascar may allow us in the future to use these tax agreements abusively. And I'm not the only one saying that. There's a bill in the House, C-82, and as I speak, Mr. Speaker, 2 floors below us, it is being debated in a committee room. Now, the Department of Finance bureaucrats have said themselves that tax conventions can be abused and are abused by taxpayers. That's why C-82 was tabled. Now, sometimes you hear things through the grapevine that are never actually stated explicitly, but in this case, they clearly stated that tax conventions are often taken advantage of, and that is why C-82 had to be tabled and adopted. That was their argument.
So my question is this, and I put the question actually to my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, who didn't seem to be able to answer earlier on. My question, as I was saying, is this. We have abused tax treaties, and today we're debating another tax treaty. Now, even though it seems at first blush to be a good bill, we want to avoid double taxation. Madagascar seems to have a similar tax system to Canada, so that's all right. But what we don't want is for tax treaties to be abused. And C-82 has shown that they are. And now we're adopting a similar tax treaty with Madagascar. So when the government was negotiating the new tax treaties, we should have ended up with a better tax treaty. Now, C-82 is a step in the right direction because there's been an acknowledgement that it is possible to abuse tax treaties and that we need to fill the loopholes. The government has admitted that tax treaties can be abused by taxpayers. And that's why I wanted to talk today about the responsibility on the part of the government and the need for a commitment on its part to ensure that treaties over time do not become abused treaties. Like I said, Madagascar, fine, it's got a similar tax system to that of Canada, but it doesn't necessarily mean that in 5 years Madagascar won't become a tax haven, that it might not change its own tax rules, it might not reduce its taxes, its corporate tax rate, or the tax rate of foreign corporations. So there have to be ways of making sure that we're monitoring these treaties. We have to monitor these tax treaties to ensure that the 94 treaties that we do have do not become tax treaties that are abused. That's very important. And I didn't hear that commitment on the part of the government. That is, that they will be monitored, verified, and over time, that we will ensure that they do not become ways to engage in tax avoidance or tax evasion, which we know is illegal. So here we have a government that is talking about tax treaties, talking a lot about taxes, but isn't necessarily doing much. The Conservatives as well had no intention to do anything about tax havens and tax avoidance. Their former Minister of Revenue actually admitted that it wasn't a priority. I didn't say it in my remarks earlier, but I did say it to a colleague, Mr. Blackburn, at the time said that tax avoidance is not a priority. Now, here we have a government that said it would do more. And what are we seeing? Because what we see is what is proof of what they're actually doing. It's all very well to say that you're going to hire all kinds of auditors, but when there is no outcome, there are no results, well then, one only has to admit that it's not working. So the intention of the government is not to tackle the core of the problem. The government works superficially, and ever since they came into office, there have been 3 financial and tax scandals: Bahamas, Paradise Papers, Panama Papers. And in those 3 cases, several Canadians were identified. 3 years later, after 3 scandals, not one taxpayer has been prosecuted. And we're still not even any charges. You know, at least if there could be one. But the fact that there are none is proof that the system is broken. You know, it's all very well to invest $1 billion, just like the Minister of Revenue will repeat every day. You know, 1,300 extra auditors, $1 billion. Well, it doesn't mean a thing if taxpayers are still avoiding their responsibilities. And that's the core of the problem, and the government is refusing to tackle it. We need a thorough reform of the system. It's not enough to just put out a few fires here and there. We have today a tax code that is about 1,800 pages long. Initially, it was a few dozen pages long, but now it's more than 1,800 pages long, and that shows that the system's broken, because those pages are just examples of putting out fires bit by bit. But what we need is a thorough reform, and that's what's at stake, and that's what we have to address. The government has to undertake a thorough reform. Without that, it doesn't make any difference whether you have 1,300 auditors more, $1 billion. If the system is broken, then nothing's going to change. It doesn't matter how much money or how many auditors you throw at it. So there has to be a fundamental change. There has to be a thorough reform in the tax code. The code actually has to be simplified to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. The simpler it is, the easier it is to ensure compliance. So I hope the government also addresses that issue, just the way the NDP has said. The NDP has committed that it will review that system completely in order to fill those gaps, correct the flaws, fill the loopholes, so that it works for all Canadians who want quality service for the money that they are putting into the system. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what my colleague was saying about the 94th tax treaty and the caution that he has expressed so that this doesn't come back to bite Canada in the end. I'd like to hear what he thinks about a reform. He referred to it. And right now, under the Liberal government, Canadian families are paying more. We saw that. There was a study reported by the Fraser Institute. You know, the government has been giving with one hand and taking away with the other. And currently, for a Canadian family, they pay more in taxes right now than it costs to be housed and to feed themselves. So is there not a problem with spending? Has the government lost control over its spending? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I'll agree exactly with my colleague. You know, oftentimes the Conservatives don't have the same definition as we do of taxes. You know, we hear them talk about taxes, but they sort of include everything in there. They throw everything into the tax basket to prove that Canadians have higher taxes. They even include contributions to the pension plan as taxes. And so that's why, according to their math, they reach certain conclusions that aren't our conclusions. You know, investing in a pension plan, whether it be a public or a private one, is an investment, Mr. Speaker. It's not a tax, as they call it. So, unfortunately, we're seeing the same thing with the Conservatives. The Conservatives see taxes everywhere where they're not even taxes. So that's their ideology, and that prevents them from actually seeing what the truth is. You know, taxes are necessary in a society where you want quality services, where you want everyone, regardless of their income, to be able to have access to things like education, health care. And that's what the Conservatives don't want to see because of their ideology. They don't want a government. They want it to be everyone for themselves. And if you have enough money, then great. You'll make do. But if you don't, too bad.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Here's the way I look at it from the New Democratic perspective, and the issues that I have with the New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, is that within this last couple of budgets, we have seen a serious commitment into the hundreds of millions of dollars, getting close to $1 billion, to go after individuals that are trying to avoid paying their taxes. And this government has very much been focused on that particular issue. But along with that issue, we've also been focusing attention on the issue of tax agreements with other countries. As we expand, we recognize the importance of world trade and the benefits of doing that. And the NDP tend to have a reluctance in supporting when government moves into the area of expanding exportation or markets abroad. And when we do that, these tax agreements, such as the bill that we're debating today, become a very essential part of ensuring that there is a fair sense of taxation, no matter where that person might go. So yes, we recognize and we've invested hundreds of millions for avoiding or getting those tax avoiders, and we're also putting into law agreements that will assist in making sure that there is a fair sense of taxation. Would the member across the way not agree that the NDP should be supporting this legislation and legislation like it?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it was my mistake not to mention that our caucus was going to support Bill S6. And the reason is that Madagascar, as I said earlier, I'm sure I did, is a country that has similar tax rates to ours, reasonable tax rates. And that is why it's possible to have a bill like S6 and possible to have a treaty like this with Madagascar. However, what I'm saying is that we have to be careful about tax treaties because over time they can be abused, and we have to make sure that these countries do not become tax havens like Barbados became. We have a tax treaty with them, and that's why I'm just giving the government notice that we have to be careful. You know, through C-82, the government is admitting that tax treaties can be abused, and that's why we have that bill. So what I'm doing is saying be careful about tax treaties. They can, over time, become abused. And I'm not the one who said it. The government did. So it's all very well to say that you're putting $1 billion and 1,300 auditors more when the system itself is broken. It doesn't change anything. And that's why the government is not getting any results for its money. There's been no prosecution. There have been no charges laid for these kinds of tax havens. They just keep sending notices. Well, congratulations on that.
Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you. I'd like to ask this to my colleague. Could he tell us what a monitoring process could look like so that we could avoid these kinds of abuses in tax treaties? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, I think the best thing, Mr. Speaker, is to have, first of all, a transparent process. It has to be public. The data has to be available to Canadians. We have 94 treaties, and under each of those treaties, we should make information available on what their tax rates are. So this would involve transparency. And then we would update that information on a yearly basis so that over the years we could see whether or not countries are dramatically changing their tax rates. Canadians would be aware of this, and we would therefore adjust and even repeal our tax treaties if they become tax havens. Now, of course, there are various ways to go about this, but the simplest would be to make sure that these are audited, verified, and also made public, and these tax treaties are updated, and that the information is kept updated.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague here for the very interesting discussion on a tax treaty with Madagascar. Some people might have thought that wouldn't be too stimulating a discussion, but he made it very interesting and I think very much appropriate for the time that we are at. I just wanted to bring up one example of a tax haven that I brought up many times here in the House, and that is a mining company from Vancouver had a mine in Mongolia. They made a huge profit there. Over a period of 5 years, I think they should have paid Canada $600 million in taxes. They should have paid Mongolia $200 million in taxes, but instead they opened a post office box in Luxembourg and they paid Luxembourg $80 million in taxes, about 1/10 of what they should have paid. And not only the kicker is they contacted CRA and said, is this okay? And CRA said, hey, that's fine. We have a tax agreement with Luxembourg, so fill your boots. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on that and the problem when these tax agreements are abused. Would it be, could we have a simple thing? I talked to a tax lawyer once who said the simplest thing would be to have a minimum tax put into these agreements, say 20%, so that these agreements could not be abused, that companies would be paying more or less the same tax that they would be here in Canada, so that they wouldn't be tempted to funnel all their money out of our country and we would lose tax because of that.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question and also for his expertise in the area. Yes, of course. The example he gave is one example of many. There are many companies, mostly multinationals, who use these tax schemes. They're very complex, and obviously they have the means to make them complex. My neighbour in Sherbrooke doesn't have the means to come up with these kinds of schemes. It would cost way more than what he's already paying in taxes, even just to organize something like that. So if you have, say, for example, a mining company that can hire as many tax lawyers as it wants to come up with a tax scheme, well, it doesn't matter how many auditors you have, they won't be able to sort through all that. There are many companies that succeed in avoiding their tax responsibilities. So with a tax treaty, not only is it important to reassess them and verify them for abuse of use over the years, it's also important to take steps that ensure that when tax rates go down, along with our partners, that these businesses still pay the tax rates they should have paid in Canada. And there are different ways to get there. It would be important to consider issues like that and solutions. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This tax treaty that is being signed with Madagascar was signed in Antananarivo on the 24th of November 2016, and it includes a very interesting aspect that we don't see in other treaties. I'd like to draw your attention to Section 25 of the treaty. This is a section on tax information sharing, and the wording is based on the common standard developed by the OECD for tax information sharing. So under this clause, there's an automatic sharing of tax information. And this is under the BEPS formula. The information is shared, and that's a good thing. In other words, Canada receives all the information automatically. Now, allow me to make a connection with the single income tax return that Quebec wants. If there were this automatic sharing of information, like the one being discussed with this bill, and if Ottawa were to collaborate, then Quebec would have access to all this information. So this kind of tax treaty is fully consistent with the request for a single income tax return that Quebec has asked for. So this kind of wording, the kind of text on tax sharing is similar to other agreements. Or rather, is not in most treaties with most tax havens. Let's take the example of Barbados. Now, we have a Canada-Barbados agreement, and under Section 2, it says that the current tax treaty applies, in terms of Canada, only to income tax that is collected by the Government of Canada. A little further, under Section 28, where it talks about information sharing, it says that the only information that Barbados can share is income taxes that are only those included in the tax treaty. So in other words, it can't share everything with Ottawa. It can't share information with respect to federal taxes, and no information can be shared regarding the Quebec income tax law. So this is a problem. So therefore, the Canada-Barbados Treaty prevents Quebec from having tax information if its income tax laws are different from those of Ottawa.
Now, that goes back to the 1980s. So let's take a look at another agreement with another tax haven. A random example, Bahamas, an agreement that was signed in 2011. And here's what it says in Section 3, Paragraph 1. The sharing of information under the agreement concerns with existing taxes or administered taxes administered by the Government of Canada. So administered or established by the government. So the same as for Barbados. So if I summarize my comments, when Canada signs agreements for sharing information with countries that aren't tax havens, like Madagascar in this case, we have access to all information available. And the information can be used by Quebec, even if the Income Tax Act is different in that the government collaborates. However, when Canada signs agreements for the sharing of information with tax havens like Barbados or the Bahamas, we no longer have access to the available information. Just piecemeal information sought by Ottawa can be obtained. And this runs counter to OECD requirements and prevents Quebec from fighting tax havens. It also makes it difficult to have a single tax form. And this is a deliberate choice by the federal government. Visibly, Canada can't share information on tax havens with Quebec, but under this agreement with Madagascar, it's possible. This agreement shows clearly that it is possible to sign agreements that are compatible with the idea of a single tax return administered by Quebec. The problem comes from the fact that one cannot tax income if one does not know it even exists. Now, in September 2016, Mr. André Larreau appeared before the committee at the National Assembly, the Public Finance Committee, and said from the outset, we cannot control what we can't see. Access to tax information is essential for the application of the Tax Act. And in that regard, the federal government has concluded some 100 tax treaties and 23 agreements for the sharing of tax information. And despite their imperfections, the provisions relating to These include, despite their imperfections, provisions relating to the sharing of information. These treaties are the cornerstone of international taxation. The provisions relating to the sharing of information found in treaties contain a number of flaws. For example, they do not foresee or provide for the automatic exchange of information. Requests must be specific concerning specific information on a well-identified taxpayer. It doesn't make it possible to ferret out a taxpayer who is involved in activities in a tax haven. It only concerns tax collected by the Government of Canada, established or administered by the Government of Canada. In other words, only Ottawa can seek tax information from abroad. As I was saying, only Ottawa can seek tax information abroad because it is the signatory to the treaty and can only do so under the Federal Tax Act. As drafted, these agreements with tax havens prevent the sharing of information except when it comes to the application of the Federal Tax Act. So until the Income Tax Act, if the Quebec Tax Act is identical to the federal one, things work well. However, if it were to be different, the Quebec government would not have the information it needs to enforce the act. So whether it's a matter of a single or tax return or not, if Quebec wants to fight tax havens, as Ottawa does, it cannot do so because it doesn't have access to the information. It only has access to information for countries that do not cover tax havens, like the one we're dealing with today, where the access is provided to the information. As a result, so even if theoretically Quebec is autonomous when it comes to international taxation, Quebec is free, but only provided that it does the same thing as Ottawa does. The key, unfortunately, is Ottawa, regardless or despite what the Constitution states. Mr. Speaker, I would like to see tax agreements signed with tax havens be reviewed and amended in order to take into account the wording of the OECD as concluded in the current agreement on Madagascar. Those are the main remarks that I wanted to make. When it comes to this agreement, I would also add that this is a new agreement, and since the early 2000s, we've seen in Madagascar nickel mining, other activities. These are important sectors for investment for oil companies and mining companies in Canada. This convention will include a protection for measures that have not yet been implemented, and it is similar to the one contained in Section 11 under NAFTA on. And in fact, I'd like to draw your attention to that because it could enable Western oil companies and mining companies from Toronto and Canada to plunge Madagascar into a bankruptcy. When it comes to the protection of investments, the foreign company, if it's a Canadian company, would have the authority to take action against the Madagascar government when it comes to any changes to regulations that would reduce the possibility for them to achieve the profits they expected. Environmental standards, for example, put in place. Well, if that has an impact and causes profit losses for the Canadian company, they could take action against the government. Measures to protect mining workers, well, that there could be action taken by a Canadian mining company against the Madagascar government. And it could, in fact, plunge it into a very difficult economic situation, a bankruptcy. This is problematic, therefore. Now, the government is boasting about establishing agreements and progressive partnerships to protect the environment and workers. However, in the agreement, this convention, when it comes to the protection of foreign investments that has been signed but hasn't been implemented, that's where the problem lies. And so I hope that there will be an amendment to cover that. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, my Quebec colleague, for his remarks. We are talking about tax evasion here, and this is the 94th agreement that Canada has proposed signing with the country. My question for my colleague is very simple. The government, on the one hand, wants to put an end to tax evasion, but doesn't control over expenditures. So the gap between potential revenues that the government could collect and what it doesn't is widening. At present, a family pays more in taxes than it does for its mortgage and groceries. So what does my colleague propose to ensure that Quebecers simply pay less taxes? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his comments. It is something of concern to us. Year in and year out, we are seeing a deficit, and the idea of running a deficit to stimulate the economy during a recession, but because the economy is doing quite well, it's very worrisome to see these deficits. If money were used to stimulate Quebec's economy, we know there are many pressing needs. The green economy, the electrification of transport, among others, money for infrastructure. The delays are simply getting longer and longer. So this is worrisome. My colleague also talked about the government that wants to take action on tax evasion. Now, here, I'd like to nuance the situation. The government says that it wants to fight tax evasion and the use of tax havens, but when we look, in fact, at what they're doing, the government isn't achieving the results that could and the results that are being achieved in Europe or the United States. So my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, pointed this out earlier. The Journal de Montréal recently disclosed information on 900 files under the Panama Papers. There were a number of files sent out, no criminal investigations or prosecutions, to the best of my knowledge. And the real problem here, when it comes to the use of tax havens, is the legal aspect used by multinational corporations and the Canadian banks as well. Their profits are registered in tax havens, and they declare their activities, and that enables them to avoid paying taxes here. So they're siphoning off the value that they're generating. And this is a very serious problem that we're seeing. The government must make it illegal, what is immoral, and no longer allow the use of the legal use of tax havens by companies and primarily Bay Street banks. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks and for his expertise on this issue. I know that he has looked at Bill C-82 as well. He's very aware of the situation. He knows that that bill is designed to improve tax treaties, provided that other countries agree. So it goes both ways. Both sides need to accept it to improve their tax conventions. So today we're dealing with S6, which is another tax convention, this time with Madagascar, but under the former regime. If we look at the dates, the convention, as he said at the start of his remarks, dates back to November 2016, but the multilateral agreement, which is covered by C-82, was signed the same day in Paris. So while we were signing one with Madagascar, the other one was being signed in Paris. Two different conventions were being signed. So could he tell us a little bit about the different provisions, the OECD agreement that was signed in Paris and the one signed the same day with Madagascar that was using the former provisions and that can actually be taken advantage of by taxpayers? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With C-82, the previous tax conventions will be based on OECD standards, which call for the full exchange of tax information. So we'll continue to support C-82. But S6, this agreement with Madagascar, based on our reading of the convention, the spirit and the standards being put forth by the OECD are contained, even if it's not exactly the same wording as the agreement signed in Paris. Now, that's based on my familiarity and knowledge with the file. Madagascar isn't a tax haven for the time being. So, in my view, the wording of the convention and the bit that covers the exchange of information works. It clearly would be better to align it with the exact wording of C-82, but based on the information we have regarding the exchange of information with tax havens, it can make it impossible to exchange information, tax information. The CRA needs to seek out specific targeted information on a taxpayer, so the information isn't available to make it possible to verify, as it would be if the information, all the information would be available, specific cases of fraud. So that's the aspect that needs to be changed. It needs to be aligned with tax havens. Now, I would point out that there were some changes made. It was a bit obscure in the Income Tax Act, a single line when it came to medical files and medical information. It stated that if Canada signed an agreement with the tax haven, the Canadian company, if it had revenue that was generating there, would no longer be taxed here. It would only be taxed in the tax haven where the tax rate is either 0% or very low. And that is what we are denouncing here. That's what needs to be changed. Canada is lagging behind when it comes to tax evasion because it allows the multinational corporations and large banks to sidestep these provisions by using tax havens in the agreements. And this has not to date been changed. I introduced a motion myself in the House to change that. The Liberals, with the exception of one, and all Conservatives opposed it. Now, that's the party that hopes to take the reins of power. Do they represent what people want, an elimination of tax haven, or are they simply listening to the large banks that are the ones that benefit from those immoral strategies? I think asking the question provides the answer in and of itself, and that needs to be changed.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the tax treaties, it's more than just the issue of tax avoidance. And I'd be interested in my colleagues' comments in regards to, in many ways, tax treaties are to take down barriers for trade and investment. And by doing that, you're facilitating better potential growth between both countries in question. So it's more than just tax avoidance. And I'd be interested in my colleagues' thoughts with respect to that aspect of the tax agreement.
The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, I agree with him. It's important to have rules for dual taxation in countries where they have tax legislation to facilitate or to cover off tax avoidance. Now, if there is someone who declares part of their income in France and part here, the same income generated should not be taxed 100% in France and 100% in Canada. there needs to be, or these companies need to pay their taxes one time. Now, in the Bloc Québécois, we agree with international trade agreements. When Quebec is a small, open economy, we need to have many partners involved, foreign partners that are specialized in aeronautics, for example, in high tech, in forestry, and we export and import. And in order to do so, we need to facilitate trade. That improves the job creation, the quality of lives for people, and when that is done on a solid foundation. The problem is, under certain agreements with tax havens, the spirit that I agree with is changed, and it unduly benefits the large banks that succeed in avoiding paying taxes.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Le Gestionnaire Bellechasse-Lévis. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off by saying that I will be sharing my time with my colleague from BC, the member for Caribou Prince George, a colleague who came to Lévis, Mr. Speaker, as our critic for the Coast Guard, and with whom we launched the Asterix supply ship, which is the pride of the Navy. It was a contract that the previous Conservative government had granted to Lévis. Now, we remember the imbroglio that ensued. Now, we won't talk about the Norman scandal here, or the scandal surrounding that situation, but we'll talk about tax evasion. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Caribou Prince George, for his involvement, for ensuring that the Coast Guard is in a position to play the role that it does on the three oceans and to maintain the St. Lawrence. We know that at present the Coast Guard is having a great deal of difficulty because the fleet needs to keep the navigable waterways open, is having a hard time. But I would like to thank my colleague. Like me, he will be focusing on the bill that we're discussing here today, the 94th Tax Agreement Convention, in this case, the agreement between Canada and Madagascar, to prevent tax evasion and to prevent double taxation. Now, Mr. Speaker, why do we need to have agreements like this? Well, so that the government can fulfill its role. A responsible government, a government responsible for protecting our sovereignty. That's why we need to have these agreements so that the government can fulfill its constitutional requirements. This is a constitutional requirement, having a fleet for the Coast Guard that will respond to the growing requirements it faces. It's a significant challenge. As I mentioned earlier, the St. Lawrence has seen several ships immobilized because of the ice. As my colleague saw when he came to the Davie shipyard, there is a capacity there for the workers to do the necessary work. Now we're talking about income. It will be well invested by the government because workers have shown that they can deliver the goods on time, as was the case for Asterix.
That said, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to remind everyone listening to us today that when you only consider individual Canadian taxpayers, the estimates are that the state would lose up to $17 billion due to tax evasion and avoidance. So that is the amount that we lose every year in unpaid taxes due to wealthy people hiding money in tax havens. There were a couple of authors from Quebec who studied this issue, and they found that not only are there individuals, but there are also corporations who do this. Here, Mr. Speaker, I have a study from the Conference Board of Canada saying that when you look at all entities, not only individual taxpayers, but also corporations, and then if we compare that to other countries, we're looking at annual losses of up to $47 billion, Mr. Speaker. I think that gives you an idea of the scope of the problem. And imagine what we could do with those billions of dollars. Earlier, I gave the example of the ships that we could have for the Coast Guard. Just a couple of days ago, there was a constituent of mine who contacted me because he has a serious health problem. He's paid employment insurance his whole life, and now he's ended up in a situation where he has to quit his job to get treatment. He only has 15 weeks of EI, and he's not even entitled to more. And of course, employment insurance is a legal agreement between employers and employees. So the government does have financial needs and financial responsibilities. In this case, it's important that the government can not only receive all of the taxes that it is entitled to, but it also has the responsibility to control its own spending. And that's something that really affects us today. This is a tax agreement with Madagascar, and my colleague was talking about the relative importance of this agreement compared to trade that we have with other countries like the US or other trade partners like China. And then there's also the vigilance that we need to have when we implement these agreements. As always, Mr. Speaker, the devil is in the details. My colleague from Saint Laurent gave a good example. Louis Saint Laurent, that's the name of his writing. He inaugurated the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is not being properly maintained by the Liberals today. Now, my colleague talked about these tax agreements, and he said it's important to have them, but you need to make sure that there aren't any sections in the law that are irrelevant or that could lead to loopholes. Now, in the last bill that had to do with the government's budget measures, we saw that the government inserted legal clauses that essentially created allowed for remediation agreements. Why? Well, we want to know what the government is hiding here. So we want to remind the government today, Mr. Speaker, that they have a responsibility in tabling legislation to do so transparently and openly, and not to sneak in legislative measures into an 800-page bill. Here we're talking about tax evasion, we're talking about a convention with Madagascar, and this government, Mr. Speaker, is failing miserably when it comes to ensuring that Canadian taxpayers are getting their money's worth. Mr. Speaker, an average Canadian family is paying more taxes now. This government has a spending problem. They are addicted to spending to such a degree that the deeper they get in debt, the more they spend. So paradoxically, Canadian families are paying more in taxes. I have a very recent study here from February 21st. It's from the Fraser Institute in this case, and it says the following. It says that the majority of middle-income Canadian families with kids are paying more taxes. They're paying $1,000 more in taxes every year. Now, there are a lot of studies, a lot of facts. We know that this government always wants more revenue, Mr. Speaker. And you would expect them to at least balance the budget. But no, they're just digging themselves deeper into the hole. So not only are families having to pay more now, but their children will have to deal with the damage of this debt because the government has no idea where it's going when it comes to managing taxes and finances. On March 19th, this government is going to table its final budget, which is supposed to be a budget that will balance the budget. But of course, that's not the case. We're actually going to be dealing with an out-of-control deficit. And today we've seen that it's the veterans who are suffering the consequences of that. So, Mr. Speaker, we're okay with establishing tax conventions with other countries like Madagascar to limit double taxation, but that is not an excuse to show up with huge bills, including important measures that might undermine the public trust in institutions because of those little clauses that are snuck into these bills. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, I'll have a chance to talk more about that later.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting listening to my friend across the way. Even in a question earlier, he was talking about the issue of taxation. And for me, I guess proof is in the pudding. You know, one of the very first things this government did, Bill 2, I believe was the bill, was to give Canada's middle class a tax break, literally putting hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets of Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker. That very member and the Conservative opposition voted against that measure. Now, it's not the first time they voted against a measure of this nature, because the bill has often been referred to in the debate so far of a bill dealing with tax avoidance. When the government has invested hundreds of millions, close to $1 billion of investment to get to marginalize tax avoidance, again, this member in the Conservative Party voted against that. This is money that's going into the pockets of Canadians. Now, he can cite whatever it is he wants to cite, but the reality is when it comes time to vote on the issue, can he explain why it is the Conservatives continuously vote against Canada's middle class?
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-des-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. My answer is simple. I vote based on reality. And the reality is that I am very proud to have voted against measures brought forward by this government that, in fact, have increased taxes for middle-class families, have led to wealthy people paying less tax, and have left all Canadians in an ever-deepening deficit. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there's been no impact on reducing CO2 emissions. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you're 54 or 55, or when you're a certain age in school, sometimes the teacher just asks you to keep going anyway, but in this case, it's a real failure. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said that we are facing tax measures that might need to be improved. Earlier, my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, was saying, and of course at the NDP, we want the whole tax system to be reformed, but he was saying that the problem is, over the years, the Income Tax Act is now over 1,800 pages, and there have been so many adjustments made. And in fact, chartered accountants in Canada are suggesting that we should have an overhaul of the tax system and really clean up all of those various measures that have amended the situation over the years. Of course, we have 94 tax conventions, some of them with tax havens, unfortunately, and all of this means that citizens and corporations are sometimes not paying their fair share of taxes. And, of course, we need to have proper services from those tax revenues. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and for her work. I mentioned in my speech how important it is to have an EI system that actually serves people, and I think that she does good work on that. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. Yes, we need tax measures that are appropriate to the way things are evolving in Canada. My colleague might remember that the Conservative government had used the tax system to put an end to subsidies for the oil sands and had taken positive measures to encourage the industry to reduce their CO2 emissions. We also did that while cutting taxes for real for the middle class and while balancing the budget. So next October, Canadians will be able to go back to more reasonable tax measures under a Conservative government under the leadership of our leader. Thank you.
Prise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to stand in this House and to speak to S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation, the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. Now, it has been said that this is the 94th agreement of this type, and it deals specifically about tax evasion. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, in preparation for this debate, that I did some research and homework on Canada-Madagascar, our relations. And it dates back to 1965, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, and it was where we established diplomatic ties with Madagascar in 1965, and the latest data and stats on our two-way merchandise trade between Canada and Madagascar total $115.5 million. Mr. Speaker, I enter that into this debate because our Honourable Parliamentary Secretary mentioned that very often that tax treaties are seen as a way to break down the barriers to trade. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is something that is of importance. I do also want to thank my honourable colleague who welcomed me and hosted me as we toured the Davie shipyards. And Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, the day that we were there and the pride that was seen by the hundreds of workers in the product that they put forth, the pride of our Navy, the Asterix ship that is really. Well, as I said, it is a pride of our Navy. Our honourable colleague also touched on my file. I am the Shadow Minister for the Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, did you know that Canada has the longest coastline in the world? We have the longest coastline in the world, yet we have the oldest marine fleet to patrol that, to protect our sovereignty, to ensure that the coastal communities that depend on our waterways, and that our waterways remain open and free, and that transportation can transportation of goods and people can flow freely, and that our trade can take place, that our waterways are safe. That's what the brave men and women of our Canadian Coast Guard, they do every day, and it should never be forgotten, their service to our country. Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that we see a government that makes a lot of promises like to stand in this House and indeed on stages right across our country with their hand on their heart and talk about their most important relationships. Well, I don't know what number they're at now in terms of most important relationships, but there's a lot, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're here again today talking about a relationship between Canada and Madagascar. I want to talk about most important relationships, and I want to go back because our honourable colleague brought this up, the brave men and women that serve our Canadian Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that, just as I do, that we outfit our men and women who serve, whether it's a first responder or a military. Our Canadian Coast Guard need to make sure that they have the equipment that they need to be able to fulfill their jobs. And we've seen this government has not done that. They talk a good game, but they have failed in doing so. We've had the department appear before committee a number of times, and yet they failed to give us any time of a schedule or where they're going to proceed with procurement of new vessels to make sure that our waterways remain free. That God forbid that we have an incident up in the Arctic where we have to, save a ship that could be trapped, or heaven forbid, even in worse conditions. Mr. Speaker, it leads me to another part of why we're here today. We're talking about tax evasion and the estimated $47 billion annually that is lost to our economy. I want to talk about our economy because not only are we losing estimated $47 billion of dollars annually, but investment in our country, business is fleeing our country at record levels. Mr. Speaker, that it is the levels are astronomical right now. They're at 70-year highs in terms of investment fleeing. We have tax evasion, and we have business investment fleeing at record levels. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because of the policies and the inconsistent messages that this government has actually delivered in the short term that they've been there. Short term, but it's been, well, I would argue that it has been a long 3.5 years. It feels very long. And we have businesses every day that appear before us. They come into our offices, they talk to us, they talk about how concerned they are. No different than our constituents that come to us when we have riding breaks. Mr. Speaker, which brings me to the experience that I had last week where I had an accountant in my riding that was talking about, well, mining and exploration credits for upstart businesses and how this government is now, and CRA has now made this and deemed this as assistance. And so now these companies have to claim this as income. And another barrier, when we're talking about breaking barriers for trade, we need to do whatever we can to break the barrier for investment and for businesses. You know, they like to talk about how many jobs that they created. Well, Mr. Speaker, here's a news flash. Governments don't create jobs. Their job is to create the environment so that businesses can invest and so that businesses create jobs. Mr. Speaker, we know that the numbers are staggering. You know, it was just recently reported that nowhere ever before has a government ever spent so much and received so little. You know, boasted so loudly, I believe, and spent so much to achieve so little. You know, we know that the Prime Minister in that time, the member for Papineau in the 2015 campaign, made a lot of promises. Promised to be different. I think he promised real change. I think that was the title that he said. You know, he promised that there wouldn't be omnibus bills. He promised that he wouldn't sneak things into these big omnibus bills. Well, what's the going, the headlines lately is what we saw in a Budget Implementation Act. Well, there's a little clause that was snuck in, to do with something that, Justice Clause, really something to do, a legal term and a legal issue that they snuck in a Budget Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, some could argue that that was fairly sneaky and underhanded. Why was it in there and not where it should have been, and why isn't the former Attorney General actually putting that forward if that was something that they wanted to sneak in? So the concerns that that others along on this side of the House have had with respect to this, we support this, and we support that. We see the importance of breaking down the barriers to trade and making sure that that flow of tax evasion or dollars from related to tax evasion is stemmed. And that we're breaking down the barriers for trade, that we are making sure that the legislation that's coming before this House, that we have fulsome debate, that we are able to, well, as the 338 members of Parliament that were elected to actually be the voices of the electors, Canadians that elected all of us, that we all have a say in that, those pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister campaigned on being open and transparent. What we've seen is that they tell us just to trust them, that when it gets to committee that we'll have that fulsome debate. Well, we also know that the Liberal majority committees actually shut down that debate, and the conversation's very one-sided, as much as they like to talk about how it is very collaborative. I do say that, and I do want to bring this back to our committee, is that we do good work when we put aside our partisan views, and the committee actually works at arm's length from the minister. It has happened where we managed to do some great work, which actually helped expose the clam scam issue that then saw the minister at that time, the former fisheries minister, quietly shuffled in the middle of the summer and then shuffled to another position. Mr. Speaker, why? Because they awarded a lucrative surf clam quota to a sitting Liberal Member of Parliament's brother, as well as a former Liberal colleague, but also a relative, as we know now, through court documents, a relative of the then fisheries minister. Mr. Speaker, why do we have concerns? Why does this side of the House have concerns? And our job is, they always say that the opposition is being loud and boisterous, or our job is to be, I guess, the sober second thought to what these folks are doing on the other side. Yeah, it might be the Senate as we're hearing that, but somebody has to actually take a reasoned and measured approach and view of legislation from what we've seen, because of the tricks and the parliamentary tricks that this government has continued to do and pull the wool over Canadians' eyes. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the last speech that we heard from the member opposite. And I heard him say, never have we seen government invest so much and receive so little, or at least he couldn't remember a time. Well, I can certainly remember a time. It was a former government. You know, they were renowned for trying to say that they were doing so much, but actually doing nothing. And that was so obvious in our communities. I remember being mayor of Kingston, and John Baird showed up because they didn't have anybody to come to Kingston, so they're like, let's send a Queen's grad. That must mean something. And he showed up there and dragged all these municipal politicians to a bridge that was owned by the federal government just to announce that they were going to be repainting the bridge. Like taking care of your assets. This government, Mr. Speaker, is actually investing in things that matter, building new infrastructure networks to grow our economy, to watch Canada be able to develop and become a nation that can effectively trade and have new commerce opportunities. As a matter of fact, you know, the member opposite talked about an environment for businesses to thrive. Well, this government lowered the small business corporate tax rate to 9%. This government in the fall economic update announced measures to allow businesses to be able to depreciate assets, not only in some cases over a shorter period of time, but in some cases in the year in which the expense is made. This is about creating an environment. And for the member to actually stand up and say that this government is not creating an environment for businesses to thrive is disingenuous at best, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Speaker, you know, the honourable colleague is, you know, very well, taken aback from our comments. But Mr. Speaker, I remember I was part of. I wasn't in government at that time, but we were benefit to it. Our whole country benefited to the investment that this government did. Well, they actually, you know, when they came in, there was 5 trade agreements. When they left, when we were at the end of our term in 2015, there was over 40 trade agreements. Not only that, but they invested heavily in the Asia-Pacific Gateway, the Atlantic opportunities. Mr. Speaker, that allowed us, Canada, to actually move goods and people. They invested in airports, they invested in ports, they invested in bilateral agreements that actually were meaningful. Mr. Speaker, only 3%, well, I pulled my pants up, Mr. Speaker, 3% of their infrastructure spending has gone to anywhere to actually boost our economy. 3% on trade or transportation and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, if we are not looking after our gateways, if we are not looking after our roadways and our networks and our infrastructure to move people to and from, and goods to and from, we're going to lose our standing in this world. And further, Mr. Speaker, let me talk to you about how he's talking about our position in their spending and trade. Mr. Speaker, I would argue this, that Canada's standing on the world stage has taken a fall from where we were in 2015 to where we are today. We have seen a mockery made out of our country. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've said this before, we are now known more for what our leader wears rather than principled policy, and that is shameful.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Caribou Prince George. I think it's the thinness of the bill before us, Bill S6, a convention between Canada and Madagascar to avoid double taxation and prevent fiscal evasion, that has led us to go so far afield from the bill at hand during the time available for debate. But my question to the member for Caribou Prince George, since he lamented, as I do, the use of omnibus bills, the use of omnibus budget bills to sneak things through, I completely agree with him, as I think many members of this House do, that having a criminal code provision stuck into the back of an omnibus budget bill was inappropriate. My only point, and it may seem churlish, because my honourable friend from Caribou Prince George is indeed a friend, and he wasn't here in the 41st Parliament, when the previous Conservative government used omnibus budget bills far more often and far more nefariously. So now that we stand in this beautiful new quarters that we have in West Block, in a courtyard with a glass roof, we may in fact say we live in a glass house. So I would recommend all members to remember that we all live in glass houses and we shouldn't throw stones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Caribou Prince George, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague for her intervention. She knows that I respect her. Mr. Speaker, as she said, I was not part of the previous Parliament, but I can tell you this. The time that I've sat in this House representing the good people of Caribou Prince George, I'm actually I'm quite ashamed as to what we have seen over the course of this term. This government has completely forgotten rural Canadians, rural communities, such as my riding of Caribou Prince George. They are making things more and living more expensive for everyday Canadians, all the while standing up on the world stage and actually talking and being ashamed of our resource industries. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the very first statement on the world stage, the leader of our Prime Minister said that under his government, Canada will become known more for our resourcefulness than our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, again, that is shameful. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and address a bill that has really galvanized opinion in my constituency. This is Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. My friend from Gulf Saanich Islands appreciated my quip at the beginning. I will say I do hear a lot about taxation issues in my constituency. Not as much about the particulars of our relationship with Madagascar, but a great deal about taxation. And I do think it's ironic that this government is proposing the implementation of a bill for the avoidance of double taxation. Because if we want to avoid double taxation, I might suggest that the government start at home avoiding double taxation. This is a good bill, this is a good agreement, but as they say, charity starts at home. And this isn't really a matter of charity. Actually, this is a matter of letting people keep more of their own money, avoiding double taxation. How about the government starts in the area of its own direct control? Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me, before I get into the particulars of this legislation and this issue, I did want to mention that this morning I had the pleasure of meeting with Ms. Chimi Lomo, who is the elected U of T Scarborough Students' Union president, someone who has faced significant bullying, intimidation, and threats from people who oppose her on the basis of her Tibetan background and her human rights advocacy on behalf of Tibet. And there is indication that some of this intimidation and bullying may have as its source the nefarious inclinations of some diplomats who are here in Canada. So this is a very serious issue around freedom of speech on campus, but also the way in which foreign diplomats may be engaging and intimidating Canadian students. So this is something that I think perhaps at a future point should be a subject of detailed consideration and debate, what kind of response we as parliamentarians should have to these events. Mr. Speaker, having said that, if I can now return to Bill S6, the proposal to seek to, through an agreement with Madagascar, avoid double taxation and address the issue of fiscal evasion. And I would make the case, and I will make the case in my remarks, that the first priority of the government, that we should support this bill, but the first priority of this government should actually be to take the necessary steps here at home to address these very same issues, the tax burden that Canadians face and in the area of fiscal evasion, the way in which the Canada Revenue Agency interacts with citizens. Now, on the issue of Canada Revenue Agency and its relationship to citizens, it was interesting to see a post from the minister responsible for revenue, very excited that it's tax filing season. I don't know if there has been a tax collector ever who was so enthusiastic about collecting taxes. But Canadians are not enthusiastic about the taxes that they're paying, and they're not enthusiastic about these incidents we hear on a regular basis of Canadians being harassed by the Canada Revenue Agency, having difficulty getting good information back, having a hard time getting clarity and support around key issues. And that's why my colleague, the great member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, put forward a motion to give the Canada Revenue Agency a duty of care. Whatever people perceive to be the magnitude of the problems in terms of the behavior of CRA and their interactions with citizens, giving them a duty of care would ensure that citizens are treated well, treated fairly in their interactions with the Canada Revenue Agency. And members in both the Liberal and the NDP caucus voted against this. It's interesting because recently I've been hearing in speeches being given by members of the NDP caucus that they may have had a change of heart on this issue. We hear from members of the NDP caucus speaking about instances that they're hearing about in their ridings, where CRA is going after single moms and other citizens who don't have the lobbyists and connections of, say, an SNC-Lavalin. And my friends on that section of the House have criticized the government for not addressing this poor treatment of citizens who lack those connections and points of access, and yet also at the same time exploring special deals with well-connected insiders. So I applaud the direction of that discussion from my colleagues in the NDP, but I hope that in the future they would support measures like the initiative from my colleague for Calgary Rocky Ridge. They had an opportunity to show clearly with their vote that they have these concerns and that they're standing up for their constituents, but instead they chose to vote against that motion. So better late than never. If the NDP wants to now come on side and support that initiative, it's maybe a little too late for this Parliament, but if we have the support of NDP, if they have changed their minds and recognize the problem, maybe we can move forward in the future. Certainly, the government, though, has had no change of heart on the issue. They voted against the motion to have CRA have a duty of care in their interactions with citizens, and they continue to, in all their statements and interactions, seem not to appreciate the need to address this vital issue, the frustration that so many citizens have in their dealings with the Canada Revenue Agency. It's very clear who the government is invested in helping, in the time they spent, in the energy and resources that they put into certain problems versus others. Are they seized with the challenges of the middle class and those working hard to join it? Or are they seized with the challenges of SNC-Lavalin and, maybe more importantly even for them, the political implications for themselves? So there was a very long cabinet meeting 2 days ago, and one wonders, were they discussing how to help struggling families, struggling energy workers, how to address the challenges we face on so many fronts, and the way in which those challenges affect everyday Canadians? No, I suspect that they were discussing how to politically manage the message, something they have failed to do up till now, how to politically manage the message on really the worst corruption scandal we've seen in this country in a very, very long time. So Canadians at home are wondering whether or not the government cares about their priorities when it votes down motions like the one from my colleague for Calgary Rocky Ridge, when it continues to pile on taxes. We should reflect on the failures of this government, yes, to attend to the needs of Canadians. But not only the failures, I think also just the general disinterest in the plight of Canadians. That their focus is not on what people at home are thinking about. Their focus is not on struggling energy workers, on struggling auto workers. Their focus is on protecting well-connected insiders. And that's what we've seen from this government in recent weeks. How many meetings, how eager they were to try and, first of all, get a legislative change into a budget bill, and then the implication, the possibility of the Prime Minister perhaps having inappropriately tried to encourage the Attorney General to do something with respect to the SNC-Lavalin prosecution. These are serious allegations, Mr. Speaker. But one thing we know is just how seized the government was repeatedly in ongoing conversations about this issue, and yet their corresponding lack of regard, lack of concern for the struggles that Canadians face. So there is a disconnect between the priorities of this government and the priorities of Canadians. And we can see it in what they spend their time on, what they spend their time talking about. We can see it in their legislative program. We can see it in how they vote on key opposition proposals. Opposition proposals like the proposal from our leader, which would have made parental leave tax-free. The Liberal members voted against that great proposal to cut taxes for new parents. We had a great proposal from our Shadow Minister for Finance, the member for Carleton. Legislation that would have helped ensure that Canadians with disabilities are not penalized for entering the workforce. Now, those are our priorities: cutting taxes for Canadians, helping Canadians with disabilities, helping new parents, helping, as my colleague for Calgary, Rocky Ridge, tried to do, helping those who have problems in their interactions with the CRA. That's what we're trying to do on this side of the House. The government, though, is focused on helping well-connected insiders, and that failure, that disregard, has consequences for people at home. My friend across the way is heckling me. He doesn't appreciate the seriousness of this, and maybe when more of his colleagues come to hear this speech, then they can really respond and hear. I know he's carrying a lot of water for the team over there, so hopefully he's not too lonely. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the issue of.
That the rules, as I remember them, state that we can't do indirectly what we can't do directly. So I just want to point that out in case they're thinking of talking about other things. I'm not sure what it is they're talking about, but I just want to remind them of the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly do my best to avoid referring to the presence or absence of members in any part of the House, either the government side or elsewhere, for the duration of this speech.
Large number.
And certainly appreciate the support of my colleagues as I deliver these important remarks. But I understand why these messages are difficult for the government to hear. Now, on the issue of double taxation, I'd like to speak a little bit about double taxation with respect to the carbon tax. We had another great legislative initiative from one of my colleagues who's from the Langley area, whose constituency name escapes me, Langley Aldergrove, that would have tried to remove the GST being charged on top of the carbon tax. That's a pretty clear instance of double taxation, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? Right now, the government is imposing a carbon tax on all Canadians. If the province doesn't agree or wants to go a different direction in terms of their response to climate change, the government says no, the federal government will impose a federal carbon tax. This carbon tax will make everything more expensive. And you can be sure that if this Prime Minister is re-elected, the carbon tax will go up significantly after the next election. Right now, he won't admit it, but he won't deny it either. Because if he succeeds in the next election, he will still want more of your money, Mr. Speaker, but he won't need your vote anymore. So that's what we have to watch out for. The carbon tax is already imposing pain on Canadians, but it will impose more pain as the tax goes up further. And of course, as the carbon tax, if it is to go up, then we will see the increase of the GST as well. Because the GST, the federal GST, is being charged on top of the carbon tax, and that goes directly into the federal coffers. The government has claimed that the carbon tax is revenue neutral to the federal government, which is a bit of a joke, not a funny joke, Mr. Speaker, but a joke nonetheless, because by revenue neutral they seem to mean at this point, well, we'll spend all of it. But transparently, quite obviously, the charging of the GST on top of the carbon tax, this form of double taxation, is intended to go directly to the federal coffers. And as this government, if they're given an opportunity to, increases the carbon tax, necessarily the GST will go up with it. We know, by the way, that they would like nothing better than to hike the GST as well. After it was cut by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, they continually mused about the possibility of raising the GST. You know, when they're running deficits in the tens of billions of dollars, far beyond what they promised in the last election, we know they have a plan to raise taxes. And they will try and do it in a way that is least noticed. They will try and remove deductions. They will try and change the framework. They will try and, through the CRA, crack down on ordinary Canadians and penalize them, even for doing things that are that have been common practice and have been accepted as allowable for a long time. They will do everything they can to increase the tax burden on Canadians without ever announcing the major tax increases they are bringing in. But they will do it. That is necessarily their plan, because they have no ability to control spending. When governments run deficits like this, then they will increase taxes. What is needed instead is a new government that will have different priorities from this government, that will instead truly focus on providing tax relief to those Canadians who need tax relief the most. And let's recall that is what Conservatives have always done. We have targeted vital tax relief to those who needed that tax relief the most. We introduced a children's fitness tax credit. We introduced a transit tax credit, tax credits that were eliminated by this government as a way of increasing taxes, and they will look for more ways of increasing taxes. But we also lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. They're trying to collect more GST through double taxation on the carbon tax. We cut the GST from 7 down to 5%. We lowered the lowest marginal rate of tax. We raised the base personal exemption, the amount of money that Canadians could earn without paying any tax. Our tax measures, our tax cuts, were targeted at those who needed those tax reductions the most. With this government, they've raised taxes. They've raised taxes on Canadians through the carbon tax, through removing of these credits and deductions, through all sorts of other changes. And they haven't in any way changed the tax rate for those who are making $45,000 or less. Their tax changes were more beneficial to somebody making an MP's salary than to somebody making $45,000 a year. That person making $45,000 a year experienced only increases. And most Canadians at all levels recognize that they are paying more tax under this government. They are paying for the mistakes of this Prime Minister. They are also paying for his lack of interest in their conditions, in their situation. So when I talk to people in my riding, Yes, they are talking about the issue of double taxation. They're talking about the piling on of triple and quadruple taxation, they feel, through all the new taxation measures, the targeting of small business that we've seen under this government. And they see that at the same time as the government is pursuing special deals with well-connected insiders. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need a new government in this country that wants to, yes, move forward on the avoidance of over-taxation, that wants to do that through partnerships and treaties, such as this agreement between Canada and Madagascar, but is also prepared to take the steps necessary domestically here in Canada to do what we can do on our own, which is to reduce taxes that all Canadians pay, to hold the Canada Revenue Agency accountable, to ensure that they are treating all Canadians fairly through the duty of care measures proposed by my colleague for Calgary Rocky Ridge, and also through providing tax relief to Canadians, especially those Canadians who need it the most. You know, my friend across the way was scoffing when I said that the previous government provided tax relief to those who needed it most. And I invite him to stand up in a question and counter what I said with actual facts and argument. Because again, if you look at the reality, if you look at the record, all of the tax cuts, and the member is wondering the source. He says, was it the Fraser Institute? I'll tell him, maybe he spends time on Rebel Media. I'm not a subscriber. Maybe he is. He would know better what they're saying over there. But my source is, is the mainstream media, which reported at the time, and he can look at the Finance Canada website for records about tax rates. It is, I don't think, a fact in dispute that the Conservative government did lower taxes from 7 to 6 to 5%, lower the GST, that the Conservative government did raise the base personal exemption, that the Conservative government did lower the lowest marginal rate of tax. That is a record of cutting taxes for those who need it most that any government would be proud of, and that's something this government should try. Thank you very much.
Comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member started off by talking about how important this particular bill was to his community. So I do want to commend him for spending about 30 seconds of 20 minutes actually talking about the bill. He questioned not being able to remember political scandal, but, I have a difficult time understanding how he can't remember the incident with a sitting senator of his caucus and the scandal that he went through, or perhaps the individual that was led away in handcuffs for trying to fix an election. Is his memory that short that he can't remember those political scandals? But I think the crux of what he talked about today, and I appreciated and took with great interest what he had to contribute today. But what he really got at was questioning what this cabinet and what this government is up to. And he could not be further from the truth in his assessment. This government and this cabinet, Mr. Speaker, on a daily basis are looking out for Canadians, middle-class Canadians, working Canadians, to make sure that they have a better quality of life than what was left to them by the former Conservative government. And so I understand there's very little for them to attack on, so they go to personal attacks and they go to trying to, I can just imagine what it's like in the Conservative war room. If we take this dot and try to connect it to this dot and maybe blur the line along the way, Canadians will be subjected to believing our made-up fiction. But the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is looking out for Canadians on a daily basis, and that is being exercised and coming to fruition through the policy and law that's been adopted by this Liberal government.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, when he was asked about the situation of the member for Vancouver-Granville, the Prime Minister at one time said her presence in Cabinet speaks for itself. And then the next day that was no longer true. And now we're hearing that nobody has been led away in handcuffs yet, and that speaks for itself. Well, I might say as well, stay tuned, Mr. Speaker. We'll see where this one goes. The member is saying that his government is looking out for Canadians. Whoa. And the louder he says it, the more likely it is to be true. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know We know from the records of meetings with lobbyists. We know from the government's own voting record. They voted against giving Canada Revenue Agency a duty of care. They voted against taking the taxes off parental leave benefits. They voted against a private member's bill that would have given new opportunities for disabled Canadians who are trying to get into work. They voted against these standalone private members' initiatives. Perhaps because they were just too busy thinking about how to prevent SNC-Lavalin from getting a good deal. You know, the member can speak loudly and emphatically, but the record, the news, the reality, their own votes speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The way they have increased taxes speaks for itself. And the member should talk to his constituents in Kingston and the Islands. I'm looking forward to spending a lot of time talking to constituents in Kingston and the Islands myself very soon. I know many members of my caucus have already, and what they're hearing from voters in Kingston and the Islands is a great concern about the increasing tax burden from this government. That member needs to do better.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I just want to point something out. The bill is S6 and it has to do with Madagascar. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your reminder is timely, but it doesn't hit its mark because the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, raised some other issues. I just wanted, because it's come up in this House so often, and I rarely have had an opportunity to explain the background of the transit credit. It's been referred to as a credit that helped lower-income Canadians and was of great benefit. Former Prime Minister Stephen Harper introduced that credit, claiming it was a climate measure. Now, because it didn't put any additional buses on the road, because what it did was assist people who were already taking buses, and I appreciated that as someone who was taking buses, the net effect of it in terms of its stated purpose, reducing greenhouse gases, was the single most expensive, least useful measure of many expensive and useless measures from previous governments. It amounted to $2,000 a ton. $2,000 a ton for climate reduction was what it accomplished for its stated purpose. I know that the honourable member for Timmins James Bay would like to have tax credits for working class. Excuse me, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay. I don't believe that it's appropriate for you to be heckling me while I explain this.
Order. There seems to be a conversation or an interference going directly. I understand the member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order.
I just wanted to be really clear on this point of order. To hear this ridiculous attack on working class people.
I'm afraid that's debate and untolerant for me. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the Green Party policy that public transit should be free. But the point of the boutique tax credit that previous Conservatives brought in was they claimed it was a climate change measure. It was at a cost of $2,000 a ton. When the NDP decides to make public transit free, perhaps the member for Timmins James Bay will have some additional points to be raised. At this point, I just want to clarify this tax credit, which was rightfully removed because it only helped people who could already afford to have transit passes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I understand that the member for Timmins James Bay is upset at the Green Party leader because he really wishes she had run a candidate in Burnaby South. That probably would have been better for his political plans. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the comments made by my friend from Gulf Saanich Islands, I think that a policy measure can be both good for the environment and it can help low-income Canadians. And some across the way think we have to make a choice. They think that it's either impose a carbon tax on low-income Canadians and punish them as their desired climate measure, or not do that and let them off on the tax front, but punish them otherwise. Mr. Speaker, we believe that you can have measures like the transit tax credit that are good for the environment and lower the taxes of low-income Canadians. We believe on this side of the House, in this party, that you can do both of those things at the same time. And just to further respond, the member said that the tax credit didn't put new buses on the road. But by making it easier for people to choose the option of using public transit, by increasing the volume on those buses. Of course, when there's greater demand for public transit, then that creates more opportunities and more logic around further investments in the development of public transit.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and it's interesting, to say the very least, listening to the comments from my colleague from across the way. But there's at times a need to have a reality check. You know, the Conservatives like to talk as if they're the ones that give the tax breaks. Yeah. The reality is, Bill number 2 defies everything that the Conservatives try to convince Canadians that they do. Because Bill number 2 was a tax cut to Canada's middle class. And that member and his caucus voted against that tax cut. Say whatever they want. They voted against hundreds of millions of dollars going into the pockets of Canadians. That is true. That is a fact. Look it up in Hansard. Look it up in the votes. No denying reality, Mr. Speaker. But my question is related to the bill in regards to when we talk about tax avoidance. Again, we have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in 2 budgets to deal with the issue of a tax avoidance. And that means avoidance in terms of both internationally and nationally, Mr. Speaker, which is making a huge difference. Again, the Conservative Party votes against the budget that went after tax evasion and avoidance. And maybe he can answer that as the second part to the first question of why and how he's going to explain to his constituents that the Conservative Party voted against tax breaks to Canada's middle class.
Great question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in 50 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Speaker, the member badly mischaracterizes Bill C-2. I'm happy to remind him Bill C-2 was in fact an omnibus measure that has multiple different elements to it, and I proudly voted against Bill C-2 because Bill C-2 reduced the amount that Canadians could put into tax-free savings accounts. And the government attacked middle-income Canadians by reducing the amount that they could save. And my friends across the way have clearly not looked at the data about who used tax-free savings accounts. Tax-free savings accounts are demonstrably the preferred savings vehicle for middle-income Canadians, not the ultra-rich, because of the tax treatment relative to RRSPs. Generally, for middle-income Canadians, TFSAs have relatively more advantageous tax implications compared to RRSPs, which is why, if you look at who opens them, you look at who spends money on them, they tend to disproportionately be middle-income Canadians. So this government's fundamental opposition and attack on the tax-free savings account was worth voting against. I will vote against the tax increases of this government every step of the way.
Before resuming debate, avant de reprendre le débat, again, I just want to remind the honourable members, the bill at hand today is not C2, it is S6 on both sides, all sides. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in this place to speak on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, as well as to bring some concerns that I do have. Obviously, this is these tax treaties have existed for a long time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, some of the tax treaties I was looking up earlier, one dated back, actually 2 of them that I saw dated back before I was born. In the late 70s. So these tax treaties have existed for a long time. They have obviously developed over the years, and it's important to note that double taxation should be addressed. And Canada, as an open economy where we try to attract foreign direct investment, should do all it can to provide certainty so that monies from other countries can come here to make many of the important projects go in places like Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. Mr. Speaker, you may not have heard this before, but in my riding of Princeton, we have the Copper Mountain mine development. And one of the interesting things is it's a very popular mining mine because of the direct, it's one of the larger private employers in the area. And that particular mine was the beneficiary of foreign direct investment that allowed it to happen. In fact, when I did door knocking in the 2015 election and introduced myself to the good people of Princeton because the writing had changed, people had pointed out that when the mine had originally closed for a period of extended period of time, that the economy in Princeton suffered greatly. And so I have to say the people of Princeton benefit greatly from that mine, both in terms of taxation, because now the community does get a share of the taxes. It doesn't just go right to the provincial government, but also obviously from the employment and the services that community is now able to do. The same goes for the Highland Valley Copper Mine in just outside of the great village, or I should say town of Logan Lake. Logan Lake, between Logan Lake and Princeton, Mr. Speaker, I say on a per capita level, you would see that the largest, they're some of the largest contributors to the net GDP of the area. And before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I do plan on sharing my time with the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, and I'm sure she will be giving a much more informed view on things. But I do think that it's important that when we're talking about foreign direct investment, building certainty through international tax agreements, Mr. Speaker, that we talk about the benefits that we have. And Highland Valley Copper, well over a new flotation facility was put in a number of years ago. Actually about 4 or 5 years ago, easily $500 million worth of investment. And those kinds of investments, Mr. Speaker, do not happen unless there is a stable country, a stable framework, the rule of law, a stable framework including tax treaties. And again, the Nicola Valley has prospered. So has the Smilkameen Valley prospered because of these large developments, because the amount of capital that it takes is not always possible to be raised here. Sometimes I will get asked by Canadians at the door, why do we have foreign direct investment? Why can't Canadians just simply invest in our own projects? Well, the answer is, Mr. Speaker, there's so much opportunity in this country. There's so much opportunity in this country that we cannot, just on our own resources alone, expect reasonably to be able to see many of these projects go forward. So having that foreign direct investment, having that stable presence in terms of the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, is incredibly important. Now, again, going to S6, again, this is an act to implement the convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. And it does make very clear, Mr. Speaker, again, these are not new. The previous government, led by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, we saw the upgrade or the renewal of the New Zealand agreement. We also saw the French agreement between Canada and France also be updated. So, Mr. Speaker, consecutive governments of different political stripes have sought to put these things in place because, Mr. Speaker, not only does it relate to double taxation, it also makes life a little bit easier. For example, students I see in here are covered, and it defines what a student is. And if that student is drawing income from the other country that's part of the agreement, they will not have to pay taxes in the country where they are studying. So these things are important, and they eliminate a lot of red tape for individuals, Mr. Speaker, and that's something I think that we can find some common ground on. Now, so far, Mr. Speaker, I've talked about two things. The importance of certainty, because business and development and investment cannot happen without that certainty, but also opportunity, meaning that people have to feel that if they put $1 in, that they can expect that money to come back and even a return on that investment. Now, what I'm fearful, Mr. Speaker, is that while the framework of S6 is here, the government has actually eroded some of those areas when we're talking about certainty and opportunity. For example, on Opportunity Today, we had Kim Moody come and talk about the changes that this government made to the Income Tax Act, specifically around small businesses and Canadian-controlled private corporations. And again, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. The government likes to talk about lowering taxes for small business, but when I actually spoke to the CFIB, and when you hear some of the testimony of Mr. Moody today, you would actually find that they've actually made it so difficult for many families to be able to utilize legitimate tax regime that was available for them previous years, that there is such a gray zone by the layering of rules that they don't have any certainty. So, Mr. Speaker, when you're asking someone to invest in this country, If you're asking a Canadian or someone to come here to this country to invest, and they find that there's not the certainty or the opportunity that they once had, they may choose not to invest. They may choose to not grow their business because they don't see the opportunity in it. And again, while S6 does add a little bit more certainty for someone to be able to come from Madagascar and to invest in Canada, knowing that the rules that would be applied to them under law, they would have, there would be a tax treaty to share information between jurisdictions to ensure that they are not double taxed, Mr. Speaker. When someone comes and they see the absolute mess of responsible resource development that this government has placed this country in, look at the visiting convoy we had the other day, Mr. Speaker. Those people want certainty. They want opportunity. They do not want bills like Bill C-69. They do not want to see that foreign investment chased away. And while we're talking about chasing away investment, Mr. Speaker, this government, through its own failures to create a stable regulatory state, have allowed the Trans Mountain Pipeline to basically, that expansion where private dollars were going to build opportunity for the people of Merritt, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this to you before, but in the community of Merritt, they were promised under a community development agreement that they would get certain funds that they could do for flood mitigation. And what has this government done, Mr. Speaker? Because the company did not have that certainty, did not feel that there was an opportunity here, they took their money and now they're funding pipeline development in the United States. And that's a real shame, Mr. Speaker. Now, I also mentioned that it's not just having the frameworks like Bill S6 in place, Mr. Speaker. There also has to be a sense that the rule of law will always be followed, so that the rules that are put in place, that we are bound by them, and that our word is our word, and that there's no political interference once Parliament has given the nod to a piece of legislation, or I should say, once the Governor General, I guess, gives the nod, so to speak, and royal assent, that is the law of the land. Mr. Speaker, and I know you raised this earlier because you wanted me to talk, and you wanted all of us to talk about S6. But the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is we find out that cabinet confidences have been broken. We find out that caucus confidences have been broken, all on the Liberal side. It's all over the paper, Mr. Speaker. And when you find out that someone is trying to interfere, or allegedly trying to interfere, Mr. Speaker, in an independent prosecution case, people start to ask themselves, is that a country that follows the rule of law? Mr. Speaker, that erodes confidence. That makes people say, perhaps I won't make an investment in Canada, maybe I will go to Australia instead, or the United States, where they have certainty and opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say this as a Canadian, it is so important for us because we have bills like S6 that put forward proper frameworks. But even if those frameworks are in place, if people do not feel that officials will follow those laws, both elected and bureaucratic officials will follow those laws, Mr. Speaker, that dissolves or erodes the sense of rule of law. Mr. Speaker, may we never find ourselves in such a state where people question the Canadian government or the Canadian people on our commitment to the rule of law. So I call upon this government, Mr. Speaker, to have that public inquiry. I call specifically for the Prime Minister to waive client solicitor privilege for the former Attorney General. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because I'm all about certainty, I'm all about opportunity, and I'm all about feeling proud of this country and saying to people, I'm a proud Canadian. And these kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, when I see those things, I'm sure the people on the streets say the same thing. It does not look good. It does not make us feel good, Mr. Speaker. That needs to change.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way is losing his focus in regards to the bill at hand. This government has not lost its focus as we continue to work day in and day out for Canadians in all regions of this country, dealing with issues that are of the utmost importance. Things such as jobs, health care, services for seniors, ensuring that we're lifting seniors and children out of poverty, a litany of different activities, all focused on improving the lifestyle of Canadians in all regions of our country. Demonstration of that, over 800,000 plus jobs that have been created in the last few years. When we talk about the bill that we have before us today, I would suggest to you that these tax treaties are a good part of the outreach that this government has done in terms of expanding our markets. By expanding our markets, for allowing additional investments and so forth, we're actually adding strength to the Canadian economy. By doing that, we're supporting Canada's middle class. My comment to the member across the way, would he not agree that by strengthening or by looking abroad trade agreements, tax agreements, that we are actually giving more strength to the economy and all Canadians in all regions benefit by that, and that's one of the reasons why this bill should be passed.
Member for Central Okanagan, Smilkini Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the member says that this Liberal government and their caucus are working for everyday Canadians. Mr. Speaker, media reports show that their caucus meeting yesterday was consumed not by the wish to work for everyday Canadians, but to protect the Liberal Party. The cabinet meeting on Tuesday was all about the issue surrounding the former Attorney General and the Prime Minister's role and his staff at the Prime Minister's office in regards to a potential interference in an independent prosecutorial case. That is what the Liberal Party was up to this week. Full stop. Second, Mr. Speaker, I support, like I said, building that certainty and opportunity. But this government continues to allow these things to erode. If we don't have the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, what worth is this paper?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech and also for his work on finance and tax issues, which he does on the committee. I know he understands the issue of tax conventions. And to come back to S6, Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if my colleague shared the NDP's concerns about the fact that tax conventions can be misused over time and can, in fact, become a way of conducting tax evasion and tax avoidance. Does my colleague share those concerns and think that we should not blindly be signing conventions with other countries, because we're already up to 94 or 95 conventions. So we shouldn't just blindly do this, and rather we should be diligent in ensuring that conventions do not, over time, start to facilitate tax evasion.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Smilkini Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the member's work on the Finance Committee. In fact, I think he and I probably could find some agreement that there are certain things that should be done as independent bills, Mr. Speaker. And I think the case that was raised on the deferred prosecution agreements that went to the Finance Committee rather than Justice Committee, I hope we would agree that that's definitely not the proper case, and we should not have a blind sign-off like this Liberal government expected parliamentarians did. And Mr. Speaker, to be fair, Liberal members made sure that piece of legislation went through. But I go back to my original statement, Mr. Speaker. Many of these date back before I was born. Tax treaties create certainty. If there is an issue with them, Mr. Speaker, this is the place to raise them. And unfortunately, I find that the NDP continue to be alarmist without actually bringing details. Like, for example, he says we should not be blindly doing it. Well, Mr. Speaker, the piece of legislation is right in front of us. These have been well used. In fact, there was the recent profit sharing and base erosion bill that the government had brought forward here. So, if the member has specific concerns, the Finance Committee and this place are the exact location to do that. But you can't just raise blind accusations and expect to have anything other than derision or confusion or a lack of action about your concerns.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those who might not be aware of the process on how the legislative calendar is set in this place, and this is important because today we are debating a bill called the Act to Implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the Avoidance of Double Taxation and the Prevention of Fiscal Evasion with respect to taxes on income. So I want to get to the process by which the legislative calendar is set in the House of Commons so people who are watching this debate understand that the government House Leader found it proper and a great use of time to prioritize this piece of legislation in the House today. So my objection to the bill is related to the objection to the fact that it has been prioritized. This particular bill, a tax avoidance with Madagascar bill, has been prioritized for debate in the House of Commons today when, arguably, the House is on fire. This is kind of like the house is on fire and the government is choosing to water the rose bushes outside situation. So let's recap the week here. We are debating the implementation of the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for avoidance of double taxation after a convoy of trucks of out-of-work Western Canadian energy sector workers had to drive to Ottawa to talk about the fact that we don't have a pipeline built after the Prime Minister spent billions of dollars for buying something that the private sector was going to build but then decided not to after he put in place legislation that has completely bankrupted the investment climate in Canada. Maybe, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, we could be debating that. Maybe we could be talking about getting energy sector workers back to work and the ridiculously poor investment climate for energy investment in Canada. I don't know. I mean, that sounds important. Oh, but I don't think the Prime Minister wanted to meet with any of those people, Mr. Chair. But no, we're talking about today the Canada-Madagascar Avoidance of Double Taxation Act. That seems about on the same par of importance. Or we could talk about the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we just found out this week that wait times for hearing refugee claims after the Prime Minister has allowed 40,000 people to illegally cross the border from upstate New York, the haven of persecution that is upstate New York, to claim asylum in Canada, that the wait time to hear whether or not their claims are valid, they're coming from upstate New York, has ballooned past 2 years, is on track to be 5 years. They've spent over $1 billion to give hotel rooms and social welfare payments to people from upstate New York. Maybe we could talk about, no, we've got here today the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation. What? Okay, those are two things we could have talked about, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to talk about those things. I think they're important. They're certainly important to my constituents. I'll tell you one thing that my constituents have not emailed me about, called me about, or I've heard on the doors and any of the ridings that I've door knocked in, I have not heard one thing about the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation. I could be surprised. Maybe this is a burning issue to a riding that went from single-digit natural rate of unemployment to one of the highest unemployment rates in the country because of this government's failed policies that have been punitive to the energy sector. And they phone me talking about the fact that they might have to move out of Alberta, their house is up for foreclosure, they're out of credit card room. Can't you do something about my job? No. Maybe they want me to talk about the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of... Come on! What's going on in this place? Seriously, how did this even make the legislative agenda, given the government tabled a, $8 billion-page omnibus budget bill? They stuck in there a conveniently snuck-in deferred prosecution agreement that maybe, we should have debated at the Justice Committee. They stuck that in there. Nope. We have to have a whole day of debate on the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double tax. Why, Mr. Speaker, would the government want to spend a whole day of debate on the...
As a point of order?
I question the relevance of the member's speech The only reference to the bill has been the member reading its title.
That's true. Okay, I'll let the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill continue. Actually, based on what I've heard today, she's probably the most relevant one of anybody who's spoken. The honourable member.
You know, Mr. Chair, I understand. I understand my colleague opposite, because lately the Liberals have been doing their very best to silence strong women that don't agree with their position. I won't stand for that. So I'm quite pleased to continue my speech on the fact that the government has prioritized, while the borders are not secured, Alberta energy sector and energy sector workers across the country have no jobs. They have prioritized the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation, the prevention of fiscal evasion, after they tabled an omnibus budget bill that contained virtually every topic under the sun, including a deferred prosecution agreement, which is now the subject of a major scandal in the Prime Minister's office, that today we spend a whole day of debate talking about the Canada and Republic of Madagascar avoidance for double taxation bill. Now, perhaps we could have talked today about the fact that Canada still has ridiculously punitive tariffs on it from the United States of America. I would have loved to have talked about perhaps some sort of government response or legislative framework or strategy to deal with these tariffs that the government has done nothing to do, that is damaging the Canadian economy, that auto sector workers, that union workers across the country are saying, hey, maybe you guys could do something about that. Well, we could have talked about that, but no, we're talking about the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of debt. We're sure as heck, Mr. Speaker, not talking about the fact that the Prime Minister is embroiled in an alleged scandal where he allegedly exerted political influence to influence the outcome of a criminal corruption case involving allegations of bribery of a Libyan official. Like, maybe we could talk about that. Maybe we could talk about the fact that the clerk of the Privy Council is in the Justice Committee right now, giving the most partisan political speech I have ever heard out of a public servant in my life as an attempt to deflect from the... Maybe we could talk about that. We could have had a public inquiry. We could have had a whole day of discussion to deal with the fact that there are serious allegations of obstruction of justice, of interference in our judicial system in Canada. We could have talked about that, but no. We're talking about the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal... Come on! Where are these government's priorities? Canada is watching this. The investors, workers, everyone is looking at our country now and going, who's in charge? What's going on? This government needs to get its act together. This government needs to start putting some stuff forward that is actually going to benefit Canada and get us out of the mess that they've created. Hear, hear. But instead, we're talking about the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar on the avoidance of double taxation. I'm tired of this. This is a joke. At this point in time, this government needs to go. Nothing's getting done because they're so busy trying to figure out how to avoid public prosecution and public inquiries. How many ongoing inquiries are there involving cabinet ministers now? We had the clam scam. We had all of this stuff happening with the Norman case. The island. The Aga Khan Island. You know, I will say something, Mr. Speaker. As Madagascar has a special place in many Canadians' hearts, it's a lovely outside of a lovely country, there's a lovely film about it. So in that spirit, I'd like to move it, and I move, seconded by the member for
Red Deer Lacombe,
that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on incomes, be now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and the subject matter thereof referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Let's get this act together and get some accountability from this government, Mr. Speaker.
Moved by Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Culkin, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill S6, an act to implement the Convention between Canada and the Republic of Madagascar for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, be now read a second time, but that the order be discharged, the bill withdrawn, and subject matter therefore referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really taken by and somewhat inspired by my colleague across the way. You know, she says that why are we debating this? Why don't we just get rid of it? And that's where she spent 9.5 of her 10 minutes talking about, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that I let her know in terms of what her caucus colleagues are doing. It is the Conservative Party, even though the Conservative Party supports the legislation. They've been very clear on it. In fact, the origins of the legislation can be rooted back to the former Conservative government. The Conservatives are supporting it. Yet, speaker after speaker, it's the Conservative Party that's continuing the debate on it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would highly recommend that my friend across the way talk to her colleagues. Ask them why. Why don't you, if you agree with it, it's a pretty straightforward piece of legislation. They support it, Mr. Speaker. I agree with her. We shouldn't be talking about it right now. It's something that should be passed. In fact, we stopped putting up speakers after our first speaker had spoken to it. I don't even think the NDP are putting up speakers, not even the Green Party, Mr. Speaker. It's the Conservative Party that wants to hold up on this legislation. Would she not agree with me? And I will join her in asking her Conservative colleagues to stop speaking, and let's allow this vote to come to being. I support her initiative. I'm wondering if she would agree with me and appeal to her Conservative colleagues. Please, let's move on to a different agenda item.
The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Despite my colleagues pleading and begging for us to be silenced and be quiet, the Conservative Party of Canada will always stand up for Canadians, always stand up for people's rights to lower taxes, smaller government, and stand against the tax and spend corrupt agenda of the Liberals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll admit that I was thinking the same thing as the member for Winnipeg North for once. There's so many Canadians listening. We heard maybe 3 good 20-minute speeches that were about Bill S6, the parliamentary secretary, myself, in all modesty, and a member for the Bloc Québécois, as well as a member from the Conservatives that was relatively tied to the bill. I say relatively. The Conservatives were less on topic, but a good part of the speech was about the bill. So my question is this. When she has finished, will she allow the bill to be adopted? Because all the parties agree. The Conservatives, the Bloc, the Liberals, the NDP, we all agree on this bill. So will she let us go on to the next issue on the agenda? She's been criticizing the agenda of the Liberals and their priorities. So how about we move on to the next priority after her speech? Or will there be yet another Conservative member who's going to stand up and speak, perhaps the finance critic? And if so, if someone does rise from the Conservative Party, that means they're the ones who are dragging this on.
I'll tell you one thing. What my colleague just said is that the NDP is not willing to stand up and speak against this government. This Conservative Party of Canada is the only one that is going to stand up and speak and oppose the terrible terrible, wasteful spending and the terrible agenda of this Prime Minister that Canadians have had enough of, I am proud to be a Conservative and stand here day after day after day and stand up for the interests of everyday Canadians as opposed to this Liberal NDP coalition don't speak against garbage agendas in the House of Commons when the rest of the country on fire. And I hope every single member of my caucus of the Conservative Party of Canada will stand here today, stand up against this Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. I'm speaking today on this tax treaty, and now that we are on the subject of taxes, the Finance Committee is responsible for that subject. And today we had hearings on the government's spending and on other tax treaties. And normally, when government spending is up for testimony before committee, the finance minister shows up to answer questions. Well, curiously, today, that did not happen. And I say curiously because his absence screams with suspicion. He sent his parliamentary secretary in his place. Why would he do that today? Well, it turns out that today, it was reported in the Globe and Mail that the finance minister met with SNC-Lavalin exactly 2 weeks after the director of public prosecutions decided formally not to cut a side deal with that company to avoid trial and prosecution. Now, apparently,
we have a point of order for the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Let's do this. This is going to get really good. Go for it. Please, no, I'm waiting. I want this.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, my colleague wants me to stand up on the point of order. I am not disappointing the member. You know, I think there's an expectation that we be somewhat relevant. I know the Conservatives want to change the focus of all debate onto one issue. I would suggest that this has nothing to do with Bill S6.
I believe the honourable member for Winnipeg North was talking about relevance. I'll be honest with you, this whole debate has been nothing relevant to what is speaking S6. And the honourable member for Carleton seems to be going in a different direction, but I'll let him bring it back to Madagascar. I'm sure it has something to do with S6. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, this debate is about fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, which is a matter of corporate ethics. And we are talking, I was raising the issue of corporate ethics with respect to SNC-Lavalin, which stands accused in the with formal charges of over $100 million of fraud and bribery. Earlier today at committee, another Liberal, the chair, tried the same trick that the member across the way just deployed, to silence me from speaking out on this very issue. This is a finance issue, and I'm talking about the conduct of the finance minister. That minister refused to testify in the Finance Committee today precisely because he was afraid to answer as to why he was talking about justice and law enforcement with SNC-Lavalin 2 weeks after the independent and nonpartisan director of public prosecutions had decided that that company was not entitled to receive a special deal to avoid prosecution and trial. And when I raised that question, the chair slammed his gavel. And when I raised it again, he shut down the meeting.
I have another point of order from the member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it is about relevance. The member seems to be upset with something that taken place in the Standing Committee. I would suggest that he go back to the Standing Committee. He can raise a point of order if he's not happy with what took place there. Today we're talking about Bill S6, and I would ask the member to reflect on the content of Bill S6.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North does have a point on this one. The argument is very much about an activity that took place outside of this chamber. We're debating S6. I'll remind the honourable member for Carleton that that is what we're debating today.
You are indeed wrong, Mr. Chair. It happened in the Finance Committee, which is not outside of this chamber. It is a creature of this chamber. And I will continue And I will advise our friends,
We have another point of order for the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you've ruled that it was, in fact, you had asked the member to be relevant. You reflected in terms of it being a standing committee. Then the member stood up in his place and is, in essence, challenging your ruling because what he's saying is, I'm going to continue on the way in which I was speaking. I would ask the member to understand that if he's got an issue with the standing committee, the most appropriate
I'll
thing
stop
for him
this
to do
now.
is to
It's
go
turning into a debate. But again, the point of relevance does come into play. I'll leave it to the honourable member for Carleton to hopefully come back to S6 and talk about the treaty with Madagascar. Oh, we have a point of order for the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say on behalf of the New Democratic Caucus, I have enormous respect for the work you do, and I think you have a very difficult time at times, so we want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and we certainly support you in most of your decisions.
Okay. The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Chair, there is no doubt that this government would like to silence voices speaking out against them at this time. We've seen that over and over. We know that they, and particularly this member, is prepared to ramble on about any subject under the sun whenever he gets the opportunity. But he has never been concerned about relevance except when we talk about things that he doesn't want Canadians to know.
That's right.
And we are on that subject right now, where the finance minister and the prime minister do not want the former attorney general to speak about what she knew and what they tried to force her to do with respect to SNC-Lavalin. They have shut down a finance committee today in order to avoid tough questions on that subject. Now this member who speaks for the government is trying to shut me down because he doesn't want any more debate or discussion on this issue. You want relevance? I'll tell you about relevance. This treaty is supposed to be about fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income. But it's about more than that. It's about who the government is working for. Because we have seen a pattern with this government of crony corporatism, favoring the powerful and moneyed elites. Since they took office, there has been a massive spike in reported lobbying activity. That is because government has become the leading decision maker in on who gets what money. Businesses increasingly understand that the way you get ahead in this liberal economy is not by having the best product, but by having the best lobbyist. Lobbyists have managed to secure $400 million in handouts to Bombardier, a company which then laid off its workers, shipped the jobs to America, sold the IP to Europe. Europe got the IP, America got the jobs, Canadian taxpayers got the bill.
That's right.
Why did they do it? Because if the Canadian taxpayer didn't kick in, the Bombardier-Baudouin family would have lost control of the company. It would have had to issue more shares, which would have diluted their interest and brought them below 50%. So it was to 400 million Canadian tax dollars from working class people to protect the interests of feudal billionaires who wanted to maintain control of this company. Why did they want SNC-Lavalin to get off these charges? Because it is a Liberal-linked corporation that gave over $100,000 in illegal money to the Liberal Party, and which has lobbied this government and its members over 100 times ever since. The richest Canadians are paying $4.6 billion less. Those who inherit wealth, massive fortunes from ancestors, as the Prime Minister did, are able to shelter their money in special vehicles. The Finance Minister introduces tax changes that go after plumbers, pizza shop owners, and farmers, but interestingly don't touch his family business, Morneau Chappelle. They set up an infrastructure bank which guarantees against losses for large construction companies in large public procurement projects, so that all the risk is with taxpayers and all the profits are with the private sector corporation. That is the crony corporatism that drives this government. So instead of relying on free enterprise, They want government control. Instead of meritocracy, they favor aristocracy. Instead of businesses making it by having the best product, they make it by having the best lobbyists. Instead of those same businesses obsessing over customers, those businesses have to obsess over pleasing politicians. That is the liberal economy that they are building, an economy of political insiders, where you get ahead through your connections, where those with money turn that money into power and turn that power back into yet more money. And that is exactly what we had, the kind of crony corporatism that we must end. And when we do, we will replace it with a meritocracy driven by free markets where we favor the challenger over the incumbent, the underdog over the fat cat, and everyday Canadians ahead of the interests of those on the inside track. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Before I go to questions and comments, since this debate started, S6 is supposed to be what has been discussed. And it has gone far and wide. And normally we allow the members, I assume they have a different path of taking their argument and bringing it back to S6. I just ask the honourable members to ask questions and give answers on S6, the item we're debating. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what Bill S6 does, in good part, is it takes away barriers for investment and trade. This government has had a very aggressive approach at trade, world trade, tax agreements such as this that will enable Canada to have a stronger, healthier economy. That will give strength to our middle class. My question to my colleague across the way is the Speaker before him talked about why it is that we don't stop talking about this legislation, because everyone is supporting it inside the chamber. So all parties are supporting it. And she was asking the government, why don't we just let this bill go through so that we could debate other issues? Perhaps other issues that the member across the way would like to talk about. So my question is, would he not agree with me and his colleague, who spoke just before him, and allow the bill to pass so we can change topics?
Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, we are members of Parliament. We have the right to speak to legislation before it passes. And it would be well by this government to stop trying to ram legislation through without proper debate. That's exactly how we got into this problem with SNC-Lavalin in the first place. You know, earlier today in the Finance Committee, I was told I couldn't ask about SNC-Lavalin because the deferred prosecution agreements are not a financial issue, don't belong in the Finance Committee. That's funny. Why were they in the budget?
That's right.
Why were they in the budget if it's not a financial issue? You know, they keep telling us what's relevant and what's not, so that we won't look where they don't want what they don't want us to see. Our job is to hold them accountable. It is not to heap praise on this Prime Minister, who's had nothing but praise heaped upon him his entire life. We are not here to be his cheerleaders. We are here to hold him accountable. We will not apologize for doing so.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I take to heart your comments that we should be speaking about the bill, which is about Madagascar, and I can say that I've never been to Madagascar. I'm probably not likely to go to Madagascar. I am concerned about offshore tax havens that are protected by the Liberals that may be in Madagascar, but are more likely in the Cayman Islands and warmer climes. And we know with the KPMG deal, where a fraud scheme was set up for billionaires not to pay tax, and the government allowed them not to be held accountable. Now imagine an ordinary Canadian citizen not paying their tax. The government would come down on them like a ton of bricks, like they do coming after single mothers in my riding over their child tax benefits. And yet not only did they not do a legal prosecution against KPMG, they picked a KPMG rep to be the treasurer of the Liberal Party. I guess they just thought he did business so well. which leads me to the question of SNC-Lavalin and the fact that they wrote a get-out-of-jail card for one company and slipped it into an omnibus bill that we were not given the opportunity to even properly debate. So members of Parliament were not aware that this get-out-of-jail card had been specifically written at the behest of SNC lobbyists, but the SNC lawyers were already aware that that legislation was ready and offered to go, and they went to the independent public prosecution. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we're not Madagascar. We tend to think we're not a banana republic, but this kind of shoddy backroom deals with friends certainly makes us look less than credible as a G7 country. And I would like to ask him what he considers about this pattern of liberal corruption for lobbyists and insiders.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the member's question is very relevant. This is a prime minister who was found guilty of breaking the ethics legislation 4 times by accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars of free vacations from someone who is seeking grants from the government. This is a prime minister who skipped out on his parliamentary duties to go and do paid speaking engagements where he forced charities and school boards to give him their money to do a job he was already being paid to do as a member of Parliament. This is a prime minister who brags about a family fortune that he inherited and who kept that fortune in a tax-preferred trust fund that allowed him to avoid declaring the trust fund income on his personal income tax. That's the kind of prime minister we have. And it is not surprising that someone who comes from that privileged background, who has enjoyed all of those benefits and has profited privately from his public life, would seek to profit those around him. And that is why he has favored SNC-Lavalins and the Bombardiers and all the other crony corporatists that he's helping.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill S6, an agreement between Canada and Madagascar. I will be supporting Bill S6 because I believe that it's a good idea to have agreements between Canada and other countries. I'm going to start with some history of agreements under the Harper government, the Stephen Harper government, and compare that with the current Liberal government. I'll also say a few words about the impact in my riding and some other items.
I mean, I think that when we talk about having agreements with other countries, like I said, I think that's a good thing. In this case, we're trying to prevent double taxation and fiscal evasion between Canada and Madagascar. And if I look at the number of trade agreements that were signed under Stephen Harper, 43 trade agreements with huge significance in terms of economic benefit to Canadians, and I compare that to S6, which seems to have a very small amount of impact here, you can see this government is focusing on things of less priority. Where's the focus, for example, on NAFTA? This is an agreement between Canada and the U.S. that has huge economic implications for us. This agreement still has not been ratified on either side. We still have taxes of tariffs at 20% on steel, 10% on aluminum. That's impacting businesses in Canada, especially in my riding. Sarnia-Lambton has a manufacturing base, and so for us, when we see these kind of tariffs, it actually causes jobs to move to the U.S. And so I would think that the government would have a concern there and, spend more time on that than perhaps talking about the offshore impacts here in Madagascar. Again, the CETA Accord was negotiated but hasn't been signed yet by any of the 13 countries. So where is the government's effort to get that in place? That's a huge economic benefit to Canadians if we can get that going on. CPTPP, there's not much to say other than the Prime Minister, made a lot of countries angry when he went over there. We're still waiting to see the economic benefit of that. So while I think it's good to have agreements in place, there always has to be a concern about, getting the priorities and working on the things that have the largest impact first. Now, in terms of the fiscal evasion of taxes, You know, we saw the Paradise Papers and the Panama Papers, and where's the follow-up on that from the Canada Revenue Agency? Because to me, if we look at the amount that we're talking about that could be at risk here in Madagascar, it's a very small amount compared to what's in those papers, and we've seen no follow-up from that. And so I would say that that is a definite concern. In terms of avoidance of double taxation, well, I can certainly speak a lot to the issue of double taxation because we've seen double taxation happen all the time from this Liberal government. Most recently this week, I did a press conference to talk about the tax on a tax on a tax on medical cannabis, where the government has put in place a 2.5% tax on the producers. After all the deals were signed, this was an additional tax. And then there is an excise tax that the provinces have of 7.5%. And then on top of that, the GST. So 15% tax on what is prescribed by doctors for people that are suffering from pain, people that are vulnerable with medical conditions. It's not the first time that this Liberal government has decided to target the vulnerable with taxation. We saw the disability tax credit that in the past, 80% of people with type 2 diabetes, with conditions like autism and mental health disorders like being bipolar, were able to take advantage of that disability tax credit. And then the government got involved, and then 80% of people were not eligible. And in fact, the reason for that change was to try to make them ineligible for the retirement pension disability, which had accumulated about $150,000 per person, and the government was attempting to claw that back. Now, I think it's not good to try to double tax our own citizens and to be focusing on the double taxation in Madagascar, which, compared to the double taxation that's happening in Canada, seems to not be the right priority. Now, I think it's always good to try to get more tax revenue, very important. And in order to get tax revenue, you have to take advantage of the opportunities that present. And I would say, with respect to Sarnia-Lambton, this government would receive $4.3 million of tax revenue every year if the ferry border crossing at Sombra was repaired. Right. However, 3 years ago, is it 3 years ago? 2 years ago now, when the border crossing was actually broken by the Coast Guard driving an icebreaker when the ice was too thick and crushing the border crossing, the thing has not been fixed. It's been a lot of time and a lot of economic job loss on the Canadian side. All the restaurants and services that were located there went out of business. And on the U.S. side, the restaurants there have gone out of business. There was an outcry to multiple ministers here to get an impact. One would think that the Minister of Public Safety, whose CBSA organization was getting this $4.3 million worth of tax revenue, would have done something. It was only going to be $2 million to fix the border crossing. They're spending $80 billion on a Gordie Howe bridge. And so it's surprising to me that that minister chose to do nothing. The Minister of Defense, who had combat engineers in my riding, tell me that if it was in the national interest to have a border crossing opened, that they would be able to do that out of his budget. He also refused. We had the Minister of Transportation, our member from Milton, who was the former Minister of Transportation, had indicated there was a contingency fund there that could have been put in place. And the current minister told me that that was not the case and they could not do anything. The Minister of Infrastructure refused to help. We even appealed to the Prime Minister's office, and in fact, it's really disturbing to me that we had the Marine City Mayor, the Congressman Paul Mitchell, we had senators from the state of Michigan, we had the ambassador from the U.S. to Canada appeal to the Prime Minister's office to reopen this border crossing, and nothing was done. So here's an example where there's an opportunity to get a payback of less than a year in terms of paying for the Sombra ferry crossing to be fixed and getting the revenue. And this government, again, did not take advantage of that opportunity. And I do think that that was wrong. It's currently in litigation, and so that will remain closed, and the economic opportunity to use that border crossing is lost. And I think people really question the seriousness of the government on a NAFTA agreement if you really want to do business between the United States and Canada, and you won't even spend $2 million to open a border crossing. I think there's a question there about the government's priority. And that's certainly something that we've been talking about as we study S6 and we think about the government bringing this forward as the priority, when we know in the country we've got huge other issues. We have a huge loss of jobs in some sectors, like the oil and gas sector. What about the forest products sector? Right. We know that the government has done nothing to address the problems with the tariffs on softwood lumber. This is something we've been talking about since this government was elected in 2015. And still, there's no resolution to this issue. So, while I think it's great to have an agreement between Canada and Madagascar, I think it's fine to address the issues there. Hopefully that will be leveraged to take advantage of all of these other priorities that are being ignored while we are here today in the House discussing this particular bill. Now, I would also say that when it comes to CRA, one of the concerns that I have is that we are not taking action on the Auditor General's report. We're very sad at the passing of the Auditor General, but if you recall, the results of his report were that people on average have to call 4 times and wait 110 minutes to get an answer from CRA, and a third of the time their answer is wrong. And I have personally seen all kinds of mean-spirited letters being sent to my constituents from CRA, threatening basically to put them in jail. These are hard-working, tax-paying people. There are very small amounts of money at risk. Wow. The amount of money we're talking about in offshore accounts and in the kind of deals where people are trying to do tax avoidance is far superior to that. And it seems to me like we already have 70 CRA employees that are in the position to work on this specific sort of thing. Perhaps we should be increasing our focus on trying to go after those people that are hiding their taxes in the millions of dollar range rather than the hundreds of dollar range. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that's the end of my talk.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can help me out here. Her friend and colleague, a Conservative member from Calgary Nose Hill, stood and spoke on the legislation. It's a 10-minute speech. For about 9 minutes, she pleaded with the government to actually pass this legislation. She challenged us, why are we debating this bill now? There's many other things that she wanted to be able to debate. I've heard from the opening remarks of the Conservative Party that they're supporting the legislation. In fact, all members of the House are supporting this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Yet, the Conservative Party wants to continue the discussion. And I think maybe I can ask it on behalf of myself and her Conservative colleague, the member from Calgary Nose Hill. Why is the Conservative Party, even though they're very enthusiastically supporting the legislation, choosing to continue the debate because they're the only ones that are putting up speakers? And then, on the other hand, could she also provide some clarifications? She tried to say the EU agreement was a part of those trade agreements with Stephen Harper. Yet then she challenged the government, why haven't we signed off or seen the other countries signed off on the EU agreement? So she's criticizing us for not finalizing it, yet she's taking credit as if Harper did finalize it. There's inconsistencies within the Conservative caucus this morning or today we're seeing, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if she could provide clarification on both of those points.
I want to remind the honourable members that when the Speaker gets up, he does say questions and comments. There are comments and questions. It's up to the individual to make the statement they want. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader for his question because, he's talking about something that's very dear to my heart. As an engineer, I'm all about efficiency. And one of the things that drives me crazy in this House of Commons is when we do show up with a bill and everybody stands up and at the beginning you can immediately see that we all agree to it. And then we proceed to discuss it for days and then we proceed to send it to committee where we don't amend it because everybody's in agreement and we proceed to send it on and on and on. So I think there are opportunities for efficiency. My question is, why does the government not change the standing orders? The reason that we debate the way that we do is because that's what the standing orders say we need to do, and it's within the government's control to change that and to make it more efficient. And certainly I would be a fan if they changed the rules. We would definitely abide by those more efficient rules. So I encourage the Parliamentary Secretary to take that forward to his government. And on the other note of his question, the Harper government did all the heavy lifting on the CETA agreement. No doubt about that. And you know, the Minister of Foreign Affairs showed up to do the final cry before the signing of the thing, and that was fine as well. But now that it's not ratified by 13 countries, there's protests going on there. What is the government doing to manage that? This is a very important agreement. It's very important it gets ratified. What are the actions that the government are taking, really, to make sure that they put those fires out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to break for question period. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton will have 2 minutes coming to her in questions when we return. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February being Black History Month, I think it behooves all of us to reflect on the enormous contribution to this country of Canada from members of the Black community. I look back in my own riding to an extraordinary history of Salt Spring Island, where some of the earlier settlers moving in among the Coast Salish people were African Americans, some escaped slaves, where for a while one of the largest population of settlers were Black Canadians. We've had political leadership and breakthroughs from women like Jean Augustine, Rosemary Brown, but I want to reflect on a dear friend of mine from Nova Scotia who was one of the pioneers in Canada for achieving for Black women a place in the nursing profession. Clotilda Yakimchuk from Sydney, Cape Breton, was consigned by environmental racism to be unable to rent anywhere but between the steel mill and the coke ovens. But she is and was a pioneer, the first Black woman through the Nova Scotia School of Nursing, and a member of the Order of Canada for her many achievements. Happy Black History Month.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very tough winter in Quebec this year. Extreme temperatures, tons of snow, freezing rain. We've had it all. Some people in Quebec might feel like it's a slog, but in my riding, there are a whole series of winter festivals that are available. The Snow Festival in Boisbriand was a great success. The whale-shaped sculpture caught everyone's attention. The carnival in Rosemère was excellent, even though it was a little bit cold. The sun did come out and everyone was happy to be there. The Snow Festival in Saint-Eustache is always a huge success. Everyone appreciated it, especially since there was an amazing sound and light show in the evening. In De Montagne, the Lions Club Winter Carnival was a huge success, as it always is. This day could only happen, or rather, couldn't happen without the amazing support of all of the volunteers. So I'd like to thank all of the volunteers who participated in all of these winter festivals, which year after year make my constituents' lives even better. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Cercle des Grands Entrepreneurs in Quebec broadened its ranks recently. 6 new members joined the select group of experienced business people. I particularly like to thank Alain Bernard and Laurent Lemaire. I know the Lemaire brothers, who are the co-founders of Cascade, and I'm proud to say that their journey started in 1964 in Kingsey Falls, in my riding of Richmond-Arthabaska. Starting in a small mill, their company grew to become a multinational, employing over 11,000 people, Mr. Speaker. The headquarters of this outstanding Quebec and Canadian company is still located in that lovely little community with a population of 2,000 people. Alain Bernard and Laurent are much more than just business people. They are business pioneers, but they are also mentors to the decision-makers of the future. They're generous philanthropists, active in our community, supporting all manner of athletic, cultural, economic, heritage, and health-related causes. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate them for everything that they've done.
Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of this celebration of Black History Month, harnessing diversity and multiculturalism in the month of February. Today, I am even more proud to recognize and highlight the contributions of Brampton community stalwart, Madame Marjorie Taylor. With an everlasting smile on her face, she is epitome of volunteerism. Major achievements include President of Kiwani Club and United Achievers Club. She is the recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee and H. Franklin Parker Award, and ultimately conquered Brampton Citizen of the Year 2015. Brampton is blessed, Canada is blessed to have some as Marjorie to grace the shores. Long live Marjorie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
The Fraser River is one of the greatest wild salmon rivers on the planet. The stretch of the river from Hope to Mission, known as the heart of the Fraser, sustains almost 30 species of fish, critical habitat for Chinook, chum, and pink salmon, and endangered white sturgeon. Recently, Fisheries and Oceans Canada ordered owners of Hurling and Carey Islands on the Fraser River to take corrective measures after they allegedly destroyed fish habitat. These islands provide key rearing habitat for millions of juvenile salmon before they migrate to the ocean. These salmon are essential to our economy, ecosystem, and West Coast way of life. They are also the primary food source for the endangered southern resident killer whales. To protect these whales, we must protect and restore Hurling and Carey Islands. Canadians want their government to take immediate action to protect, conserve, and restore these islands, the heart of the Fraser, and the entire Fraser watershed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to my fans sitting around me. Wherever we go in this world, you will find that most people care about the same things. They care about family, friends, and community. They care about getting ahead, whether it be economically, socially, emotionally, or spiritually. And in Canada, we proudly celebrate that sameness through different cultural beliefs, traditions, and religions. We celebrate our diversity of perspectives and our common values. That is our Canada. And in South Surrey White Rock, we are fortunate to have so many wonderful people working to make our community ever more welcoming and ever more grounded in those common values. The vision of the Chinese Village Club is to connect people in order to provide a bridge of multiculturalism, a bridge that contributes value and understanding for all. And the Surrey White Rock Political Engagement Society's mission is to provide an understanding of Canadian democracy, to assist Chinese Canadians to embrace and enhance Canada's multicultural identity and way of life. Our community's multicultural Festival of Lights fosters support for the growth of multicultural understanding. It has presented the
for Lethbridge
of 18 different cultures. My thanks to L.U., Cecilia, Modi Bali for the many volunteers and the vision they provided, what it is to help celebrate.
Gordy, that was like 120.
Well done, Speaker. Well done, Speaker.
More like 123.
SNC-Lavalin, an engineering firm, is facing some serious criminal charges for bribery. We know the company met with the Prime Minister's office a number of times, and it appears that a special deal was in the making. Court documents show that federal prosecutors had already rejected a settlement with SNC-Lavalin and decided to move forward with a criminal trial. Nevertheless, evidence would suggest that the Prime Minister thought it was worth his while to try to strong-arm the Attorney General into doing his dirty work for him. We all know that this didn't work, however. In retaliation, the Prime Minister removed the Justice Minister from her cabinet post. She later resigned from cabinet altogether. Interestingly, the Prime Minister's senior advisor and best friend, Gerald Butts, soon resigned a few days later. Despite the Prime Minister's so-called commitment to openness and transparency, the Liberals have blocked every single attempt made in this place to bring about accountability and get to the bottom of this situation. It's clear that the Prime Minister is trying to cover up what really happened, and Canadians deserve fairness and transparency. Today and every day, we will continue to call upon this government to do the right thing and for the Prime Minister to tell the truth.
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, on January 22nd, I was proud to welcome the Minister of Border Security and Organised Crime Reduction to Surrey, where he announced over $7 million in new funding that will target at-risk youth and help them make better, smarter, and safer choices. The funding is just one of many actions that our government has taken in making a real difference in tackling guns and gangs and supporting our youth in Surrey. We will continue to work alongside all our partners, such as the Surrey RCMP, Surrey School District, local community groups, and all levels of government to ensure that our neighborhoods are safe for our young people. Thank you.
Bravo.
Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about a fabulous group of young men in my riding who decided to step up and make a difference in the lives of others. Last September, our small community of Dunrobin was devastated by a Category 3 tornado. This resilient community is recovering, and I want to thank the many who have stepped up to help. Among those lending a hand were the West Carleton Warriors, a pee-wee hockey team who decided they could do more. Fundraising, cleanup, and acting as Santa's elves at the Christmas party for the Dunrobin families. Now they're competing in the Chevrolet Good Deeds Cup, hoping to win $100,000 to put towards Dunrobin Community Relief, and they've made the top 3. But now they need all of our support. So you can go on to Facebook or Twitter or share my posts or create your own hashtag West Carleton Warriors, hashtag Good Deeds Cup, and post and help them. We should all be proud of this.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the people of York Simcoe are hardworking and honest. They love their community and appreciate the natural beauty that surrounds them with Lake Simcoe and Cooks Bay. Former York Simcoe MP Peter Van Loan championed the cleanup of Lake Simcoe. Millions were invested. Hundreds of stakeholders worked with the previous Conservative government for a cleaner and healthier lake, fish habitat, watercourses, and shorelines. But the Liberals canceled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, putting the health of this crown jewel in central Ontario at risk. On Monday, a by-election will be held in York Simcoe. Voters in this riding will get a chance to send a message to the Prime Minister and say, enough of debt and deficits, enough of foreign policy disasters, enough of destroying our natural resource sector, and enough of his divisive politics. The people of York Simcoe can't afford any more of the Prime Minister's failures and mistakes, and neither can Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that one of the greatest obstacles to achieving success is access to good education and skills training. Thankfully, there are organizations across this country dedicated to helping Canadians achieve upward social mobility by giving them an equal chance to succeed. Today, I want to recognize Skill Plan, a not-for-profit organization based in Burnaby North Seymour that is creating opportunities for everyone so that they can build a better future for themselves and for their family. For nearly 30 years, Skill Plan has been helping at-risk youth and low-skilled workers gain the experience they need to find and maintain good jobs. With our $3.7 million investment from our government for their new essential skills training system, Skill Plan will be able to connect individuals across the Lower Mainland to institutions like BCIT and provide mentorship to overcome barriers for their employment. By investing in these programs, we're investing in a more inclusive future where every person, no matter their background, has a real and fair chance at success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past week in Sydney, Cape Bretoners have been hurrying hard to Centre 200 to take in the 2019 Scotties Tournament of Hearts. Centre 200's hockey rink has been transformed into a curling sheet to host Canada's best women curlers as they compete for the right to represent our country in the 2019 World Championship in Denmark. I had the pleasure to join these curlers last Saturday at the kickoff to throw the first rock, and it landed well. Organizing this event was no small task. I'm proud of our federal government as a major sponsor, as well as the province of Nova Scotia, Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and of course the corporate sponsors and local business that came together to support this great tournament. Congratulations to the organizers and volunteers on a job well done. And I'd like to send my thanks to the Cape Bretoners for their warm welcome to so many teams and tourists from across the country. Mr. Speaker, there will be only one team that will sweep the trophy. Good luck to all teams, and most important, have fun.
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, in just 3 years, this Prime Minister has blown his budgets, leaving us with 2 times the debt he promised, yet with no results. Worse, Parliament's independent budget watchdog confirms the Liberals have no plan to balance the budget. Another broken Liberal promise, another Liberal budget failure. While this Prime Minister has little to show for his massive spending, Canadians with no money left at the end of each month are left with the bill for the Liberal failure. Last year, the Liberals pushed Canada's debt to an all-time high. Each Canadian family now shares more than $47,000 of that debt, about the price of a reliable new family minivan. And reported in Waterloo Region Record just this week, an average family in the region will be paying over $200 more per year on their natural gas bill alone. Make no mistake, the Liberals have found ways to hike Canadian taxes to pay for their past failures, and if given another chance, Liberal taxes will go up again. The Liberals have blown their budget and Canadians are going to have to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are fighting for better.
I'd like to see the honourable member back. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month, an important time to reflect on the contributions made by Black Canadians to our nation. The theme for this year is Black Canadian Youth, boundless, rooted, and proud. And I'm proud to recognize the Black Canadian youth who are the leaders of today and tomorrow. I've met with some of these youth in my riding of Brampton West, and I'm excited about what I've seen. I've seen the promise, Mr. Speaker, of what is possible when these young individuals are given access to opportunities that can lead them to a better future. I've seen these young Black Canadians start their own businesses, start enterprises and initiatives that give back to the community and build platforms to politically engage Canadian youth. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I've seen hope and I've seen pride about their roots, about their history, and about what lies ahead, a better and brighter future, not just for them, but all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to highlight the hard work of young farmers in Quebec, and particularly in my riding. Day in and day out, they work passionately to provide my constituents with fresh, high-quality food that meets exceptionally high health and environmental standards. I'd especially like to mention Julie Bissonnette, President of the FRAQ, Marc-Antoine Pelletier, Emmanuel Plante, Kevin Richard, Nicolas Baron, and Zoé Bisaillon from the Municipality of Acton. There are organizations that support them, such as the UPA of Montérégie, along with its local specialized unions, the Association of the Young Farmers of Saint-Hyacinthe, and the Fédération de la Relève Agricole du Québec. My constituents care about the quality of the food in their plates. The government needs to listen to them and verify the quality of our food imports. The NDP is proud of its long-standing support for our local farmers who help feed and nourish all Quebecers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's list of failures keeps growing. U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum are still in place. Energy sector layoffs are being announced because this Prime Minister can't get Trans Mountain Pipeline started, let alone built. And experts are warning of a recession as the Prime Minister readies a fourth straight deficit budget. Even the Prime Minister's promise there would be enough legal supply to end black market cannabis has gone up in smoke. Canadians are paying for this Prime Minister's failures, and he's happy to let them. A recent survey says half of Canadians barely make it at the end of every month with little, if anything, left to cover unexpected expenses. Here's one expense Canadians can expect: higher Liberal taxes to pay for Liberal overspending. Exactly. In fact, secret documents let slip the Prime Minister's new carbon tax will go way up if given another chance. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives are fighting for better.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, in 2007, the United Nations declared today, February 21st, as the International Mother Language Day. This was initiated by Mr. Rafiqul Islam, a Bangladeshi Canadian, to pay tribute to the 1952 martyrs of the Bangla movement, where Bangladeshi freedom fighters fought and died for the language Bangla to be recognized as an official language. Today, at 12:01 a.m., I paid tribute at a Shahid Minar, specially built by Mr. Shah Bahauddin and his team at the Bangladesh-Canada Association of Ottawa Valley. Last Saturday, I attended an event at the Ottawa City Hall organized by Dr. Manjur Chowdhury and his team at the Bangla Caravan and Peace. I will be attending a Bangladeshi movie on the International Mother Language Day, Fagun Hawa, organized by the Tanjib Chowdhury and his team at Bangladeshi Canadian Bangladeshi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, if an Attorney General receives evidence of illegal activity within the government, he has an obligation to act. I asked the Attorney General this morning in the Justice Committee whether or not he felt he needed to act based upon what was told to him at Cabinet by the former Attorney General. He did not respond. However, the Clerk of the Privy Council has now confirmed for us that the Minister was not present and recused himself from that part of the Cabinet meeting. Can the Minister tell us if the Prime Minister told him to leave the room?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. As Attorney General for Canada, I am going to defend the principles of Cabinet privilege, Cabinet confidence, as well as solicitor-client privilege. This morning, and you can't, Mr. Speaker, just cherry-pick when it's convenient for you to let that go. So when the question was asked to me this morning, the answer to the question was, Mr. Speaker, that it was covered by Cabinet confidence. I have now been released by Mr. Warnick in his answer, and I can confirm that I left the meeting, I recused myself from the meeting of my own accord.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, there were incredibly troubling admissions made at this morning's Justice Committee, so many that I don't have enough time to go through them all, but we're going to fight to do better and make sure we get this on the record. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed that he and the Prime Minister sought to influence the decision of the Attorney General in the matter of bribery and fraud charges against SNC-Lavalin. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this indeed is the case?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, we have always respected the work that committees do. That's exactly why we are the government that increased resources at committee. Members from both sides have been asking for witnesses to appear. Committee is doing that important work. We know that last week the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. Today, the Clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed, quote, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was a decision for the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Milton.
Speaker, here's the chronology. On September 4th, the final decision was given by the Director of Public Prosecutions. On September 17th, there was a meeting between Jody Wilson, the Minister as she then was, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and the Prime Minister, where she asked whether or not she was being directed, and she was told no. After that, Mr. Speaker, there was a meeting on September 18th between SNC-Lavalin and the Clerk of the Privy Council. On December 5th, there was discussions, again, between the former Attorney General and the former private secretary to the Prime Minister. And on December 19th, the Clerk of the Privy Council picked up the phone to pressure the Attorney General in her decision.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the record shows, the Conservative leader met with representatives of the company. The NDP leader met with representatives of the company. Today, the Conservative deputy leader herself said that, quote, I do not want the impression to be on the record that I think there is anything wrong with meeting with SNC-Lavalin. As the Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed, quote, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take. We will continue to respect the independence of our judicial system as well as the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, the Director of Public Prosecutions, after closely reviewing the file, decided to go ahead with a criminal prosecution. Why then, the question is simple, on September 17th, 13 days later, did the Prime Minister choose to meet with his former Attorney General and former Minister of Justice? Why? The Honourable House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's very important for Canadians to have confidence in their institutions. We know that it's important to let committees do their work. It's our government that increased resources so that committees could do their work. Members on both sides called for witnesses, and today we saw that there were public meetings involving witnesses. Questions were put by members of the committee, and the answers were there for all to see. I think we need to respect the independence of committees and the judiciary. Thank you. The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the question is simple. The day after, September 4th, after the Director of Public Prosecutions had made the decision to go ahead with the criminal trial of SNC-Lavalin, strangely, there were meetings with the company, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of International Trade, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and, strangely, the Prime Minister himself. Now, if the decision had already been made by the Director of Public Prosecutions, then why did the Prime Minister think it would be a good idea to meet with his former Attorney General? The Honourable Government House Leader. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that Canadians be able to trust their institutions. And here is what we heard at the Justice Committee today. When asked whether it was appropriate for the Prime Minister and his staff to discuss issues with the Attorney General, it was confirmed that that kind of discussion would be appropriate. When asked if conversations with Cabinet colleagues and the Attorney General would be appropriate, he said, absolutely. We respect and we will always respect our institutions. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to cooking up a good political scandal involving getting around the rules to suit cronies, millionaires, and the corrupt, they always deliver. They even provide extended guarantees. After Gerald Butt's resignation, we've now learned that the Attorney General would have suffered inappropriate pressure. Now, if the Prime Minister is afraid of an inquiry, can he at least give the former Attorney General her freedom to speak so that she can tell us her truth? The Honourable Minister of Justice. As I explained before the committee, the issue of solicitor-client privilege is, as the Prime Minister has said, is complex and very layered. Now, we want transparency, Mr. Speaker. We work very, very hard to be able to provide answers, and we would like the former minister to be able to speak. Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, the Director of Penal and Criminal Prosecutions decided to go ahead with SNC-Lavalin's trial. 2 weeks later, the Prime Minister met with the former Attorney General to speak about the matter. The next day, lobbyists for the multinational met with the Minister of Finance and the Clerk of the Privy Council. On December 5th, Gerald Butts met with the Attorney General to do exactly what the Prime Minister had done. What was the purpose of these discussions if not to change the mind of the former Attorney General? Is this not a good example of there being one set of rules for people and another set of rules for the Friends of the Liberal Party? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party leader met with the company. The NDP leader met with the party. And today, what was said was that there should be no impression that it is not appropriate to meet with SNC-Lavalin. We, on this side of the House, respect the legal system. We respect the judiciary. We believe that the committee is doing its work, and we think they should do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
The ongoing saga of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, Canadians are watching a government melt down in front of our very eyes. According to yet another bombshell report from the Globe and Mail, the former Attorney General told the Cabinet this week that she was improperly pressured to get SNC-Lavalin a sweetheart plea deal in their corruption case. These Liberals promise transparency, but all we see is cover-up. They promise to work for all Canadians, but it's the wealthy and well-connected that always get what they want. With obstruction of justice allegations directed at the Prime Minister's own office, how can Liberals actually stand up and stand in the way of a proper inquiry?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, that it's this government that increased resources for committees to do their important work. That member there was asking to have witnesses appear. Members from both sides got together to ensure that witnesses can appear. We see today that those meetings are taking place in public. We can see that members are asking questions. We can see witnesses are answering questions. I believe we should respect their work. We respect the independence of the judicial system. We will continue to respect officers of Parliament. That's what we do on this side, and the member can choose what he chooses to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
What is she talking about? The Liberals claim this whole thing is about protecting jobs, but we're there for Sears workers. Yeah. We're there for Avio or Rona or GM workers. If the Liberals actually cared about working people, maybe they could start jailing their corporate friends when they break the law. Instead, Liberals are too busy getting them sweetheart deals. Liberals claim to care about the rule of law, but instead, in their world, there's one set of laws for the wealthy and well-connected, and there's another set for everybody else. Yeah. Just yesterday, the Prime Minister voted against an inquiry while his former Attorney General properly abstained. Is it the Prime Minister doesn't get conflict of interest, or does he not care?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, that member knows better than most that we have an Officer of Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. They are doing their work. We respect their independence, and we think we should let them do their work. That member talks about Canadians. He talks about the importance of employees. Let's talk about this government's record. We have made strategic investments and seen Canadians bring in 800,000 jobs. They find it funny, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answer. We have to hear the questions and the answers, which people don't always like either one, or both sometimes, but we have to hear them nevertheless. The Honourable Government House Leader has the floor for 10 more seconds.
Funny. They find it funny that 300,000 plus children have been lifted out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit. The Conservatives chose to tax that benefit. We believe that families with children that need the most should get the most. We'll keep fighting for Canadians.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we know and what is undisputed is that subsequent to the September 4th decision that was delivered to SNC-Lavalin, there were numerous meetings after that September 4th decision between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General, and even between the Privy Council, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and the former Attorney General. We have also heard on numerous occasions through media reports that the former Attorney General felt pressured. We're hearing from the Prime Minister that his description is it wasn't pressure, it was vigorous discussion. Again, we seem to have where the Prime Minister sees things one way, the Attorney General the different ways.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we see the Justice Committee doing their work. We see them bringing forward witnesses and having these conversations. I believe that the committee should be able to do their work independently. Members from all party are present for that work. We are the party that increased resources to committees so that they could do this work. Members from both sides asked for witnesses to appear. They were able to work together to bring forward a list of witnesses. Let's let them do their work, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's a simple question we've been asking all day yesterday and today, still haven't gotten an answer. Who called for the meeting between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General on September 17th? Who asked for that meeting?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can definitely state that there is obviously a different approach with this Prime Minister and this government than was under the case under the previous government. We have conversations all the time. When it comes to the lives of Canadians and the important decisions we need to make, it's important that we take a whole of government approach, and every minister represents them. We work with members on both sides because the voices of their constituents need to be heard. So today at Justice Committee, when it was asked, would it be appropriate for the Prime Minister and officials to discuss the matter with the Attorney General confirmed those kinds of conversations would be appropriate. Talking to each other, Mr. Speaker, communicating, it's important, it's appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's not a question of whether the discussions were appropriate or not. The question is that after the decision on September 4th, there was a meeting on the 17th. We want to know who called for that meeting, the Prime Minister or the former Attorney General. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee is doing its work. Witnesses were called. Today, many questions were put to those witnesses. We saw many answers. But it's very important for us to point out that conservatives speak out of both sides of their mouth. They say they don't want the SNC-Lavalin jobs to be harmed. However, what's happening when they speak in English? Well, they say that they're going to, they send the message that there's going to be an end to business with that business. Mr. Speaker, the question is, what did the PM do? Was there undue influence put on the legal system? On the 17th of September, there was a meeting between the PM and the former Attorney General. We want to know who called for that meeting. The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, members on both sides of the House sit on the Justice Committee. They have an opportunity to ask questions and they get the answers. And everyone can see these discussions. Today, when asked whether or not it was appropriate for the Prime Minister and his staff to have discussions with the Attorney General, today's Attorney General confirmed that that kind of discussion is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
On September 4th, Canada's top prosecutor decided that SNC-Lavalin's case would go to trial. On September 17th, in the presence of the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council, the former Attorney General indicated that she would not intervene to try to change the top prosecutor's decision. What followed was an unsolicited and coordinated effort by the Prime Minister and his minions to influence an ongoing legal process, and when the Attorney General didn't cooperate, he fired her. In what world does this interference not constitute a clear attempt to obstruct justice?
Hear, hear. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, on this side of the aisle, the government respects the independence of the work that committees do. We respect the independence of officers of Parliament. We respect the independence of the judicial system. Today we see that the Justice Committee is hearing from witnesses, they are asking tough questions, and they're receiving answers. Just last week, the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. I think that member on the other side is projecting from his experience under the previous government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
The Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed today that months after the former Attorney General had made it clear that she would not interfere in an ongoing court proceeding involving SNC-Lavalin, the Prime Minister refused to accept that decision and continued to pressure the former Attorney General to change her mind. The Director of Public Prosecutions had made a decision. The former Attorney General had made the decision. Why did the Prime Minister then make the decision to try to obstruct justice in an ongoing legal proceeding?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
The member seems to believe that if you raise your voice, all of a sudden there's more validity to what you're saying. Mr. Speaker, the record has stated, I've said, and I'll continue to say, the Justice Committee is doing the work. He can raise his voice louder if he wants to, but the Justice Committee has asked for witnesses to appear. Members have asked questions. Witnesses are answering questions. But it was last week that the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration.
Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, order. I'd ask the Honourable Opposition House Leader to come to order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, to speak truth to power, a citizen cannot ask anything more for an elected official. And yet when the former Attorney General attempted to speak with her cabinet colleagues about political interference in a justice case, the Prime Minister left her sitting outside his office for 2 hours while he dithered about the optics of letting her into his domain. And in that meeting, she spoke truth to power, and he came out and said he was disappointed in her. Well, Canadians are disappointed in him because she is ready to speak her truth to his power. So what is he so afraid of?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Justice Committee has asked for witnesses to appear. Witnesses will appear. Members from both sides will be able to ask questions. Witnesses will answer those questions. I understand that the former Attorney General has also been asked to come to appear at committee. Members from both sides will be able to ask questions. The former Attorney General will be able to answer them. I'm confident she will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Will lift the privilege. That's right. I mean, poor Liberals without Jerry Butts to write their lines for them, because yesterday the former Justice Minister stood in this House not once but twice and told her colleagues, every member of this House, that she is being silenced in her ability by this Prime Minister. His treatment of her is not just spiteful. It's not just pusillanimous. This is about the exercise of power and protecting his friends and his insiders, and one woman with integrity is standing in his path. So what's he afraid of? Let her speak her truth, her power to him.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, as I said a number of times in this House and before the committee earlier today, the question of privilege, in the words of the former Attorney General, is complex and multi-layered. We are doing our best, Mr. Speaker. The committee is doing its work. We are doing our best, Mr. Speaker, to study that question, to allow the former Attorney General to speak, but we have not yet resolved the issue.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton. Order.
The Supreme Court in Krieger stated, quote, "It is a constitutional principle that the Attorney General of this country must act independently of partisan concerns when exercising their delegated sovereign authority to initiate, continue, or terminate prosecutions." In the face of that, what in the world were the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's principal secretary, and the clerk of the Privy Council doing, talking to the Attorney General to overturn the decision of the public prosecutor?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
I have to just, it's interesting because I keep saying, but I'm not sure if it's registering with the members opposite, but they have members from their party present at the Justice Committee as well. The Justice Committee is doing really important work. They've been working together to ensure that they can get a list of witnesses to appear so that members can ask tough questions and get these answers. We see that work happening today, and we see important work. And today it was at Justice Committee when asked if it would be appropriate for the Prime Minister and officials to discuss the matter with the Attorney General. The Attorney General confirmed those kinds of conversations would be appropriate.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it was revealed that at the September 17th meeting, the former Attorney General unequivocally stated that she would not overturn the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And yet, following that, on December 5th, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, and then on December 19th, the Clerk of the Privy Council himself urged the Minister to change her mind. If that is not pressure, then what is?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the Privy Council also today at Justice Committee confirmed, quote, "At every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago exactly, the Globe and Mail reported on this new Liberal scandal. And for 2 weeks, what have we seen? Well, we've seen a minister slam the door shut on the cabinet, and we've seen the principal secretary walk out of the room. And yet there are still more layers to this Liberal scandal. We learned that the former Attorney General told the cabinet that she had been put under inappropriate pressure, and that is obstruction of justice. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Committee has members from both sides of the House who work together to call witnesses before the committee. It started today, and we can see that members on both sides are asking questions. The witnesses come to the committee, they answer those questions, and I think that the member opposite should trust at least a little in the committee process. It's our government that increased their resources. We on this side of the House, we respect their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to be able to trust their institutions, but the problem is that the Liberal government is attacking our institutions. They're interfering in a judicial process. Today in the Globe and Mail, it said that the former Attorney General stated that she had been put under inappropriate pressure. That is an obstruction of justice. How can the government tolerate that? It is absolutely unacceptable. The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that I do agree on with the member opposite, and that is that it is important that Canadians be able to trust their institutions. We on this side of the House also hold that position, and that's why we respect the independence of the judiciary. We respect the work of committees. That's what they're doing now. We respect the Commissioner's office. He's doing his work, and we will continue to respect their office because we know that Canadians have to be able to trust their institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' bill to reduce poverty doesn't go far enough and doesn't do enough. And it's not just my opinion, but that of thousands of organizations and people across the country. They're calling on the government to show leadership and to review their bill so that we can achieve the established objectives. Eliminating poverty isn't a PR campaign. When will the minister listen to these people and finally put forth new concrete measures that will make a real difference in the fight against poverty? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for giving me an opportunity to say clearly that since the first day of our government's mandate, we have focused on the importance of giving all a real, fair opportunity for succeeding in this country, and that is why in 2016 we put in place the Canada Child Benefit that each and every month lifts 300,000 children out of poverty. In April 2019, there was 600,000 Canadians who will be lifted out of poverty thanks to the measures that we have put in place.
For Essex.
Mr. Speaker, it has been 9 months since Trump imposed the destructive tariffs on steel and aluminum, which have forced companies to close shops and workers to lose their jobs. Liberals keep trying to assure Canadians that they have a plan, but the tariffs are still there. This is the same old story. Don't worry, we're working on it and we care about jobs. But after months of witness testimony at the Trade Committee, we now know their plan is a failure to protect communities and jobs, a failure to remove the tariffs. How much more do Canadians need to lose before this Prime Minister will act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the illegal U.S. tariffs, we've imposed Canada's strongest trade actions ever. Over 40 American groups representing dozens of U.S. industries called for the removal of the U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs, citing the impact of our retaliatory actions. Recently, a senior Republican said that our tariffs are having such an impact that the U.S. must lift their steel tariffs before Congress looks at the new NAFTA deal. Mr. Speaker, our program is working.
Order. I encourage the honourable member for Abbotsford not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Our country is strengthened by its diversity, and members of all communities in Canada must feel safe and be safe. But we know that we are not immune to hate-motivated crimes. Communities across the country, including my riding of Oakville North Burlington, have witnessed these cowardly acts. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell the House what he is doing to help communities at risk of hate-motivated crime improve their security infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister.
Hate are intended to drive wedges of fear and division. Such acts can be a jarring reminder that the inclusive and tolerant Canada that we want is a precious and delicate work in progress that we dare not take for granted. Canadians must be free to practice their faith and culture without fear. To that end, we have doubled federal funding for the Security Infrastructure Program to help pay for security upgrades for communities at risk, and we have significantly broadened access to the program. More new projects will be announced this spring.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decision to go to trial had already been communicated on September 4th. The Prime Minister held a meeting with the former Attorney General on September 17th. At that meeting, the former Attorney General refused to stop the trial. I have a simple question, and I don't need a lesson on the non-answers that we got from the Justice Minister at the Justice Committee. I need to know, why did the Prime Minister, his Cabinet and the Clerk of the Privy Council continue to put pressure on the former Attorney General after the September 17th meeting?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member can refer to it as he pleases, but the facts will remain that today, at the Justice Committee, the Clerk of the Privy Council confirmed, quote, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take. Mr. Speaker, we on this side respect the work of committees. We know that members are asking tough questions. They wanted to have witnesses appear. They have worked together to have those witnesses appear. We will not undermine the work that they are doing, like that member is now choosing to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Côte de Beauport-Beaupré. Liberal blah, blah, blah. Now, I would ask honourable members to show respect to others. The honourable member. The Prime Minister tried to stop a legal process. The previous Attorney General said no. So my question is simple. Why did the Prime Minister, his office, and the Clerk of the Privy Council continue to interfere in this file following the meeting of September 17th? Why? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is clear that there is not much respect for our institutions by the Conservatives. On this side of the House, we respect the committees, we respect the independence of the legal system. We will continue to work with them. That is why we increased resources for committees so that they can do their important work. We respect our institutions, and we know that that is important. It's important for Canadians to have confidence in their institutions. Thank you.
The former Attorney General told Cabinet this week, according to the Globe and Mail, that she faced inappropriate pressure to interfere with the trial into the criminal charges against SNC-Lavalin. Section 139(1) of the Criminal Code makes it an indictable offense punishable by up to 2 years in prison to obstruct the course of justice in a judicial proceeding. Wow. Has any member of the Cabinet who bore witness to the former Attorney General's remarks this week passed them along to the RCMP for investigation?
Honourable Government House Leader.
See just what we heard at the Justice Committee this morning. When asked if it would be appropriate for the Prime Minister and officials to discuss the matter with the Attorney General confirmed, quote, those kinds of conversations would be appropriate. When asked about conversations with the Cabinet colleagues in his role as Minister of Justice and the Attorney General and whether they were appropriate, the Attorney General answered, absolutely. We always have and we always will, on this side of the aisle, respect our institutions.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, now she's quoting a politician about an incident that he just admitted he didn't witness. Why not get back to the people who did witness her? Yeah. The former Attorney General told Cabinet this week, according to the Globe and Mail, that she faced inappropriate pressure to interfere with the criminal trial of SNC-Lavalin. If that happened, it may have violated sections of the Criminal Code. My question is, did anyone in the Cabinet refer her allegations to the RCMP for investigation?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I responded 2 days ago, we have no knowledge of any such activity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, a coalition of organizations representing Canada's retirees was on the Hill yesterday to urge the Liberal government to protect the workers' pensions in case of corporate insolvency. They also called on this government to create a national pension insurance plan and to change federal insolvency legislation to give workers pension priority status. The NDP unequivocally supports these initiatives and have been asking the minister over and over to ensure pension security. Will the Liberals finally listen to Canadian workers and retirees and protect their pensions, yes or no?
Excellent. Seniors.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable and for his
his work on this file. Pension security is very important to our government. We made a commitment in the 2018 budget, as well as in my mandate letter, to consult with Canadians, and that's exactly what we've done. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those that have submitted contributions to this consultation process. Our government wants an evidence-based solution to this issue, and so to do that, we are going to take a look at what we have has been submitted and come up with an evidence-based solution. We don't want a Band-Aid solution with unintended consequences. We want the right solution, and that's what we're going to deliver.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, Sports Canada's policy to prevent harassment and abuse in sport hasn't been effective. Each week brings new headlines detailing old or new abuses that have come to light. Athletes and sports organizations are calling on this minister to establish an independent body able to investigate abuse and harassment. Instead of listening, she announced yet another code of conduct. Will this minister stop stalling and establish an independent investigative body for abuse allegations in all sports?
Minister of Science and Sport.
Mr. Speaker, I am heartbroken for all the athletes who have suffered. Let me be clear, there is zero tolerance for abuse, discrimination, or harassment of any kind in sport. That's why last June we introduced strong measures to end abuse, discrimination, and harassment in sport. And last week, for the first time in our country's history, a declaration was signed by all sport ministers from coast to coast to coast. The Red Deer Declaration will drive a systemic culture shift to prevent abuse, discrimination, and harassment in sport.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister met with the former Attorney General on September 17th. We also now know that the Clerk of the Privy Council was present at that meeting and that there was discussion of a matter before the court. A simple question, Mr. Speaker, that may one day well be asked in court. Does the Prime Minister still challenge the former Attorney General's belief that this was an attempt to improperly influence her?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Let's look at the record, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the Deputy Minister of Justice confirmed that, quote, there is no direct communication in any specific case between the PMO and the DPP. Today, at Justice Committee, the Clerk of the Privy Council also confirmed that, quote, at every opportunity, verbally and in writing, in December, the Prime Minister made it clear that this was the decision for the Minister of Justice to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to know what happened at committee this morning. Here's my question. On September 4th, the Director of Public Prosecutions informed SNC-Lavalin that they would be going to trial. On September 17th, the former Attorney General told the Prime Minister and the Clerk of the Privy Council that she would not change her director's decision. The case should have been closed. Why would the clerk, the PMO, and, above all, why would the Prime Minister himself insist that the Attorney General of Canada change her decision? The Government House Leader. The Director of Public Prosecutions exercises the discretionary power independently. The Deputy Minister of Justice confirmed that there was no direct communication in no specific case between the PMO and the DPP. It was also confirmed that at each opportunity, the Prime Minister said that it was a decision to be made by the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it is now very clear that this Prime Minister cannot be trusted. We know now that he met with the former Attorney General after the independent prosecutor decided to proceed with the trial. We also know that the former Attorney General told the Prime Minister and his office that she would not intervene. It should have ended there, Mr. Speaker, but it didn't. Can the Prime Prime Minister tell us, why on earth would he and his government embark on an unsolicited, coordinated, and sustained effort to change her position? How is this not political interference?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians should have confidence in their institutions. We know that Liberal members have confidence in the independence of the judicial system, the work that committee is doing. We have confidence in the officers of Parliament. We know that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is investigating this matter. We also know that the Justice Committee is looking into this matter. They have been working very hard, members from both sides, to call in witnesses. They are asking challenging questions. They are receiving answers, Mr. Speaker. I think we should let them do their important work. We have confidence in committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yukon. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Government of Canada tabled Canada's first Indigenous Languages Bill. This is a historic step in rebuilding Canada's relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples as we continue the dialogue on reconciliation. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism please explain to this House how this bill will help Indigenous peoples defend their language rights and ensure that Indigenous languages are transmitted to future generations? Masi Joe.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Yukon for his amazing work. Yes. Our language is who we are. It's how we tell our stories to our children. Most Indigenous languages are endangered. So many have been lost. So we need to act. We need to act now, hand in hand with Indigenous people. Et j'espère que tous les partis.
And I hope that all parties will join the Indigenous peoples in order to adopt this legislation that acknowledges the linguist right as Indigenous people, and it responds to calls to action 13, 14, and 15 to provide long-term funding.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The independent director of public prosecutions made a decision to proceed to trial on a case of corporate criminal corruption. Then the former Attorney General decided to let the decision stand. Then the Prime Minister, his cabinet, and Michael Wernick tried to get her to change her mind. She didn't. Then she was fired. Oh. Does the Prime Minister understand that neither him nor Michael Wernick get to define what constitutes inappropriate pressure?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, Justice Committee members have asked for witnesses to appear. They are appearing. I have confidence in members on both sides to ask tough questions. They will receive the answers that they are looking for. Just last week, the Director of the Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors in every case exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, we learned from this morning's PBO report that the Liberals misled veterans with their new pension for life, which is actually less generous for the most seriously injured veterans. And worse, throughout this whole SNC-Lavalin scandal, veterans are losing out because the Prime Minister has yet to appoint a Veterans Affairs Minister. The revolving door of Liberal and Conservative ministers is disrespectful. 8 ministers in 9 years. Wow. It's heartbreaking to see veterans sacrifice their lives while consecutive governments won't properly invest in services that veterans deserve. So why are the Liberals leaving veterans out in the cold?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here very proud to be the acting Minister of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that our veterans receive the benefits and support that they deserve. The needs of Canada's veterans have changed significantly over the past 100 years, and the Pension Act, when the Pension Act was introduced, and our support needs to change as well. Thanks to our government's $10 billion additional investment, Mr. Speaker, all veterans today, including the most vulnerable, are better off than when they're under the previous Harper government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker,
order.
Canadian highways play a key role in our economy forward. In fact, they are vital to rural and remote communities specifically. Good conditions of these roads allows Canadians and goods to move more efficiently across the country and help our economy continue to grow. This is particularly crucial in my home province of Manitoba, as trade is an important part of our diversified economy. Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development update this House on what investments are being made for the highway network of Manitoba?
Honourable Minister. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for St. James Charles Assiniboia, for his question. and for his hard work.
Modern, safe, and efficient highways play a crucial role in the economy of Canada. This is why we've announced over $140 million for 8 highways to help Manitobans, businesses to improve competitive and improve the commutes for Canadians. This is an important investment and the kind of investments that will continue to make Canada prosper. Merci, Mr.
President. Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, after listening to the interactions today, I have one simple question for the Justice Minister, and I'd like the Attorney General to offer a legal opinion on behalf of Canadians. And that question is, can cabinet confidentiality be used to cover up criminal actions?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as Attorney General for Canada, I will not answer a legal question, give a legal opinion on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Act gives the Attorney General to conclude remediation agreements. A remediation agreement with SNC-Lavalin would enable taxpayers to recover hundreds of millions of dollars, and it could save thousands of jobs in Quebec and Canada. We know that the minister can take action. We'd just like to know why he has not done so. Why jeopardize the thousands of jobs in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. He asked a question at committee today. The answer is the same. As Attorney General of Canada, I cannot speak to the matter because it could have an impact on the dispute that is currently before the court. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now, the government's been getting bogged down in its versions, secrets, resignations, and half-truths. We don't know why the Minister of Veterans Affairs resigned. We don't know why the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister resigned. And if the Attorney General can reach an agreement with SNC-Lavalin, but didn't do so, well, we don't know why he didn't do that either. There are thousands of jobs at stake in Quebec. Why isn't there a remediation agreement? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, you must all understand that as Attorney General for Canada, it is my role to protect the institutions, legal institutions in Canada, and that is what I will do. It's a priority, an absolute priority for me as Attorney General. Secrecy is important when it comes to these issues, and I would not want to have any sort of influence over a matter that is before the courts.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was certainly welcome news more than a year ago when this government announced that we would have a Canadian ombudsperson for responsible enterprise. For too long, Canadians have been horrified by human rights abuses at the hands of Canadian mining companies, actions overseas that bring shame to this country. But the Canadian ombudsperson for responsible enterprise is supposed to be a lead, a model for the world. It's a year later. Where is it?
Honourable Minister of International Trade and Diversification.
It's very important to our government that Canadian companies around the world respect human rights and are operating at the highest possible ethical standards. We are moving forward with appointing the first ever ombudsperson for corporate social responsibility to help reflect our core values in the world and to deliver on our trade agenda. The ombudsperson will work to ensure that Canadian firms operating abroad exercise leadership in ethical, social, and environmental practices. The appointment will be announced soon.
And now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Government House Leader has been quite busy today during question period, not answering questions, but I think this one she will be able to answer. I have full confidence that she'll be able to answer what we're going to be doing for the remainder of this week in the House, as well as next week. Thank you.
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between getting answers and not liking the answer, but we'll let the Conservatives figure that one out. But for the work of this week, this afternoon we will commence report stage debate at Bill C-83,
the administrative segregation legislation. Tomorrow we will deal with report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-77, the Victim Bill of Rights. Monsieur le Président, lundi prochain.
Mr. Speaker, next Monday will be a supply day. Tuesday, if necessary, we will resume debate at report stage of Bill C-83, the Act on Administrative Segregation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 83(2) of the standing orders, I have the pleasure to ask that an order of the day be designated in the name of the Minister of Finance to present the 2019 budget on Tuesday, 19th of March, 2019 at 4 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised yesterday by the Honourable Opposition House Leader concerning the participation of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada in the votes on the opposition motion on political interference allegations. Je remercie la leader
I would like to thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for having raised the matter, as well as the members for Timmins, James Bay and Saanich Gulf Islands for their comments. After the member for Vancouver Granville explained why she had voluntarily abstained from voting because of personal interest, the opposition House Leader asked whether the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada should also have abstained. In her opinion, they too have personal interests in the matter. She asked for guidance from the chair.
The right of all members to vote is fundamental. This cannot be overstated. It is through voting that members participate in making the decisions of this House. As Speaker, I'm entrusted with protecting this right that belongs to all members. Yesterday's vote was a typical and normal vote, and as usual, every member was free to vote or to abstain. On occasion, the chair has been asked to reconcile this right with alleged conflicts of interest. At all times, however, the answer has been the same. When ruling on a similar matter back on November 30, 2017, I stated at page 15799 of the debates, quote, "It is not the role of the chair to determine if a conflict of interest exists, but instead to ensure that the rights and privileges of members of this House are always safeguarded. By extension, as Speaker, I cannot unilaterally deprive a member of the right to vote any more than I can unilaterally order that a vote be redone." Unquote. The role of the Speaker in addressing the right of a member to vote is limited. These limitations are procedural in nature and involve ensuring that a member heard the question in order to vote. As to the matter of an alleged conflict of interest, the House has adopted rules under the Conflict of Interest Code concerning these potential situations. Bosque and Gagnon explain at page 576, quote, "No member is entitled to take part in debate or to vote on any question in which he or she has a private interest, formally referred to as a direct pecuniary interest, and any vote subsequently determined to have been cast in these circumstances would be disallowed." Unquote. La Chambre ne s'est pas limitée à adopter.
The House not only adopted the Conflict of Interest Code for itself, but it has also granted the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner the sole authority to interpret and apply this code, including the power to conduct investigations. Specifically, Section 13 of this code stipulates that, and I quote, "A member shall not participate in debate on or vote on a question in which he or she has a private interest," end quote. All questions relating to compliance with the Conflict of Interest Code and the Conflict of Interest Act must be directed towards that office.
Commissioner, to whom members must turn when they believe that there has been a contravention of the code, including when it involves a member's participation in a vote. Accordingly, the votes taken yesterday stand. I thank all honourable members for their attention in this matter. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Report stage, first time debated, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act.
On Friday, December 7, 2018, the Assistant Deputy Speaker delivered a ruling relating to the motions at report stage of Bill C-83. Therefore, I shall now proceed directly to proposing motions numbered 1 to 27 to the House. And I say motion. Motion number 1. Motion numéro 1. Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Section 2.
Monsieur Paulus.
Motion 2, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that the Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 3.
Motion number 3, Ms. Demoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing line 5 on page 2 with the following. Paragraph 37.31b or section 37.4 or 37.8 that the offender. Motion numéro 4.
Motion 4, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 4.
Motion numéro 5, Mr.
Motion number 5, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 5.
Motion numéro 6.
Motion 6, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion 7, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion 8, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Motion number 9. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by A, deleting lines 25 to 30 on page 8, B, replacing lines 1 to 3 on page 9 with the following. 3, before making a determination under this section, the institutional head shall visit the inmate. 4, the institutional head shall maintain a record indicating the circumstances of every instance in which, because of security requirements, a visit was not face-to-face or took place through a cell door hatch. 5, no later than 1 working day after the day on which he or she makes a determination under this section, the institution head shall orally notify the inmate of the determination, as well as the reasons for it, and no later than 2 working days after the day on which the determination was made, the institutional head shall provide the inmate with those reasons in writing. Motion number 10. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by A, replacing lines 11 to 18 on page 9 with the following. Registered healthcare professionals shall provide advice to the committee established under subsection 3. 2, the registered healthcare professional providing the advice is to be a senior registered healthcare professor. 3, replacing lines 23 to 30 on page 9 with the following. Ranked than that of institutional head for the purpose of making determination under section 37.32. 37.321, as soon as practicable after the institutional head determines under subsection 37.32 that an inmate's conditions of confinement in a structured intervention unit should not be altered in accordance with the recommendations of a registered healthcare professional, the committee established under subsection C, replacing lines 34 to 36 on page 9 with the following. 2, as soon as practicable after the institutional head determines under paragraph 37.31a that an inmate should remain in A. Motion numéro
Motion number 11, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthaud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 10.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is not present to move her motion at report stage. Therefore, motion number 12 will not be proceeded with. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing lines 2 to 7 on page 6 with the following: in which an inmate is authorized to be transferred into a structured intervention unit, indicating the reasons for granting the authorization and any alternative that was considered. 3, no later than 1 working day after the day on which the transfer of an inmate is authorized, the service shall orally provide the inmate with notice that the authorization was granted as well as the reasons for it, and no later than 2 working days after the day on which the transfer of an inmate is authorized, the service shall provide the inmate with those reasons in writing. Motion number 14, Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing lines 25 to 36 on page 7 with the following: 37.11. If a staff member or a person engaged by the service believes that the confinement of an inmate in a structured intervention unit is having detrimental impacts on the inmate's health, the staff member or person shall refer in the prescribed manner the inmate's case to the portion of the service that administers health care. Grounds for the belief include the inmate A, refusing to interact with others, B, engaging in self-injurious behavior, C, showing symptoms of a drug overdose, and D, showing signs of emotional distress or exhibiting behavior that suggests that they are in urgent need of mental health care. Motion number 15, Ms. Damoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing lines 16 to 23 on page 8 with the following: C, as soon as practicable in any of the prescribed CERB. Motion number 16, Ms. Damoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing line 10 on page 10 with the following: and every 60 days after the Commissioner's last Motion number 17, Ms. Damoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 10 be amended by replacing lines 1 to 10 on page 11 with the following: 37.61, the minister shall appoint 1 or more persons to be independent external decision makers. 2, to be eligible for appointment as an independent external decision maker, a person must have knowledge of administrative decision-making processes in general. A person is not eligible for appointment as an independent external decision maker if the person was, at any time in the previous 5 years, a staff member or appointed under subsection 6.1. 3, an independent external decision maker is to be appointed for a renewable term of not more than 5 years and holds office during good behavior, but may be removed at any time for cause by the minister. 4, an independent external decision maker may be appointed to serve either full-time or part-time. 37.61, an independent external decision maker is to be paid A, the remuneration that is fixed by the Treasury Board, and B, in accordance with Treasury Board directives, any travel and living expenses that they incur in the performance of their duties and functions while absent from their ordinary place of work in the case of a full-time decision maker, and their ordinary place of residence in the case of a part-time decision maker. 37.71, the service shall furnish to an independent external decision maker all information under the service's control that is relevant to the making of a determination in respect of an inmate by the independent external decision maker. 2, for the purpose of making a determination in respect of an inmate, an independent external decision maker may require any staff member or any person whose services are engaged by or on behalf of the service, A, to furnish any information that, in the decision maker's opinion, the staff member or person may be able to furnish in relation to the inmate's case, and B, to produce for examination by the decision maker any document or thing that, in the decision maker's opinion, relates to the inmate's case, and that may be in the possession or under the control of the staff member or person. There's a bit more. 3, within 10 days after the day on which an independent external decision maker makes a determination, the decision maker shall return to the service any document or thing furnished under subsection 1 or paragraph 2A or produced under paragraph 2B, as well as any copy of one. 37.71. 1. Before making a determination in respect of an inmate, an independent external decision maker shall provide or cause to be provided to the inmate in writing, in whichever of the 2 official languages of Canada is requested by the inmate, the information that is to be considered by the decision maker, or a summary of that information, other than information provided to the independent external decision maker by the inmate. 2, the independent external decision maker may withhold from the inmate as much information as is strictly necessary if the independent external decision maker has reasonable grounds to believe that A, the information should not be disclosed on the grounds of public interest, or B, the disclosure of the information would jeopardize the safety of any person, the security of a penitentiary, or the conduct of any lawful investigation. 32.72. Before making a determination in respect of an inmate, an independent external decision maker shall ensure that the inmate is given an opportunity to make written representations to the independent external decision maker. 37.73. For the purpose of making a determination in respect of an inmate, an independent external decision maker may communicate with the inmate. 37.74. 1. Subject to subsection 2, an independent external decision maker shall not disclose any information that comes to their knowledge in the course of the exercise of their powers or the performance of their duties and functions under this Act or any other Act of Parliament. 2. An independent external decision maker may disclose information referred to in subsection 1 in the exercise of their powers or the performance of their duties and functions. 37.75. An independent external decision maker is not a competent or compellable witness in any civil proceedings in respect of any matter coming to their knowledge in the course of the exercise or purported exercise of their powers, or the performance or purported performance of their duties and functions under this Act or any other Act of Parliament. 37.76. No criminal or civil proceedings lie against an independent external decision maker for anything done, reported, or said in good faith in the course of the exercise or purported exercise of any power, or the performance of purported performance of any duty or function of the independent external decision maker under this Act or any other Act of Parliament. 37.77. An independent external decision maker may, in accordance with regulations made under paragraph 96G.1, publish or otherwise disseminate information other than personal information relating to any determination made by the independent external decision maker. 37.8. 30 days after each of the Commissioner's determinations under Section 37.4 that an inmate should remain in a structured intervention unit, an independent external decision maker shall, in accordance with regulations made under paragraph 96G.1, determine whether the inmate should remain in the unit. 37.81. If a committee established under subsection 37.313 determines that an inmate should remain in a structured intervention unit, or determines that an inmate's conditions of confinement in the structured intervention unit should not be altered in accordance with a recommendation of a registered healthcare professional under Section 37.2, an independent external decision maker shall, as soon as practicable, in accordance with regulations made under paragraph 96G.1, determine whether the inmate should remain in the unit or whether the inmate's conditions of confinement in the unit should be altered. 37.821. The independent external decision maker may determine under sections 37.8 and 37.81 that an inmate should remain in a structured intervention unit only if the independent external decision maker believes on reasonable grounds that allowing the inmate's reintegration into the mainstream inmate population, A, would jeopardize the safety of the inmate or any other person or the security of the penitentiary, or B, would interfere with an investigation that could lead to a criminal charge or a charge under subsection 41(2) of a serious disciplinary offense. 2, in making the determination, the independent external decision maker shall take into account A, the inmate's correctional plan, B, the appropriateness of the inmate's confinement in the penitentiary, C, the appropriateness of the inmate's security classification, and D, any other consideration that he or she considers relevant. 37.831. If, for 5 consecutive days or for a total of 15 days during any 30-day period, an inmate confined in a structured intervention unit has not spent a minimum of 4 hours a day outside the inmate's cell, or I don't think can I dispense? Est-ce que je devrais dispenser?
Can I dispense?
Agreed. For this one. I'm grateful to colleagues for that. Motion numéro 18.
Motion 18. Mr. Paulus recommends deleting Article 11. Mr. Paulus proposes that Article 83 be modified by deleting Article 14. Motion 20, seconded by Mr. Berthoud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 29. Motion number 21, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthoud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 31.
Motion number 22, Ms. Damoff, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-83 in Clause 31 be amended by replacing lines 34 to 36 on page 17 with the following. G.1, respecting the powers, duties, and functions of independent external decision makers, including respecting the making of a determination as to whether the conditions of confinement of an inmate in a structured intervention unit should be altered, or as to whether an inmate should remain in such a unit. 2, Section 96 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph G.1. G.2, respecting the admission of inmates to and the. Motion numéro 23.
Motion number 23, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthoud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 32.1. Motion number 24, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Berthoud, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 33. And motion number 25, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Baltod, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting clause 36. Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Bertad, moves that Bill C-83 be modified by deleting Clause 39. Motion number 27, Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Bertad, moves that Bill C-83 be amended by deleting Clause 40. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke-Pont-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought my colleague was starting before I was. So listen, Mr. Speaker, thank you for reading all our motions. I'm rising today to speak about the report Sage of C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and other acts. In C-83, there are several elements. The first is to get rid of preventive isolation in correction institutes. We heard testimony from several organizations, and there was a correctional investigator was surprised that they were not consulted before C-83 was drafted. And getting rid of this isolation is one thing, but we have to make sure that we respect rules, and we have to make sure that it respects the Corrections Act. And this is really important to start. Also, the correctional investigator testified that very few details were provided about how this is to be implemented. And this wouldn't be the first time. Canadian penitentiaries use preventive isolation for two reasons. First, when the inmate is dangerous to the rest of the people in the penitentiary. Bernardo, for example, he is someone who cannot be sent into the regular system. He is too dangerous. So Paul Bernardo spends most of his time in isolation. There are also prisoners who ask to go to preventive isolation. They do so for their own safety and also to rest their minds. I remember I met with Mr. Dumas, who is an inmate, and he has been in prison for more than 40 years. And he always asks to go there. And with this amendment and C-83, first Mr. Dumas, there's Mr. Bernardo. We'll have to say to him, now you're going to you'll meet with your friends, and I don't think this will apply to his case. And Mr. Dumas will say that he wants to stay in isolation, and they'll tell him he won't be able to stay there because we'll no longer be able to do so. And now, in terms of how things will be implemented, they want to have structured intervention tools. All right. These are nice words, interesting terms. But we never really got any answers about what they mean. It's a rather sophisticated term to talk about the same thing. It's the penitentiary sector that has a dedicated wing for isolation, and now there perhaps may be a room for discussion around the table, perhaps another room for a meeting with inmates. But when we asked the government questions, they never gave us any replies. Because what they would like us to believe, Mr. Speaker, is that isolation cells are like they are in the movies. There's no windows, and you're just in the dark. We haven't had these type of cells for quite some time, Mr. Speaker. Isolation is the same. These cells are the same thing as regular cells, except you're in a different area. You're not with the others. And the inmates who are in isolation, they're allowed to have TV. Even the size of the cell is the same. One of the major differences is the time that they remain there. They remain in their cell 24 hours a day, and they stay there 24 hours a day. But this whole idea of structured intervention unit is a very philosophical one based on what we did in committee. They didn't really provide any details on this and what this means. Well, in terms of financing as well, if there are changes made, funding will be needed. With every new bill, when there are new standards, we also have to figure out what the funding will be. And once again, no information was provided. We know that 400 million was given to correctional services last year, but we're not sure what amount will be dedicated for the implementation of C-83. Another component of this scanners, body scanners. These are very important. Right now, Ontario and BC do have body scanners in their penitentiaries, but they're very efficient in detecting with 95% efficiency or more if inmates, what they have on them or in their bodies. It may appear intrusive, but these scanners are necessary because sometimes people go to prison, they may have drugs on them or any other things that they shouldn't.
And speaking of that, on the flip side, in the prison setting, there's a program that's currently being deployed across Canada in penitentiaries. Prisoners are being provided with syringes in order to inject drugs. And the Correctional Service Union is totally against this, and other people have said it makes no sense whatsoever. So syringes are being provided to prisoners from a public health perspective, and that is understandable. But in terms of safety, it doesn't make any sense. And correctional officers have said that they're very concerned about their own safety and the safety of other prisoners because syringes are being provided. I know there's a whole concept of needle exchange and so on, but there have been lots of things happen in the past, things that you can't even imagine how needles could potentially be used. And so inmates will find ways to use needles as weapons. And there's going to be a body scanner that will detect arrivals of drug shipments. And that's the argument, is that if that can be done, then there'll be no longer any need to provide needles because there'll be no drugs to inject. So scanners, sure, let's scan everything coming in. Let's prevent drugs from getting in. And then if there's no drugs available to be injected, then there's no need to provide needles. And speaking of health, there are other parameters that were discussed. For example, Mr. Speaker, this is something that the John Howard and Elizabeth Fry Society said in their testimony. They said that programs should offer training for future jobs. For inmates that are soon to be released, they should have priority access. They should get advice and therapy for mental health problems. And that was refused by our friends opposite. They also recommended that a person should be able to turn towards a health professional for an assessment. And if they tend to be self-harming and so on. Anyway, amendments were proposed that seemed very sensible to us, but they were all rejected. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, C-83, in our view, is a reaction. It's a reaction to court decisions on administrative segregation, and we understand that. But the way C-83 was done was in reactionary mode when the government was appealing some of those court decisions, and this will have a direct impact on the safety of prison guards and inmates, and we think that's unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and also for his work on the committee. While we didn't necessarily agree on all aspects of the bill, we did work extremely well together on something that could have been quite divisive. So I want to thank him for his work in the committee. First, let's be clear that there's nothing in this bill around syringes and needles. That's not included in this bill. But there is a provision in this bill that deals with victims and the ability of victims to receive transcripts of the parole hearings when they're unable to attend. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member could speak to whether or not they don't support this bill. Do they not support the ability for victims to be able to avail themselves of this service?
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my committee colleague for her question, and I am against this. I studied C-83, and I understand that the needle exchange program is not part of C-83, but there are programs that are currently being deployed all across the country, and in our view, that goes against the positive effect that body scanners will have in preventing drugs from getting into the prison system. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Indeed, this is improvisation. They're making it up as they go along, and he gave lots of examples. And for the first time since I've been a member of Parliament, I saw a bill that was rejected by all witnesses except for departmental officials, and that says a lot about whether these measures are effective and appropriate. One of the main reasons why witnesses opposed this bill was because it doesn't go far enough to eliminate the scourge of what's going on in the prison system and the impact on inmates' mental health, and the fact that 2 courts in BC and Ontario found that this was a charter violation, and there were some very highly publicized cases of suicides in the prison system, federally and provincially, because they were in administrative segregation. And it's clear that it was the effect of administrative segregation on their mental health that pushed them to do it. So does my colleague think that more needs to be invested to solve mental health issues in the prison setting, not just for inmates, not just for their safety, but also for guards and for the communities? The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for those 2 excellent questions. The first question, my answer is no. As I said in my speech, I believe that administrative segregation is necessary. Can it be changed? Yes, but do we need it? Absolutely. We're talking about safety here. And criminals who need to be put in administrative segregation, I mentioned Paul Bernardo. There's others that are too far gone, if you will. And then there are others who need segregation for their own mental health. So to do away with it wholesale would be totally inadequate from a safety and security point of view. And when it comes to prevention and extra resources, sure, we're always in favor of that. It's going to cost more, but you can also look at revisiting how things are done and how health professionals work with people in the prison setting. I have no objection to that.
Prise de débat, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I stand here today with a great deal of pride to speak for a second time in support of Bill C-83, which amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Bill C-83 will strengthen our federal corrections system, making it safer and more effective at rehabilitating offenders. And crucially, the bill will end the practice of administrative segregation and establish structured intervention units, or SIUs. I'm extremely proud to have had the opportunity to work on this bill at committee stage, and I commend the government for introducing this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, we know this bill will be transformative for our federal corrections system. My friend Stan Stapleton, the national president of the Union of Safety and Justice Employees, said when asked by the media about this bill that, quote, there is evidence that shows that strong rehabilitative programs make communities safer and create a safer environment for both employees and offenders inside institutions. If we simply lock them up and throw away the key, we're not providing them with the tools that they require in order to safely reintegrate back into society, end quote. And I couldn't agree more. The new measures introduced in C-83 will create safer institutions and safer communities. By creating SIUs as a new approach to replace administrative segregation and introducing provisions for more time spent outside their cell, empowering health professionals, and providing enhanced programming to offenders in these units, we will better equip offenders for safe reintegration, reduce their likelihood for recidivism, and ultimately make our communities safer. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of our work at the Public Safety Committee on this bill. We listened to feedback from witnesses and experts and worked across party lines to bring back to the House a strengthened Bill C-83. We listened to testimony from a diverse range of stakeholders and took their feedback to heart. In addition, every party that submitted amendments to this bill saw some of theirs accepted. I'd like to highlight some of those changes now, Mr. Speaker. The most significant amendment is the one I've introduced today at report stage to provide independent oversight of the new structured intervention units. And I have to say that I will not ever forget hearing the Speaker read that amendment into the record today. My amendment will create an independent external decision maker that will monitor a number of factors for inmates in SIUs, including whether inmates avail themselves of the time out of their cells or if there's a disagreement with a health care provider's recommendation to transfer an inmate out of an SIU. With this amendment, if an inmate does not receive their required minimum hours outside of their cell or minimum hours of human contact for 5 straight days, or 15 days out of 30, the independent external decision maker can investigate whether corrections has taken reasonable steps to provide opportunities for those hours, make recommendations to corrections to remedy the situation, and if corrections hasn't acted accordingly after 7 days, they can direct corrections to remove the inmate from the SIU and give notice to the correctional investigator. In addition, the independent external decision maker will also have the power to review cases and provide direction in the event that the Senior Corrections Healthcare Committee disagrees with the recommendation of a healthcare provider to transfer an inmate out of an SIU or alter conditions of confinement. Finally, the independent external decision maker will conduct a review of each offender's case at 90 days spent in an SIU and every 60 days thereafter. The creation of an external oversight mechanism was supported by the majority of witnesses we heard at committee. I'm so pleased that we were able to respond to their input and move forward with this vital independent oversight mechanism. I applaud the government for listening and agreeing to the amendment, which will provide more confidence in SIUs and how they will function. In addition to this report stage amendment, the committee made other amendments to the bill. We heard from Indigenous groups who called for changes to the definition of Indigenous organizations to ensure that it properly captured the diverse range of those working on these issues across Canada. While the parties had some variations of how best to do this, with the assistance of departmental officials, the committee was able to unanimously approve an amendment that calls for Indigenous organizations to have predominantly Indigenous leadership. We also heard about the need for corrections to seek advice, particularly in matters of mental health and behavior, from Indigenous spiritual leaders or elders, and I was pleased that my amendment to that effect was adopted at committee. The bill also enshrines in law the principle that offender management decisions must involve consideration of systemic and background factors related to Indigenous offenders. However, our committee heard testimony that these reports can be misused in corrections to impact risk assessments. My amendment to ensure that these reports are not misused was also adopted by the committee. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands introduced several amendments which returned the threshold of least restrictive measures while maintaining protection of society, staff, and offenders of the corrections legislation, a provision that had been removed by the Harper Conservatives. I had promised the honourable member that I would work with her on amendments to Bill C-83, and I was extremely happy that the committee was able to include her amendments in the legislation. We supported my NDP colleague, the member for Boulay-Chambly, his amendment that specifies that corrections must take note of any reasons given as to why an inmate did not avail themselves of time out of their cell. We heard from corrections officers that they did not always have the skills or training to deal with mental health issues. And so an amendment by the Conservative Party to explicitly allow staff to refer a matter to healthcare professionals was a welcome addition to the legislation. Indigenous offenders are the fastest growing prison population, but the member for Whitby highlighted to me that Black offenders are the second highest prison population, and their unique needs must also be addressed. In addition, during my visit to a number of corrections facilities in Edmonton a year ago, January, I had the opportunity to meet a trans inmate and learn about their experience navigating the correction system. I was pleased to introduce an amendment that expanded the guiding principles of CSC to respect sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and ensure that the service is responsible in particular to the special needs of visible minorities. My colleague from Toronto, Danforth, introduced an amendment to further define meaningful contact so it is not limited to physical barriers, as well as an amendment for enhanced record keeping and an important amendment to strengthen the role of healthcare professionals. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we amended the bill to include a 5-year review by Parliament. There are two areas that were beyond the scope of legislation but that the committee wanted to highlight for corrections. One is the fact that there are only 10 women in all of Canada currently in segregation, while there are 340 men. Therefore, we have asked Corrections Canada to review a proposal for a pilot program in women's institutes. We've also used this opportunity to draw attention to the challenge offenders face when placement or transfers mean that they are located long distance from critical support systems. We heard from many witnesses that in order for SIUs to work, it would require a significant investment in corrections. The entire concept rested on the premise that there would be adequate staff to ensure that offenders receive the time outside their cells and the healthcare services and programming they need. With the $448 million investment in the fall economic statement to support this new approach, we have both the legislative framework and financial means to transform how corrections functions. Mr. Speaker, this is a case of the parliamentary process working at its very best. We had government legislation that was transformative in its approach, witnesses who passionately shared their concerns and suggestions, committee members who worked diligently together as a team, a minister who listened and responded, and a prime minister and government that isn't afraid to let committees do their good work that they are meant to do in this place and amend the bill. I also feel incredibly privileged, Mr. Speaker, as the member from Oakville, North Burlington, to be able to introduce a major amendment to the bill here at report stage that will enshrine independent oversight to Bill C-83. Mr. Speaker, I know there are those that are skeptical about whether this system will work, but I believe in my heart that under the leadership of the Minister of Public Safety, the new head of corrections, Ann Kelly, along with the fine men and women working in corrections, that we will see transformative change in our correctional system. Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by thanking all of the witnesses who appeared before committee, my fellow committee members, our clerk, chair and analysts, our staff, and in particular Hilary Lawson from my office, as well as the Minister for Public Safety and his staff, in particular Michael Millick, and everyone else involved who worked tirelessly on this legislation. And I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-83.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Oakville North, Burlington, for her speech regarding this bill. As a member of the committee, I was quite surprised at the amount of problems we had with this bill initially. And Mr. Speaker, witness after witness that have appeared at the committee on the legislation and said that they had not been consulted. Even the Correctional Investigation Officer of Canada told the Public Safety Committee that all the consultations seemed to have been done internally. To his knowledge, there had been no consultation with external stakeholders. He said, I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out. And I think if you looked at all the amendments that were coming out, you may understand what he said there. For the Liberal Party, which has purported to put consultation up on a pedestal, this seems very strange. If the Liberals did consult the union, they didn't consult the victims, they didn't consult the prisoners, they didn't consult the prisoner advocates, can the member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker, exactly tell me who they consulted with?
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the result that we have before us today, this legislation and the comments that we've received from many stakeholders. I know not all stakeholders are happy with this bill, and I recognize that they are skeptical about whether or not it will work. But I think it's a testament to committees working extremely well to listen to the people, the witnesses that do come before us, to be able to alter the bill where needed to make it better. And as I said, I'm confident that once Corrections starts working on this bill with as well as the investments that we've made, that we're going to see transformative change in how these units are used and how the rehabilitation of offenders within our prison system, how it takes place.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berry-Chambly.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank my colleague for her speech and indeed say that I think we do have a committee that works well together, and I think I have a lot of respect for her, and I think we do get a lot of good things done. Unfortunately, that being said, there are some issues that I take with the legislation that's before us, not the least of which is the fact that that members on the other side continue to talk about ending the practice of solitary confinement or administrative segregation, if we want to use the legal jargon. And so, Mr. Speaker, the concern that we have is that we're going to continue creating sort of these band-aid solutions to an issue that is obviously important enough that 2 courts now have ruled that it infringes on a Canadian's constitutional rights, that is the abuses that we see in the current system. But my question for the member is, why when we look at the amendments that are proposed, and so one example in her speech, she referred to some of the definitions that were used with regards to Indigenous communities. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because she referred to working with department officials. Well, I know that I proposed an amendment that was a definition that was crafted in collaboration with the actual witnesses that we heard, including not least of which was the Native Women's Association. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have a hard time understanding why, as the previous member asked, when we've talked about all this, the importance of consultation so many times in this House, that we have a bill that was panned by the witnesses. Now we have one amendment at report stage that's 2,000 words long. Is this not a demonstration that we're looking at a patchwork solution for a practice that has been so abused that 2 courts in this country have found it to be unconstitutional?
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and for his passion on this issue. And if I recall the amendment correctly, I too met with the Native Women's Association, and if I'm remembering correctly, there were words in the amendment that they had proposed that are not actually existent in current legislation, and it would cause problems in interpretation because, if I remember correctly, the word was community that was not used. And I could be wrong on that. And so that was why departmental officials were used to come up with wording that would also reflect what's currently in legislation so that we weren't in conflict.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in the debate today on Bill C-83 at report stage. I think that this bill has allowed me to see something in committee that I had never really seen since I'd become an MP, and that is a bill that is criticized to some extent by the various witnesses, apart from the public servants in the departments, in the minister's department. This is very concerning because in C-83, we see the contents. The substance is very important. It is a response to two decisions by the courts, one which came from the Superior Court of British Columbia and the other one from Ontario. Mr. Speaker, both courts noted abuses that are currently seen with the practice of segregation are anti-constitutional. What the government has done in response to these decisions is they appealed it. They also introduced C-56. That was 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 2016. And now they've come back with C-83, which is completely different.
That we have here is that there's a question that needs to be posed before we even get into the substance of the bill and the amendments, which is why is the government, on the one hand, appealing a decision from the BC Supreme Court, and on the other hand, presenting legislation that it claims will be a remedy to the findings, that the court's findings of practices and certain abuses of said practices that were unconstitutional. It's a little confusing, Mr. Speaker, and it's extremely concerning when we hear the government continue to come forward with this line of saying that they've eliminated what is called in the law administrative segregation, but what I think most Canadians will understand as solitary confinement. And to that end, Mr. Speaker, I do want to quote Senator Kim Pate, who has worked extensively on many issues related to justice and public safety, in particular those issues relating to the situation in our penitentiaries. And that one quote, Mr. Speaker, that stands out is the Ottawa cannot declare that segregation has been eliminated while failing to address the horrors associated with this practice and gutting what minimal restrictions courts have placed on its use.
Because here's the problem. In Bill C-83, because of the creation of this new practice that is supposed to replace segregation, by replacing it, we have also eliminated a number of legal protections that existed in the legislation to date. Of course, efforts have been made or were made in committee, and I must say by a number of MPs, by different parties, to attempt to make corrections. This is a bill, and the most striking example for me is the fact that there is amendments at report stage, an amendment, a 2,000-word amendment, and in December there was a fiasco that occurred here in the House with a number of calls to order because there wasn't even a French translation, an appropriate French translation, because the amendment was literally written at 11:59, the day before the debate, without mentioning the fact that there were a number of witnesses who came to the committee. They spoke to us about the lack of consultations that had not happened with regard to this bill.
Quote earlier in the debate today, but I do want to come back to what Dr. Ivan Zinger, the correctional investigator, who is essentially the watchdog for the correctional system, said. When speaking on the bill, and given my time is limited, I'll just stick with the one quote that really I think sums up the issue here, the improvisation. Speaking to the bill, he says, "I think that's why you end up with something that is perhaps not fully thought out." And I apologize to Dr. Zinger for not using the full quote. Like I said, my time is limited. But when you got an expert such as Dr. Zinger saying that something is not fully thought out, I think that says a lot, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, about the lack of consultation and the kind of patchwork that we're dealing with here. Because these report stage amendments that the Liberal members are proposing, and let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, that they're proposing after the minister came to committee saying that, knowing that there would be the requirement of royal recommendation and clearly working with specific members so that they could propose specific amendments to fix a bill that is so unfixable, if you'll permit me that expression, Mr. Speaker, that this ends up with a patchwork that in some cases, for example, when you're looking at the review, leaves us looking at a period of up to 90 days potentially before the case of the abusive use of solitary confinement actually gets properly reviewed. Monsieur le Président, il faut quand même le dire que quand on
We have to say that when we look at the work that has been done, that was done in committee, and the statements made by a number of Liberal members, including the minister, we have to understand that this was something that was in the mandate letters not only for the Minister of Public Safety, but also for the Minister of Justice. At the time the new government was sworn in, and when we look at the bill that is before us, it is unfortunately a failure in reaching the objectives. Let me give you a few examples of the concrete ways to improve this. The member for Oakville talked, rightly so, about the situation affecting women. There are so few women in solitary confinement, but the ones that are often the most vulnerable women. We're talking about women with serious mental health issues. I proposed an amendment following a number of witnesses testifying in committee to eliminate this practice in penitentiaries with women or female inmates. It was rejected. The other example that comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, is the opportunity to have a legal review.
Legal review, Mr. Speaker, is one that is really important. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because it's something that goes back a number of years now to a recommendation that was made by Justice Louise Arbour following her recommendations after the situation that unfolded in the Kingston Penitentiary. And she put it much more eloquently than I could when she explained that the abusive use of solitary confinement in Canada undermines our judicial system. Why? Because it comes to a point where administrators within the correction system are playing a role in sentencing. When you get to a point where certain offenders are being treated in a certain way and in a way that undermines their pathway to rehabilitation and any objectives that the court might have set for them in sentencing, then you come to a situation where the only remedy could be considering judicial review. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure others, I'm not sure, I know rather, that others have proposed other tools rather than just judicial review. I know in committee we heard, oh, well, judicial review could undermine public safety. Well, that's not so, Mr. Speaker, because to go back to the comment my Conservative colleague made that I didn't have a chance to respond to, is he talked about preventative segregation. And that, Mr. Speaker, is fine. We understand that there can be a need in situations where riots ensue and where safety is in jeopardy, that there should be an examination of the good use of preventative isolation. But that, Mr. Speaker, doesn't need to take place over a prolonged period of time. We're talking a situation where it can be resolved arguably in 24 hours. And that was some of the examples that were given to us by, among others, folks from the John Howard Society. Monsieur le Président, c'est le dernier point.
A final point with the time that I have remaining is this. Talk about the duration. Ultimately, the largest problem with C-83, obviously, we've talked about review mechanisms, ways to ask for the administrators, the institutional heads of the penitentiaries to be accountable, and the mechanisms that are used, and accountability with regard to mental health to ensure that we're not undermining the rehabilitation objectives of the inmate who is in the penitentiary. But what we are seeing is that this was an opportunity that was missed. with C56, which was never debated. It was tabled by the minister but never debated. And we missed the opportunity to put into place the standards put forward by the UN, what are called the Mandela rules, where you would limit the duration to 15 days of solitary confinement. This was a missed opportunity to directly deal with the largest abuses that exist in the system at present. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that despite the good intentions behind the amendments, what we see here is something where they are trying to fix a bill that was so bad, that was condemned in committee. I hope the government will take the opportunity to go back to the starting point and to stop appealing the two court decisions. We know that these abuses regarding solitary confinement are not constitutional.
Come on.
Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way for his intervention and his work on the Justice Committee. He mentioned mental health in his winding up comments, and improving mental health in Canada is one of the most important goals that we have as a government. Our efforts shouldn't neglect the criminal justice system when it comes to mental health. The Union of Safety and Justice Employees have said that they're very supportive of this legislation, provided new investments increase staffing levels, and in fact, the fall economic statement included $448 million over 6 years, of which $300 million would go towards human resource and infrastructure updates, but most importantly, that $150 million would go toward much needed improvements in mental health care in the correctional system. So, to the honourable member, how will Bill C-83 improve the mental wellness and mental well-being of correctional officers as well as the inmates within our criminal justice system?
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question, and ultimately that's the big issue that we have here, because we raised at several opportunities the issue that one of the reasons why we see the abusive use of solitary confinement in our federal correction system is because of a lack of resources. And that's one of the things that came back repeatedly during the study of this bill, because we're looking at completely reformatting how our prison system operates, but essentially bring administrative segregation back under a different name. And at repeated questioning, both the minister and officials were unable to explain to us how much funding would be available, unable to tell us how all of this would be implemented. And that's problematic, Mr. Speaker, because there's enough fine print in this legislation that makes it so in the event that there is a lack of resources to deal with offenders who have serious mental health issues, then the recourse can only be to put them in solitary confinement. The government's going to respond through the amendments that they have here at report stage that, well, don't worry, we're dealing with that because there's a review mechanism. But the problem with that review mechanism, Mr. Speaker, is that you're looking at 30 days after an initial decision has been made, 30 days again after which it goes to another committee, another 30 days after that. And so ultimately, you're nowhere near respecting the United Nations norms and the Mandela rules, Mr. Speaker, and you're actually going to deal with all this bureaucracy that ultimately is undermining mental health outcomes and undermining the rights of these individuals.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Sure. I'd like to thank the member for his speech and his work on the committee with us. And I wonder, through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member could give me what his concerns are regarding correctional officers for their safety and the safety of other inmates with the removal of the disciplinary segregation and the introduction of the needle exchange program in many institutions.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. Like him, I can say that I was pleased to work with him in the committee. That is exactly the problem. Corrections officers are dealing with the resources that they have available to them. So what we see here, they themselves say they want to respect higher standards when it comes to the roadmap for the mental health of inmates. More resources for mental health will improve security within these federal institutions. However, the problem, as my colleague suggested, is that corrections officers have to improvise given the directives they receive and the insufficient number of resources to apply them. In committee, the president of the union said, well, new directives have been put in place. They want to be applied, but it's very difficult without the measures necessary. There's a difference between segregation for security reasons over a very short period of time compared to long-term segregation because you don't have the resources needed to deal with serious mental health issues. This is an issue that was raised in committee by a number of witnesses and organizations working in the area. This is a problem that C-83 does not resolve at all. And as I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we have to go back to the starting point because what the government has shown us is just a rough draft and it's unacceptable.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je suis heureuse de participer à ce débat.
I'm pleased to take part in this report stage debate on Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act. This legislative measure will strengthen the law in a number of ways, in particular by eliminating solitary confinement in favor of a new system in order to achieve two objectives: to ensure the safety and security of staff and inmates, and to put in place rehabilitation measures that the inmates need. Of course, when there is a better rehabilitation, our communities are better protected.
First off, I would like to thank all of the witnesses who appeared before the Public Safety Committee, as well as the members of the committee who engaged in thoughtful and productive analysis of the bill. In fact, there were amendments accepted from all parties, and there were some amendments proposed by a member of one party, sub-amended by a member of another party, and ultimately supported by both of them. This is what it looks like when the parliamentarians work across party lines, when ideas are seriously considered on their merits, regardless of what party they came from, and when the government listens to Canadians and welcomes constructive feedback. The initial version of C-83, introduced in October, was immediately a major step forward for the Canadian correctional system. The committee amendments made the bill even stronger, and there are amendments that have now been introduced at report stage, especially the proposal to create an external oversight mechanism that will make it stronger still. The main feature of the bill is the creation of structured intervention units. These SIUs will allow for the separation of inmates from the general population when that's necessary for security reasons. However, unlike the current system of segregation, SIUs will be designed and resourced to provide interventions including mental health care, and inmates will get a minimum of 4 hours out of their cell daily with at least 2 hours of meaningful human contact. At committee, certain witnesses asked for greater clarity regarding when the hours out would be offered and what the nature of meaningful contact would be. So thanks to amendments by the members for Montarville and Toronto Danforth, the bill now specifies that the hours out must be offered between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., and that the meaningful contact should, as a rule, be face-to-face. There were also committee amendments related to oversight. In the original draft of the bill, the decision to place someone in an SIU would be reviewed by the warden after 5 days and after another 30 days, and by the commissioner every 30 days thereafter for as long as the person remained in the unit. The warden would also conduct a review if the inmate didn't get their minimum hours out for 5 days in a row or 15 out of 30. And a healthcare provider could, at any time, recommend changes to the conditions of confinement or removal from the SIU. That was already a solid internal review system, But an amendment from the member of Toronto Danforth strengthened the healthcare review process even further, so that in the event the warden disagrees with the healthcare provider's recommendations, the matter gets elevated to a senior committee within the correctional service. And now, the amendment that has been proposed by the member for Oakville North Burlington would add external oversight in the form of independent external decision makers. These individuals would examine cases where an inmate has, for one reason or another, not received their minimum hours out of the cell or minimum hours of meaningful contact for 5 straight days or 15 of 30. They would also examine situations where the Senior Healthcare Review Committee disagrees with the recommendations of the healthcare provider, and they would examine all SIU placements after 90 days and every 60 days thereafter.
These external decision makers will have true decisional power, not only the ability to make a recommendation. Both parties, CSC and the inmate, will be able to make a judicial review request to the federal government. The solidity of this review system would include external and internal reviews and health professionals. This is unprecedented. I'd like to thank the member for Oakville North Burlington for his proposals, and the government will be happy to support it.
The other points that was raised at committee was the question of whether the new SIUs will be appropriately resourced. For instance, the head of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, Jason Godin, said the bill was ambitious but required significant new resources to implement safely and effectively. And Stan Stapleton, president of the Union of Safety and Justice Employees, said the bill is a step in the right direction, but new resources are needed to ensure its success. We couldn't agree more. That's why the fall economic statement included $448 million over the next 6 years to support the implementation of C-83. That includes about $300 million specifically for the SIUs, as well as $150 million to strengthen mental health care, both within SIUs and throughout the corrections system. And that is on top of almost $80 million in the last 2 budgets for mental health care in the corrections system. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we're putting our money where our mouth is. This new approach will have the resources it needs to be successful. I know I'm nearing the end of my time, and I can't go into detail about all the aspects of the bill, from better support to victims at parole hearings, to the creation of patient advocates, to strengthen healthcare governments, or even the consideration of systemic and background factors in decision-making involving Indigenous inmates. And I haven't even been able to touch on all of the amendments made at committee, or on all of the amendments proposed at report stage. But it is clear that this legislation, bolstered by a vigorous and constructive legislative process, will help achieve our objective of having a better correction system, one that provides employees with a safe work environment, that provides victims of crime with information and support, that holds offenders to account, and that offers the programs, mental health care, substance abuse treatment, skills training, and other interventions necessary for safe and effective rehabilitation. Our communities are better protected when people and their sentences prepared to lead safe, productive, law-abiding lives, and this bill will help make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her presentation here this evening. Mr. Speaker, the question I have to her through you is the comments I'm hearing from the prison guards out of the penitentiary in Prince Albert is their own lack of consultation in the process, their own lack of ability to have input in how this is actually going to happen and how this is going to work. And they use a lot of variety of examples, and I'll use one very simple example with the electronic screening of inmates. Sounds really good, but this penitentiary was built in the 60s. They actually don't have the electrical requirements to actually do this, and yet there is no budget set aside for them to go out and actually put in the appropriate electrical facilities to do this. So how are they actually going to implement things like this based off C-83 when there is no budget, there's no more resources or anything else to actually help them do that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and also for his concern and his commitment to making improvements in this area, especially in corrections. I attended a stakeholder meeting, and I did hear that there were concerns whether there was going to be enough resources to do the changes that were required in so many different prisons. The people who were the experts from the correctional services said that it will be implemented incrementally, and they are committed to making sure that the individual facilities have the resources they need to implement this safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
And thanks to the honourable member down the way for bringing up the points of the improvements that we're looking at in our correctional facilities. It's really a contrast to the previous governments of build large jails and lock everybody up versus investing in the system and the people that are operating within our correctional services, looking at $300 million over 6 years on infrastructure and personnel improvements, looking at $150 million on mental health care for inmates and for the people working within the facilities. So could the honourable member talk about the strategic purpose of investing in this way to improve our system versus building bigger jails and locking everybody up?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it really, what we want is effective rehabilitation. What we want is a system where offenders are held to account for whatever their actions are, but they're put into a system so that they can address any of the issues that may have led to this behavior, whether it's abject poverty, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's mental health issues. We want to have a system that actually helps them come out of the correctional system ready to play a role in our society. So we believe that we can reduce the reoffense rate by making sure that the inmates who we have charge of have the opportunity to create that better life so they don't feel that they need to go back to the world, the criminal world, in order to survive in our society. And that's what we want. We want safer communities, and this is how a major part of that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe got very short question, please, 30 seconds, and then we'll have a 30-second answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I understand what the parliamentary secretary has said about the importance of taking care of those who have mental health issues. As someone who worked for 10 years with young people experiencing difficulties, well, to do so, we need resources. And testimony at committee was clear. There's a lack of resources. We have to accompany these people with mental health issues, and we can't just say it's important. We need resources for them. I'd like to hear her say what resources is the government set to implement to achieve these objectives. Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question, and here I'm going to get the figures. So in the fall economic update, it was $448 million over the next 6 years. That includes $300 million specifically for the SIUs. and as well as $150 million to strengthen additional dollars to strengthen mental health care within the SRUs and the correction system. And that's almost $80 million in the last two budgets for mental health care in the correction system. We know this needs to get done, Mr. Speaker, and we're making the investments necessary. Thank you.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay, the Environment. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain, Carbon Pricing. And the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Transportation. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today speaking on Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. You know, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people don't realize on any given day in Canada, we have roughly 40,000 plus prisoners in custody. And that's in 8 maximum security facilities, 19 medium security facilities, 15 minimum, and 10 multidiscipline type. You know, we have 18,000 employees, Canadian government employees, looking after these prisoners, of which 10,000 are on the front line. And those are either correctional officers, parole officers, or healthcare workers. And I want to personally thank them here today for that service that they do in our correctional services from coast to coast to coast. I have a facility in my community, this gentleman does here and here, and we know the problems that they go through on a day-to-day basis, but the great service that they give our country. This was and is a bad bill, Mr. Speaker. Even worse, this is an ill-thought-out legislation. It's a lot worse than the cannabis bill. Simply, Bill C-83 was a knee-jerk reaction to 2 Supreme Court rulings in February of 2018 regarding the clarity and indefinite solitary confinement. C-83 does not correct this. It just rewords it, Mr. Speaker, and disguises it in flowery words. No more solitary confinement. Just reword it. We will call it structural intervention units. Sounds nice. We'll allow the head of the institution to designate any area of a jail to be that. Why do we need them? Well, structural intervention units are needed for unmanageable prisoners, those that are dangerous to staff, inmates, or themselves. Maybe they're being held for an investigation, maybe an attempted murder within the facility. He has to be, or she has to be segregated. There is a need, and there are reasons why people are held in these type of facilities and these type of lockup areas. A 19-year prisoner appeared before the Public Safety Committee. He was pretty intimidating when he first came in there, but the man talked with a lot of sense. He was originally sentenced for 14 years, but he was so bad that he got an additional 5 years, of which a lot of that was in solitary confinement. And he said, they're a must. Don't get rid of them. Many more witnesses came before the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Speaker. Even the Minister of Public Safety. Again, I'm going to say this is a bad bill. Every group of witnesses or individuals who appeared said that it was a bad bill. They're not my words. It's the witnesses that came, except for the minister and his ministerial staff, who said it was such a great bill. How many amendments did you read today or started to read today? The Elizabeth Fry Society said it was a bad bill. Structural intervention units are not needed. It fails to focus on the programs. Lack of oversight. They are concerned about Section 81 due to the workings of Indigenous governing bodies. The John Howard Society calls it a bad bill. They wanted to know, what is the difference? Solitary confinement or structural intervention? There is no difference. It changes the words, but does little to change anything. That is those words, their words, Mr. Speaker, not mine. 2 hours outside the prisoner cells to 4 hours. This does little to help the prisons. Lack of infrastructure, physical and human resources. It does not address the need. I'm going to go back to my 19-year prisoner. He admitted to being a bad boy. He spent a very long time in solitary confinement. He said he needed to be there as he was dangerous. He felt these units are needed to protect guards, prisoners, and even people like himself. But he stated that prisoners must be helped with programs, counseling, etc., and this is not happening within the institution. And what he really stressed was there is no one looking after you once you're released. You're just dumped out into society. And he said that continual help needs to be there to rehabilitate the prisoners. British Columbia Civil Liberties says it's a bad bill. They can't support it. It lacks external oversight. It lacks programs that are needed to assist prisoners to reform. It lacks more resources and manpower for social and educational needs, health professionals, etc. The Native Women's Association of Canada says it was a bad bill. They were not consulted. It doesn't address traditions, protocol, and cultural practices. It does not clarify Indigenous communities. The Union of Canadian Correctional Officers also say it's a bad bill. It's not feasible. It leaves prisoners and guards vulnerable. And that is where my concern is. Prisoners and guards, especially the guards, being vulnerable. Absolutely. Canadian Civil Liberties, they say it's a bad bill. No meaningful reform. Repeal this bill. No consultation. We've heard that many times here. Aboriginal Legal Services, it's a bad bill. Big gap between rhetoric and reality. You know, when we were getting evidence on some of the costs related to prisoner, the member from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, who's also in committee with me, was told by a witness that the cost of keeping a female prisoner in a structured living condition was $533,000 a year. He was shocked. Then he was told that males in structured living conditions was between $300,000 and $600,000 a year. When he heard that, he asked me for an aspirin. I didn't have one. I just told him he'd have to cope with the evidence. Mr. Speaker, just about done, but Parliamentary Budget Officer said in the 2016-2017 that the cost of an average prisoner is $314 a day, or $115,000 a year. And if a prisoner is segregated, the average is $463,000 plus a year. That's $1,260 a day to keep a person in segregation. And Bill C-83 will cost way more than they're talking about. And when the member from Medicine Hat asked the Minister of Public Safety, what was the cost to implement this bill? The minister replied, no idea. No clue.
Unreal.
But you know what he said? Trust us. We will work it out. Just pass the bill as it is. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from a number of speakers across today, $400 and some million being thrown at this program. It's been thrown to make structural modifications in our prisons. It's been thrown to improve the healthcare facilities. But you know what? I have not heard anyone from across this great room that we're in say there was any money going to hire additional staff and improve the staff resources or the staff training. Nothing. Nothing came from the Secretary of State. Nothing came from anybody. Oh, we're going to fix the buildings up. But you know what? I've talked to a number of the prisons around Alberta, and they haven't even been talked to about what needs to be done. The guards, unions have not been spoken to. So we're supposed to trust them. They're telling us they're putting 448 million? Is that the mark I think I heard? But what about increasing staff? We know it's going to cost more to do it. We know it's going to cost more in manpower to operate these new units, especially if we're going to move them around different spots in the prison. Nothing in your plan, in your budget, to account for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to respond to my colleague across the way, you know, when I used to be the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba, and you'll see the link here, I believe anyway, is that it is a fairly significant budget. And what happens is that government would often make a decision in terms of what is going to be a certain direction that a hospital facility will go into. And you don't necessarily know the hard numbers. And one of the reasons why you don't necessarily know the hard numbers is because we have a great reliance on our civil servants, and a lot of that is the shuffling around effect, where in fact there's maybe one cost factor will decrease because of a change, yet another cost factor will increase because of that change. And so it's very difficult at the best of times to be able to give the type of numbers in which the member across the way is proposing. Generally speaking, and I emphasize generally speaking, it's an envelope of money that is assigned. And through those you will see some changes, and ultimately it will be determined whether or not there is going to be a need for increase. And I'm wondering if he might want to provide his thoughts in terms of what it is that I'm saying, applying the same basic principle for other divisions of government.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg for that question. You know what? It all boils down to consultation. And every witness other than the minister and his staff said there was no external consultation. You can't expect to know what it's going to cost to renovate the institution in my area unless you go and talk to the people on the ground. I think we can kind of look at even this building. I can walk out to where I hang my coat, and I don't know if your side's the same, but there's a closet, and then there's 3 feet on one side and 3 feet on the other side that you can't put anything in because you can't get to it. Consultation, working with the people on the ground, makes a big difference. But I still did not hear anything mentioned from anyone on the other side of any money going for labor resources or training or education. Is what they're asking for. They're begging for that. Thank you.
Trust you. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. We know that many cases of inmates who are placed into segregation are related to mental health. Do Conservatives believe that segregation is the way to treat these individuals instead of mental health programming that will actually help and may help with address the root causes of their behavior, despite the overwhelming evidence that segregation will likely cause further damage to the mental health of an inmate?
For Yellowhead.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that question. You're absolutely right. Is segregation going to help them? No. We need to look at it medically. We need to look at training our staff members to understand, to read, and understand what they're going through. They need to know. To put them into a locked cell and let that guy walk on an 11 by 8 foot cell all day long is not helping his mentality. We need to take him to a medical facility or have the proper medically trained people on the facilities, and we do not have that at the present time. So no, it will not help them, and we need to look and address their concerns.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert, a 45-second question and a 45-second answer, hopefully.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his great speech today. And he hit a few topics. And one thing I find very concerning here is the safety aspect for our employees, the prison guards. Reality is they weren't properly consulted here. They tell me that over and over again. And there's lots of things in C-83 that sounds good on paper, but are not practical in actually practice. And there's many examples given about, where the guards are actually feeling they're more at risk now because of C-83 than they were before, and no resources to offset that risk. And I'm just kind of curious, the member in the committee, when they went around talking to different people, just how extensive was the consultations, and how was the reaction of guards on C-83 when you did talk to them?
Member for Yellowhead, in 45 seconds or less, please.
For my conversation with prison guards that work in my area and other parts of Alberta, I wanted to get a feeling, and they were not consulted. And they're frustrated because they want to have the tools to provide a great service for this country and for the prisoners they're looking after. They're concerned about their safety. They're concerned about the safety of the prisoners. They're concerned about the health and care, and they're not getting enough training. I talked to a young guard that said, you know what? I was here 2 weeks, and I was put in a segregation unit because they were short-staffed. And he says, I was very, very uncomfortable, and I think he should be. And we need to have that resources there to help train these people if we're going to add a whole new set of burdens to the prison reform system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise at the report stage of Bill C-83, an act to amend the Correction and Conditional Release Act and another act. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been extensively debated and scrutinized since its introduction. I've been watching with great interest as it proceeded through the House and finally through the committee. At the outset, I would like to thank all those honorable colleagues, witnesses, and members who shared their thoughts and offered constructive suggestions throughout the process, both in the chamber as well as in the committee. As a legislator, the debate gave me much to think about, and as a House as a whole, it resulted in, I think, a stronger and more comprehensive bill. Bill C-83 proposes the elimination of segregation and the creation of innovative new Structured Intervention Unit, or SIU, for offenders who, for safety and security reasons, must be separated from their fellow inmates. SIUs would allow offenders who pose particularly difficult challenges to be separated from the mainstream inmate population when and if required. However, they would continue to receive the programming, intervention, and health care that are essential to their rehabilitation. Segregation is immoral, ineffective practice. It does not deliver the result we are looking for in our correctional system, for our prisoners, for our correctional officers. As a member, I consider incorporating similar principles in my private member legislation, C-375, which similarly legislate the nexus between mental health and our judicial system. However, as we saw with measures previously proposed in C-56, the transformation of our penitentiaries is a profound undertaking that would require measures far beyond those made possible through private member legislations. C-83 has a series of amendments adopted during its time in committee. In fact, every party which put forward amendments had at least one amendment ultimately adopted. Specifically, I will use my time to hone in on those amendments that strengthen C-83's capacity to improve the mental well-being of prisoners. I will specifically address 5 areas that piqued my interest. Number 1, when C-83 passed its second reading, it had in principle legislation that would guarantee inmate health within SIUs 4 hours of time outside of their cells. One of the proposed amendments to the bill specified that those hours be between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Those are normal waking hours for most people. This responds to the concern raised in committee that time out of cell could be offered, say, in the middle of the night when inmates would unlikely to avail themselves of them. CMHA has concern and connected lack of daylight to dips in mood and depression. There's also research that shows maintaining a regular sleep cycle connected to the natural ebb and flow of the day is important for maintaining mental health. This amendment will ensure that the 4 hours of time outside SIU are not outside of the bounds of the natural day. It prevents officials from providing these hours in an obligatory or dismissive exercise, but rather ensure they are served their intended purpose. Second, human beings are built to seek out interaction with others, particularly in time of stress. Isolations can reduce cognition and even compromise the immune system. Extensive time in an unchanging environment can alter the way we process external stimuli. It can literally warp the way that we experience the world around us. This is why C-83 included provision that would guarantee inmate the opportunity for 2 hours of meaningful human contact each and every day. Thanks to amendment put forward in the committee, this principle has been particularly strengthened by looking to ensure that this interaction is not hindered by physical barriers such as bars or security glasses. The proposed amendment will ensure that those 2 hours are not just perfunctory but meaningful human contact. Third, socializing with peers and participating in rehabilitative programming outside their cell would also go a long way toward improving the mental health and well-being of inmates in an SIU. It would put them on the right track to reintegrating into the mainstream inmate population. And beyond that, it would help their chance of successfully reintegrating into society as law-abiding members of the society at the end of their sentence. Fourth, the proposed reforms in Bill C-83 would also strengthen healthcare, including mental health services, in corrections in several ways. It mandates the correction services support the autonomy and clinical independence of healthcare professionals working within a correctional facility. And it allows for the use of patient advocates, as was recommended by the inquiry into the death of Ashley Smith. Within SIUs, inmates will get daily visits from healthcare professionals who can recommend at any time that an inmate condition of confinement be altered or that they be transferred out of the SIU. These recommendations can stem from a professional mental health assessment. These recommendations, in turn, could preempt mental health crisis or imminent self-harm. Fifth, an amendment adopted at the committee strengthened this aspect of the bill by requiring an additional review at a more senior level external to the institution if the warden does not accept medical recommendation. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to overestimate the importance of these measures. Mental health is an extremely serious problem in our prisons. Some 70% of male offenders have a mental health issue. At 80%, the percentage is even higher for women offenders. The Ministers of Public Safety and Justice have been mandated to address gaps in services to people with mental illnesses in the criminal system. The proposed reforms in Bill C-83 supports that commitment. They also build on recent investment in this area. The last two budgets included nearly $80 million for mental health in corrections, and more recently, the Minister of Finance announced substantial funding of $448 million for corrections in the fall economic statement. This funding will help support the transformational changes to the correctional system proposed in this bill and will allow for comprehensive improvement to mental health care in corrections, both within SIUs and across the board. It also directly addresses calls for increased resources made at the committee by Jason Godin, the National President of the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers, and Stanley Stapleton, the National President of the Union of Safety and Justice Employees. In other words, should this bill pass into law, the appropriate resources will be in place to ensure that it successfully fulfills its objectives. I know that this was a concern raised during the committee, as also raised during this debate, and I'm reassured that there is already effort on behalf of the government to allocate appropriate resources. Mr. Speaker, In conclusion, the number one objective of this bill is safety. Correctional staff and other inmates need to be protected from certain offenders who cannot be safely managed in the mainstream population. And by ensuring that the inmates separate from the mainstream population get the intervention they need to increase their chances of successful rehabilitation, the bill will lead to greater safety inside correction institution and greater safety in our communities when these inmates are eventually released. We started this process with a very good bill. And what we have before us today is an even stronger version of the legislation, bolstered by productive contribution of witnesses at the committee and the serious work of the committee member. In closing, I fully support Bill C-83, and I urge all honourable members to do the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party here for his speech here this afternoon. There's a couple questions I have for him. You know, when he talks about the 4 hours that the prisoners now get out of solitary confinement, where they actually get 2 hours of mingling with other prisoners. When I toured the Prince Albert Penitentiary, one of the concerns they had with this was the fact of all the different types of gangs that are located inside that prison and how they have to manage all these different populations in order to keep everybody safe. And by not having the resources to manage it in this scenario, you've actually got a scenario, you've got two different gang members possibly being out together and actually in a scenario where they'll actually beat up on each other and force the guards in an unsafe situation. So here's another example where it sounds good on paper and it's something that needs to be thought about, but there's been no resources given to the guards to prevent them from having a situation like this erupt. So how does he suggest the guards do to prevent this type of violence from happening? And it's going to happen unless there's more solutions given to him to prevent this.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The fact is, today we still have the situation where the officers are there to maintain peace and also the safety of the inmates. The fact that we are providing 4 hours of activities outside the cell, and out of that 2 hours of meaningful interaction is designed to make sure that we maintain a relationship not only with their members of the family, but also with individuals who can help in the rehabilitation process. So we can hypothesize that, yes, that 4 hours or that 2 hours is going to be used to connect with other gang members, but that's not the intention. And that's why we have the officers there, and that's why we have invested $448 million, off of which $300 million is to support the training that's needed to be able, and the services that needed to be able to deal with the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. The bill itself, Bill C-83, effectively makes some tweaks, and one of which is to rebrand solitary confinement into what's called administrative segregation, called structured integration units. The court, the BC Supreme Court and the Ontario Superior Court has made a ruling and to determine that administrative segregation as unconstitutional. This bill in and of itself does not fix that issue, and in fact, as the member identified, the one area of concern that he has centers around mental health. And the bill still allows for indefinite isolation and segregation of up to 20 hours instead of the current 22 to 23 hours, which can cause permanent mental health damage to inmates who need to be integrated into society. So I'd like to have the members comment with respect to the mental health aspect of this kind of action taken, and that's allowed under this bill.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and her passion about mental health. I do share the same passion, as I'm sure she's aware. I look at it and I say, without this bill and without this amendment, we have not started in the journey of making sure that we make meaningful impact. It may not be the best, and it might not be the be all to end all, but what it is the right step in the right direction. And the right step is that we are providing 4 hours out of the cell, and during those hours, we have interaction with mental health professionals who can determine whether the inmate needs to be maintained, or their method of rehabilitation need to be altered, or they need to be removed from the SIU. So on that note, I would say that we are taking the first step. There's a lot of work to be done, but this is the first right step. And as any other bill, this is a journey that as any other legislative, this is a journey that we are going to, and hopefully in 5 years, we are going to have the opportunity to review and make it much stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my turn to rise and speak to Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and another act. Mr. Speaker, before I start talking about this Bill C-83, first, I would like to make a few comments about what I've heard since the beginning. Once again, people are just talking about goodwill, everything's going to go well, nothing bad is going to happen. The thought is that everything's going to go smoothly simply because legislation has been changed, and inmates and guards and all this will change their habits like magic. Unfortunately, real life isn't like that. There are people who haven't spoken enough since the study of this bill began, and we're talking about the guards. These are the people who are responsible for the safety and security in prisons and penitentiaries, of the inmates, of their colleagues. They're also responsible for the well-being of inmates, but we don't talk about this enough. And you know that for some time I've now had the opportunity to be the critic on agriculture and agri-food. And this makes me think of the perception that people have of farmers and the way they keep their animals and take care of them in a wonderful way. But we think that these people have no interest in ensuring that their animals are well treated and have their well-being at heart and ensuring safety measures. I think that penitentiary guards have a role to play when it comes to the inmates. They have a role to ensure that these individuals who are in prison outside of civil society because they have committed a crime, they think that they're there just to rap on their fingers and say, well, this is what you have to do, obey the law and order. I know some of them, and I know that they do take the interests of the inmates to heart. And for a number of the guards, they also want to ensure their rehabilitation. It's important to say that before I begin talking about Bill C-83. Why? Why am I doing this? Why am I talking about guards, Mr. Speaker? Because unfortunately, one of the things that came out, everything that I've heard about and read about the bill, Bill C-83, is that the guards were not consulted with regard to this bill. They weren't consulted on the impacts of C-83, on the reality, the daily reality they live in the prisons, the daily reality they experience with the inmates. I can tell you that there are no corrections officers or guards who want to deprive an inmate voluntarily of their rights out of malice. There are rules, there are situations that mean that corrections officers must take action. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government missed a great opportunity to listen to them, to ensure that they were consulted, and to ensure that the bill reflects their work and allows them to do the best possible job. Bill C-83 proposes to eliminate solitary confinement in correctional institutions and to replace it with structured intervention units. and it proposes to establish rules for access to health care and exceptions for Aboriginals, women, those suffering from diagnosed mental issues. These measures also apply to transfers and all penitentiaries and all areas within the penitentiaries. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Bill C-83 does not make the safety of inmates and officers as a priority. I said it, Mr. Speaker. Everyone who took part in the consultation said that there weren't enough consultations. The only people who were consulted were the minister and the people around the minister. Unfortunately, when people work in civil society and in inmate rights, and the inmates themselves see that this bill does not meet the objectives that were set. It is clear that the Liberals did not do their duty with C-83, and I could, as evidence, say that just before we started to talk about the report stage, a number of motions were tabled, including Motion 17, which, if we look at the motion before us, we're talking about 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages, 5 pages, 6 pages, 7 pages of amendments, Mr. Speaker, that were made to the bill. Because the Liberals realized in the middle of it that they hadn't done a good job. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. You don't have 7 pages of amendments, of motions on amendments because you've done a good job. There wasn't a consultation, didn't listen, mistakes were made. This was done in a very improvised fashion, and that is what happened. The government improvised once again because it had to deal with these court decisions. Instead of doing things properly, the government decided to improvise, to go forward quickly without consulting anybody. So unfortunately, this bill, well, it will not resolve in any way whatsoever the problems that we see here in C-83. I can quote a few comments that were made at committee. The president of the Corrections Officers Union, Mr. Gaudin, said that this bill is probably dangerous for other people, and I quote, because sometimes the security of other inmates was such that safety and security took precedence over mental health. What does this mean, Mr. Speaker? This means that we can't give priority to something given the current reality in prisons. There is another statement, once again, by Mr. Gaudin, president of the Corrections Officers Union, who said, use of solitary confinement is being replaced with structured intervention unit. Corrections Canada has greater difficulty in achieving its mandate to ensure appropriate supervision in the prisons. Sometimes you need to use segregation to ensure safety. Sometimes it's legitimate to protect the staff and other inmates, and that is what Mr. Gaudin is telling us, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this bill did not take that into consideration. Another comment that we heard from Yvon Zimmer, corrections investigator, replacing solitary confinement that do not look at the regular application of the law is incompatible with Corrections Act and the Conditional Release Act and even the Charter, Mr. Speaker. So we see that on the one side we see people don't agree, on the other side they don't agree. Why then is this government, which tried today as a last resort to save this bill, did not do the only thing possible, and that was to go back to the drawing board to consult and come back with a bill that would be acceptable and accepted by the stakeholders and would do what it's supposed to do, that is to ensure the safety and security and respect the rights of the inmates, ensure the rehabilitation of those who are in there, in those prisons, and ensure that the Canadian correction system is an example, and not with a bill like this, something that will be challenged before the courts. No consultations, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is the main problem with this government. They consult each other, we speak to each other, we talk in cabinet behind closed doors, and then they cannot justify where they've made a decision because, Mr. Speaker, we have discussed these decisions in cabinet, but we can't talk about it. Well, we can't have real justifications in those cases when amendments are made, and Canadians are entitled to have the answers to their questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having allowed me to speak about Bill C-83, and I thank my colleague from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for the excellent work that he does on the Public Safety Committee. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I think it's really important as we have a number of Conservative members stand up and imply something that's just not true. And that is that in the fall economic statement, it was made very clear that there are additional resources into the millions of dollars that are being put into the system for new hires. That would include correctional officers. It would include healthcare professionals. And my question to the member is, would he not at least recognize the reality that monies have in fact been allocated to deal with some of the issues that the Conservatives have been raising this afternoon?
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable. Mr. Speaker, I have heard a number of my colleagues talk about funding. There is no funding that is directly tied to C-83, unfortunately, in the announcement that were made. But what is worse is that in my speech, I didn't even have the time to talk about resource allocation. I didn't even talk about the budget in my entire speech. I talked about the lack of consultations, the fact that the Liberal government was not listening, and it seems my colleague did not listen to me because I did not talk about that at all. They don't consult. When people have things to say, they should be listened to. Questions should be asked about what they talk about instead of other questions. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. He raises a very valid point about the lack of consultation, and to which we've heard from a number of stakeholders who've raised concerns with respect to this bill and to say why they don't support it. That was also indicative, I think, with the number of amendments that the Speaker at the beginning of this debate, I think he spent at least half an hour talking about it. I don't think I've gone through, as a new member really since 2015, gone through a bill where a Speaker would spend half an hour really outlining amendments to a bill to which we're debating. And so I think that's also indicative of the lack of foresight from the government side and the lack of homework, if you will, with respect to this bill. Now, having said that, one of the issues that's also central, in my view, with respect to this bill that the government did not address is the constitutionality of solitary confinements. And the BC Supreme Court and the Ontario Superior Court have ruled that it is unconstitutional to have these kinds of administrative segregation take place. So I'd like to get the comment from the member whether or not he would agree with the court decision.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable. As my colleague for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles said, I think that sometimes administrative segregation is necessary, but in fact we have to ensure that health, the mental, physical health and safety of the inmates, but also corrections officers, is assured in the prisons. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if the government had consulted appropriately, had consulted lawyers, correction services, and the people that it should have consulted before it drafted this bill, we wouldn't be here with this result. And I agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker. I'm convinced that this bill will also wind up before the courts because at first sight, it clearly seems not to respond to the two decisions handed down by the two courts, one in BC and one in Ontario. I'm convinced that next Parliament will once again have to study this legislation because the court will not be satisfied with the recommendations and changes made in Bill C-83.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead, a 30-second question and hopefully a 30-second answer.
So, better go quickly. I've heard from prison guards that work at the Grand Cache Institution in my area about the lack of training and the need for more training, especially in the healthcare and dealing with people with mental situations. I wonder if you'd like to comment through the Speaker on that need.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. In 30 seconds, it will be difficult to respond to that question. It's a very broad question. If we want things to go well in prisons, if we want to ensure the best services to inmates, the best safety and security for corrections officers, obviously these people need adequate training. The problems change over the years. Today we have mental health issues that we did not see 30 years ago. And I think that training, education, and the fact that we give the resources and enough staff when we want to make these kinds of reforms in prisons is the only solution to ensure that we can improve the situation, both for corrections officers and inmates.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues for being here this evening on Thursday to discuss this very serious bill and the implications it's going to have on our employees in the penitentiary system across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that, when this bill came about, I reached out to the correctional workers in my riding and had a chance to actually tour the facility with them. And they had a chance to see firsthand what they deal with. And these are some of the most courageous people that I know. Their mental ruggedness, their physical stamina is something I definitely could not do, and I really appreciate the work they do and how they are there to protect Canadians and deal with some of the worst in our society. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that they brought to my attention right off the bat was the lack of consultations. They weren't involved in the process, in the creation of what the requirements were needed to improve the facilities. You got to understand, Mr. Speaker, these facilities are very old. They've been around for generations and generations, built in the 60s and 70s. They have processes in place based off experience and knowing what they're dealing with. And I'll give you a good example of that, Mr. Speaker. When I first started the tour in the facility, they took me into one of their rooms and gave me an overview briefing. And they talked about the different types of gangs and groups of criminals they had within their facility. And they talked about how they worked with the RCMP and special crimes units to identify these people, and so that when these people are in the facility, they know exactly where they are and who they're mingling and mixing with at all times. They know that one group can't mix with the other group. They also know that Group 3 can't mix with Group 4, but maybe with Group 2 on certain days. They are aware of not only what's happening within the penitentiary amongst these different groups, they're aware of what's going on outside the penitentiary with these different groups, which has implications for how they treat them within the facility. One of the things that came to light in this C-83 was the change from segregated confinement or solitary confinement to getting rid of volunteer solitary confinement. And one of the safety issues they brought up right away is said, you know what, there is some prisoners in this facility who have fallen out with their group or with their gang who really want this and really need this. But not having the ability to get it now is going to put them in a predicament. And what they're concerned about, and I think it's a very real concern, is they're going to still get it. It's just they're going to assault an officer or a guard to get it, because they know they need to do it in order to be safe for themselves. So by taking this away, it sounds good on paper, but in practicality, they've actually created a situation that's even more unsafe for our officers and our guards. You know, there has to be some consultations when you're doing this so that you can see things like this are brought to light, and then you can maybe think of a different way in how to treat it and how to handle it. But no, this Liberal government doesn't like to consult. No matter what they said when they were elected, they don't do it, especially when the consultation doesn't give them the answer that they want. They want to take the suggestions and the solutions from Ottawa and shove them down on people who actually have to work with them. And it's those people that have to work them that pay for these guys' mistakes. They pay for it with financial costs, they pay for it for their physical harm and their safety, and that's not right. And that's why I'm so disappointed in this government for not actually understanding that and recognizing that and taking a step back and saying, okay, what do we have to do to make sure we do this right? No, we're going to ram it through because we know best. We're Liberals. We know best. You've got 30 years experience. What do you know? I've been elected for 2 years. We know best. That's the Liberal mindset, and it's wrong, and they need to change it. Mr. Speaker, some of the other things they popped up in the tour was the facility, again, built in the 60s and 70s. They're going to put body scanners in. Sounds great. They're happy to have that. They want that. That's great. But they say, okay, first problem, where do we put it? These are cement structures. They have solid walls. You just not just take a sledgehammer and it's like, hey, we're just going to knock this wall out and we'll put it in here and away we go. No, this is a major construction problem. Then the second problem they have is they don't have the power requirements. You go, what? Again, these are older facilities. They don't have the wiring, they don't have the infrastructure to handle something as simple as a body scanner. So now you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously the government's going to put money aside to do that. Well, wait a minute. There's nothing in the budget for that. So how are they going to do that? We don't know. There's been no game plan, and we've heard from the members across the House say, well, just trust us. Well, we've heard that once too often from this government, just trust us. Because usually that means they don't know, they're not sure, we're going to do it anyways, and Canadian taxpayers will pick up the bill no matter what it costs. Where if they would have just took a step back and said, well, what do you guys think would be the best way to implement this? They probably would have got a reasonable and logical solution that would have had the same results and saved the taxpayers a lot of money and made it safer for our guards. So there's one example of what they haven't done. They talk about solitary confinement and the 4 hours where these members or these prisoners are going to be allowed outside their facilities, mingling again amongst each other. Again, these facilities weren't made that way. They weren't made to handle that situation. And if I go back to my original comments about how they have been very careful in planning who's out in the yard with who's mingling with who, for their own safety, for the guards' safety, and for the prisoners' safety, that's all structured and very carefully managed. But now you're regulating the fact that they have to break that groups up. So all of a sudden you've got two gangs who are just going to get out in the yard, look at each other, and beat the crap out of each other. And what's going to also happen is that 2 guards or 3 guards are going to intercept that, try to break it up, and get hurt in the process too. You know, it's just crazy. The lack of practicality from this government is just scary. Yet they're going to ram it through because we're liberals. We know best. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's really disheartening when you go through these facilities. You just go, wow, I would never want to be in one. I know we joked about, well, here's the cell for the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Trudeau. You know, there's where he's going to end up after the SNC Lavalin stuff. You know, there's his place. Nobody ever wants to be there, that's for sure. And the people that are there are bad people. You know, the other thing I have to mention, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that these guards every day go to work, and a lot of them haven't been paid. A lot of them haven't received their bonuses or their increase in pays changing on shifts, and they don't even get the shift differential if they go from one part of the penitentiary to the other. And again, this government, instead of looking for solutions and trying to find a way to fix this for these guards, they put their head in the sand and just say, take it. Just amazing. Just take it. The disrespect they have for our public employees is just phenomenal. And again, it shows up in this piece of legislation, and it shows up in the Phoenix pay system, and it's shown up in so many other ways in which this government has treated our employees and Canadian citizens. And it has to change. And the good news is, Madam Speaker, on October 20th, it will change. And the guards will understand that they'll actually have somebody in power, a Conservative government under Andrew Scheer in power, that will have their backs. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where to start with a speech like that? And thanks to the honourable member for providing some fiction and entertainment this afternoon. But when you look at what the previous government did between 2012 and 2015, cutting $300 million from Corrections Canada, and now he's saying that our prisons are in terrible shape. Why could that be, Madam Speaker? How could that happen when you're jamming 2 inmates into a cell designed for 1, or cutting 30% inmate pay while you're skyrocketing canteen costs? The tough on crime agenda, mandatory minimum sentences, flooding 1,500 prisoners into cells that weren't designed for 1,500 cellmates. So the investment that we're making today, Madam Speaker, the $448 million going into our correctional facilities, could the honourable member not at least acknowledge that that might help undo some of the disastrous cuts from the previous government?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank you, Madam Speaker. But the reality is C-83 is going to generate so much more costs that the $480 million won't even touch it. And they know that. But they're going to do it anyways. They don't care. They know best. They're from Ottawa. They can tell everybody what else to do in Canada. And we see it in their attitude. We see it, the arrogance in their faces. Reality is they have to make some structural changes in a building that was built in 1960s, 70s, and that building will not allow them to do what they want them to do under C-83. Not safely. So what happens? The guard safety comes into play because they're put in a situation in a facility that wasn't created to do what they want it to do. Who pays? The guards do. Not these members. The guards pay. And that's not right.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, Madam Speaker, the member that just spoke has a prison facility in his area. I know he mentioned during his speech that he's toured the facility. He's seen the good parts and the bad parts. He's seen talked to the guards. He's talked to the prisoners, as I have with my institution at Grand Cache. Now, my institution is quite a beautiful one. It's on top of a mountain. Has about 350 employees and about 300 prisoners. But these are older facilities, and I do not believe the government of the day has taken into consideration some of the changes that are going to need to be required regarding health care, regarding scanning facilities and that stuff, and that you just can't do it on some of the older buildings. We tried it with this one. It took a lot of modification. I don't believe they put enough money out for the budget. If you would care to answer that through you.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
And I thank the member for his hard work, some practicality in the committee that was ignored as it went through the committee, obviously. You know, again, it comes back to the realities here. These facilities are older facilities that are designed based on processes that have been developed over years and years of experience of guards. You know, so that's the way they've been working. Now, if we want to change that, that's fine. But do the proper consultations, do the proper analysis, sit back and actually talk to the guards, talk to those that are impacted, talk to some of the prisoners. You got to remember, Madam Speaker, there's the worst of the worst, but there's some people that are in there for things like drunk driving or petty theft that, you know, basically, hopefully they will be rehabilitated and will leave the facilities. But, you know, the way they're handling this, they're putting the guards at risk, and that's not right. They've ignored them. They haven't talked to them. And by doing that, it's just wrong. Their act safety's at stake, and I don't understand that. This is a government that came into power saying we're going to consult. Well, they only consult when the people say what they want to hear. In this situation, they weren't saying what they wanted to hear, so they just ram it through anyways, which is really unfortunate.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief question.
Very brief, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I have to ask the question, where was the compassion towards correctional officers when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, when that government did absolutely nothing in terms of reforming and trying to improve the quality of living, both for security and other professionals that are working our fine institutions?
Brief answer from the member for Prince Albert.
Well, that's rich coming from this government that's ignored them totally altogether and basically said, we know best. Reality is they've ignored them worse. They're doing a worse job. They're putting our guards in harm's way. They were never in harm's way under the Harper government. They are now. They're speaking out. They're upset, and they're not listening. And that's unfortunate. They should be listening. Really just...
Since it is 5:30, now we're going to move on to
Orders of the day, private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-406, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, foreign contributions, in the name of Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that Bill C-406, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, foreign contributions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Debate. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canadian citizens hold a basic fundamental expectation that when they vote, when they cast their ballot to determine their local representative, the composition of the House of Commons, and the political direction of our country, that their voice will matter. Unfortunately, in previous general elections, the voice of every Canadian citizen has been drowned out, diminished and undermined by foreign entities who would unduly influence our legitimate and democratic electoral process. Foreign interference has been widely reported in elections in numerous other democratic countries, and Canada is by no means different. Our electoral process is just as vulnerable to the sort of undue foreign influence we have seen take place in the United States, Britain, and elsewhere. This occurs in our country most frequently through the willful contravention of the Canada Elections Act, whereby registered third parties receive contributions from foreign entities, which is subsequently used to fund various political activities, including for election advertising purposes. The need to prohibit such foreign influence is clear. Canada's former Chief Electoral Officer from 1990 to 2007, Jean-Pierre Kingsley, stated unequivocally, and I quote, "We simply cannot allow any kind of money that is not Canadian to find its way into the Canadian electoral system. A general election is a national event. It's not an international event, and foreign interests have no place, and for them to have found a backdoor like this, that is not acceptable to Canadians. I think the overwhelming majority of Canadians care about foreign money playing a role in our elections, regardless of what party they favor. This issue is about the overall fairness in our elections, about keeping a level playing field." End quote. Last year, the former Canadian Security Intelligence Service Director and National Security Advisor Richard Fadden confirmed that it was very likely that foreign countries had attempted to influence the 2015 general election. Looking ahead, a report by the Communications Security Establishment found that foreign entities were well positioned to influence the next federal election and that Canada would not be immune from it. Indeed, prior to and during the last federal election, numerous registered third-party organizations in Canada received significant contributions from foreign entities to achieve certain political objectives. For instance, the Tides Foundation, which is based in the United States, donated more than $1.5 million to numerous different third-party organizations in Canada. Lead Now, one such third-party organization, which is one of the most active third parties in the last election itself, attributes more than 17% of its funding from foreign sources. Each of these groups spent thousands and thousands of dollars in elections advertising in the 2015 general election. Meanwhile, the number of registered third-party groups is higher than ever, as are concerns about them. Between the previous two elections alone, complaints about third-party groups by everyday Canadians increased by 750%, from just 12 in 2011 to 105 in 2015. Sadly, many of the political causes advocated by these groups directly benefits the economic or political interests of foreign countries and directly disadvantages the economic and political interests of Canada. As the Member of Parliament for Red Deer-Lacombe, I am particularly concerned, as are my constituents, that many third-party groups receiving foreign contributions for elections advertising purposes are dedicated solely to undermining the Canadian oil and gas sector. This is no secret. Amidst record low oil prices in Canada, foreign entities like the Tides Foundation have trumpeted their accomplishments in preventing Canadian oil from reaching international markets. Their success in doing so can be attributed in part to their ability to finance the elections advertising of collaborative third-party groups. Numerous instances of this kind of foreign influence has been revealed through the dedicated work of researcher Vivian Krause. Vivian has worked tirelessly to follow the money trail and uncover the many connections between U.S. oil interests and Canadian environmental groups who are working together and making use of elections law loopholes against the interests of the broader Canadian public. But this is just one issue related to foreign influence of many. Foreign influence in all our elections should be of concern to all members of this House and all Canadians, regardless of their political persuasion. So why are we allowing foreign entities to influence our elections in this manner? This question was formally investigated by the Commissioner of Elections Canada earlier this year at the behest of my colleague, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton. The Commissioner's office determined that third parties are subject to much less stringent regulations than other political entities, but concluded that there was no technical breach of the Elections Act as it's currently written. Crucially, the Office of the Commissioner of Elections Canada noted that, pursuant to subsection 359 subsection 4 of the Act, there is no requirement for a registered third party to report to Elections Canada funds used for elections advertising. if those funds were received outside of the period beginning 6 months before the issue of the writ and ending on Election Day. So in effect, foreign entities or organizations like the Tides Foundation are currently permitted to make unregulated financial contributions to third-party organizations for election advertising outside of the pre-writ period. These sorts of contributions would otherwise be prohibited at any other time. From this, it is clear that there exists a serious loophole in the Canada Elections Act which must be addressed. We must stem the significant flow of foreign money in our elections and help restore the full sovereignty of our democratic process. It is for this reason I introduced the legislation before us, Bill C-406. Bill C-406 will address the growing issue of foreign influence in Canadian elections by prohibiting foreign entities from contributing to third parties for election advertising purposes at any time. Bill C-406 also amends the Canadian Elections Act to include this prohibition and requires any illegal or uneligible contributions to be either returned by the domestic third party to the contributor or returned to the Receiver General. With this prohibition in place, foreign entities will no longer be able to shamelessly flout the Canada Elections Act. Consequently, their ability to undermine our electoral process and unduly determine the political discourse in this country would be severely diminished. These measures would preserve the sovereign principle that Canadians and Canadians alone should decide who governs on their behalf. The issue of election reform, including the undue influence of foreign entities, has been debated in this chamber recently as we have considered the provisions within the government's Bill C-76. At that time, members on the government side explicitly stated that they consider this to be an issue of real concern, and I note that the honourable member for Whitby declared that Canadian elections belong to Canadians, and it is not the place of foreigners to have a say in who should have a place in this chamber. Similarly, the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek admitted that the last federal election was subjected to foreign influence and expressed her desire to see legislation that makes it more difficult for the bad actors that we have out there to influence our elections. Even the Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform stated that she supports measures that will prevent foreign interference in our elections that could undermine trust in our democracy. And these are Liberal MPs, Madam Speaker. I could go on, but regardless of my objections to aspects of Bill C-76 while debating that legislation, members opposite made it clear that they believe foreign influence to be a problem that needs to be addressed, particularly as another election will soon be upon us. Now, members on the government side might like to suggest that Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act, which is now being studied in the other place, renders the provisions to eliminate foreign influence in Canada elections within my Bill C-406 as redundant. However, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, this is not the case. While Bill C-76 contains provisions to prohibit third parties from utilizing foreign money for the purposes of elections advertising, my Bill 406 prohibits the foreign entities themselves from contributing to the domestic third parties in the first place. Therefore, the enactment of the provisions in Bill C-76 and C-406 would be complementary rather than contradictory or redundant. Given that foreign entities are currently contravening the existing prohibitions concerning elections advertising in the Canada Elections Act, having further measures in place to prevent this from happening would be the most sensible thing to do and will prevent any uncertainty about compliance for domestic third parties here in Canada and for foreign entities elsewhere. By ensuring that the legal prohibitions apply both to the contributing foreign entities and the recipient domestic third parties, Canadians will be much more assured in the security and sovereignty of our electoral process and in the legitimacy of their government. It is undeniable that we live in an age of rampant misinformation, political disruption, and an acute lack of confidence in traditional institutions. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer, Canadians' trust in media, NGOs, businesses, and government all declined in 2017, and more than half of Canadians have lost faith in the system. Now, this should be concerning for all members of this House, especially since the barometer also indicates that the credibility of their own leadership is also declining amongst Canadians. It is for this reason that Canadians especially deserve to have full confidence that our elections will not be tampered with or interfered by foreign entities. Members should take their seats here following an election only because they have the confidence and trust of their constituents who placed them here. Members should not have a seat here because some foreign entity preferred one candidate or party over another to pursue their own personal objectives and was able to use their significant resources to sway certain elections from abroad. In less than a year's time, Canadians will have returned to the ballot boxes once more to have their voices heard. Enacting Bill C-406 before then to prevent foreign influence in our elections would go a long way in rebuilding the trust of Canadians in their institutions and, in particular, the validity of our elections process and the credibility of the government. The alternative is troubling to consider. Without the prohibitions within Bill C-406, our elections will be determined not by Canadians alone, not by those who have a vested interest in what's best for our country, but by those who have a vested interest in their own objectives, which almost certainly will not be in the best interests of Canada. Worse still, if this practice continues unabated, Canadians will lose all faith in their electoral process and in the government itself, regardless of which party is in power. Such a profound loss of faith will be very difficult to earn back once it has been lost. In the past few months, we have heard from the experts and officials responsible for administering our elections, as well as those who are tasked with keeping our nation and its institutions secure. Each of them have said that the issue of foreign influence in our elections is of concern and something that needs to be addressed prior to the election next year. Members from both sides of this chamber have echoed this sentiment and have shown support for other measures that would help curb foreign influence in our elections. And it is my sincere hope, Madam Speaker, that all members in this House will take this warning to heart and join me in supporting Bill C-406. By doing so, members of Parliament will not only be ensuring that foreign entities can no longer unduly influence our elections, but they would also be sending a clear and specific message to all Canadians that your voice matters and your voice will not be undermined or drowned out by those who should have no place or no say in our electoral process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Order of Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Red Deer Lacombe for his contributions today and for presenting this bill. I agree wholeheartedly, and we on this side of the House agree wholeheartedly with the objective and the principle of this bill and what it's targeting, which is interference with elections, which indeed must be safeguarded here in this House. A couple of clarifications. The member mentioned that the bill is Bill C-76, which had the same objective, is being studied in the Senate right now. The bill actually received royal assent on December 13th of 2018, so Bill C-76 is now actually official law in Canada. But I want to ask the member opposite, in respect of Bill C-76, a couple of points. One is that at the time that his legislation was originally given first reading, Bill C-76 was in committee. It was subsequently strengthened in committee. The original incarnation of the bill talked about only prohibiting the use of foreign funds during an election period. However, amendments that were made, helpful amendments at that committee, at PROC, made it illegal for a third party to use foreign funding at any time to engage in partisan activities, bringing it into line with the very bill that he's proposing today. And secondly, I wanted to outline for him, so does he agree with those changes that were made at committee? And the second question would be, the extraterritorial aspect of this legislation that he is now proposing presents a difficulty in enforcement. Does he recognize that limitation in terms of the enforcement of this very bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the colleague for his question. As a matter of fact, actually, the policing of this would be a lot easier. The issue that I brought up in my remarks, that the investigation that was initiated by my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, it was an inability for them to find any fault in the current legislative gambit that the Elections Canada has in front of it. That's because when the money comes across the border, it becomes much more difficult to police and enforce. If you police it before it comes across the border and make it illegal for the foreign funding to actually come across the border in the first place, that is much easier to detect, it's much easier to track, and much easier to enforce. That's why I said in this piece of legislation that I'm proposing, Bill C-406, it builds on some of the things that were done in Bill C-76, but it will actually add and strengthen and make our elections more secure. And that's why I'm hoping that all members in this House will help pass it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his presentation of his private member's bill and for all of the work that he has done on it. It takes a tremendous amount of research and preparation to get to the point that my colleague is at, and so that should certainly be noted and appreciated. Now, this bill, of course, has to do with foreign interference in our elections here in Canada, and of course wanting to put a stop to that. Now, in Canada, our democracy is based on the principle that only those who should vote. So in other words, if you're a Canadian citizen, if you're over the age of 18, then you should be given the opportunity to vote. Now, when this is the case, of course, our democracy is protected. When this is not the case, our democracy then is thwarted. Now, to his bill, when we're talking about foreign interference, money being laundered into Canada, we are talking about another act that could impact our overall democratic system, our democracy. I'd be curious if the member could comment on the democratic system that exists within Canada and how his bill will go about making sure that it is protected, and why that is important not only for today, but why it's important for future generations within this great country we call home.
The honourable member for Red Deer has about 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague and friend from Lethbridge for the question. What my bill does is it changes the elections, proposes to change the Canada Elections Act. Right now, the prohibition of the use of foreign contributions is simply a matter of judgment of that funding after it's already been sent to a third-party organization in Canada from abroad. That could be from a government, it could be from a business, it could be from a foundation that actually has no interests in Canada at all. So the prohibitions would apply to a person who is not a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident that's trying to influence our elections, a corporation or an association that does not carry on any business in Canada at all, a trade union that does not hold any bargaining rights or employees in Canada, a foreign political party or a foreign government or an agent of one. So what my bill says is, instead of allowing money to come across the border from those actors and then trying to figure out if that money was used in the election at all, my bill is saying, let's just not let that money come in the first place, and then it's a lot easier to enforce.
Resuming debate, the reprise au débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions and as the Member of Parliament for Parkdale High Park to speak to Bill C-406, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, here today at second reading. This bill, which was introduced today by the member for Red Deer Lacombe, seeks to amend the Canada Elections Act to prohibit foreign contributions to third parties for election advertising purposes. The spirit of Bill C-406 is part of a broader conversation regarding the role of money in Canadian politics and the potential for foreign actors to influence Canadian elections. The Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs issued a report last year expressing concern that the Canada Elections Act did not, and I quote, sufficiently protect Canadian elections from improper foreign interference, end quote. That Senate report further argued that the third-party regime needed to be modernized to ensure transparency and fairness in our democratic system. Our government takes this issue very seriously, and it is a pleasure to be addressing this topic in the House this evening. When it comes to the issue of foreign interference, Madam Speaker, and influence more generally, we are taking a whole-of-government approach to protect the integrity of our democracy by defending the Canadian electoral process from hacking and malicious cyber activities. More frequently than ever before, Madam Speaker, we are learning in the media about how Western democracies are dealing with new types of threats and new types of attacks. There have been allegations of undue foreign interference in the British Brexit referendum, the United States 2016 presidential election, and the French 2016 presidential election, to name but a few. Canadians are rightfully concerned about the potential impact of foreign interference in our elections as well. I've heard this from the engaged residents in my riding of Parkdale High Park, and indeed from Canadians from around the country, that we cannot be complacent. In 2019, we need to anticipate and indeed ward off the threat of foreign interference to secure and to strengthen our democracy. This is why our government recently announced its plan to safeguard the upcoming election. The plan is built on 4 pillars. One is enhancing citizen preparedness. The second is improving organizational readiness. The third is combating foreign interference, and the fourth is working with social media platforms. In particular, Canada's security agencies will work to prevent covert, clandestine, or criminal activities by foreign actors. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind members of this House that Canada also has a robust political financing regime. We know that to date, there is no evidence that foreign actors have unduly influenced previous elections in this country. As a result, Canadians can feel confident in the outcome of our past elections and our democracy as a whole. But that does not mean we will rest on our laurels. To the contrary, Madam Speaker, we are being vigilant to address potential threats. Our government has already taken action to address potential avenues of undue influence in advance of the upcoming 2019 federal election. In addition to the government's recent announcement, our government has passed, indeed, the bill received royal assent on December 13th of last year, Bill C-76, the Election Modernization Act. The Elections Modernization Act strengthens Canada's democratic institutions and restores Canadians' trust and participation in our democratic processes. This generational overhaul of the Canada Elections Act will allow it to better address the realities facing our democratic system in the 21st century, including requiring organizations selling advertising spaces to not knowingly accept election advertisements from foreign entities. Notre législation s'appuie fortement.
Our legislation is heavily based on the Chief Electoral Officer's report following the 2015 elections and the Standing Committee on House Affairs and Procedure, and Legal and Constitutional Affairs reports as well.
Already outlined a number of measures in Bill C-406 which are redundant when one actually considers Bill C-76. This is because Bill C-406 has already been considered by our government as part of the Ministry of Democratic Institutions' commitment to review spending limits for both political parties and for third parties. This review also examined third-party financing and the potential impacts of foreign contributions and interference in Canada. While the objective of 406 to prevent foreign interference in Canadian elections is worthy, the mechanisms outlined in this legislation would be ineffective. Allow me to explain. A major issue with Bill C-406 is that it seeks to legislate the actions of people outside of Canada, such as foreign entities or persons making a contribution to a Canadian third party. These provisions have an extraterritorial aspect, which would be extremely difficult to enforce. We know of these difficulties from other acts which have attempted to legislate actions outside of Canada. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the measures in Bill C-76 are indeed enforceable, whereas those in Bill C-406 are problematic and not so, because Bill C-76 addresses the problem from a different perspective. While C-406 before the House today seeks to prohibit someone outside of Canada from contributing to a third party, Bill C-76, which has received royal assent, prohibits a Canadian third party from using the contributions. In this way, the problem of foreign influence is brought under the umbrella of our established domestic regulatory regime for third parties. Madam Speaker, there are also a number of unfortunate drafting errors in this bill, which would make the argument that the provisions are difficult to enforce. Again, allow me to explain. In one case, the bill refers to, quote, subsection 363, and then in parentheses 1.1 of the Canada Elections Act, which is a provision that does not exist in either the Act or in Bill C-76. As well, this new bill creates two new prohibitions on foreign contributions. It neglects, while it does create two new prohibitions, Madam Speaker, it neglects to enact corresponding offences, which would lead to significant enforcement difficulties. The two must go hand in hand, and the latter is absent here. There are no corresponding offences listed in the bill. Further, Madam Speaker, Bill C-406 misplaces the new rules regarding third-party election advertising in Part 18 of the Canada Elections Act, the part which deals with the financial administration of political entities, instead of placing it in Part 17 of the Act, which deals with third-party election advertising. This would lead to confusion for Canadians and political actors about which sections of the Canadian Elections Act apply to which entities.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that some measures in Bill C-76 that have to do with foreign interference were strengthened through amendments passed by the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. When Bill C-406 was introduced in June 2018, those measures in Bill C-76 had not yet been strengthened by the meticulous study by the committee.
C-76 initially only limited the prohibition against using foreign funds to an election period, something I mentioned in my first contribution to this debate. However, there is now a new provision, Madam Speaker, which stipulates that there is no explicit time limit to this prohibition, thanks to the amendments, the helpful amendments, brought forward at the Standing Committee for Procedure and House Affairs. This change brought Bill C-76 in line with the measures introduced in the bill before you today, Bill C-406, which also do not stipulate a time limit. Canadians can therefore be assured that the foreign influence will be guarded against at any time, rather than only during the pre-writ or writ periods of an election. Madam Speaker, strengthening and protecting our democratic institutions should not be a partisan issue. On that, there is agreement. In Canada, our free and fair elections contribute to our strong democracy, which is revered around the world. Canadians rightfully expect their elected officials to come together and work hard to ensure that our elections are accessible, and we are doing our utmost to ensure foreign money has no place in our elections, which is essential to the health of our democracy. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Red Deer-Lacombe for the chance to continue this important discussion on foreign influence in our elections. We can expect that Canadians will become more interested in this topic in the lead-up to the federal election this fall. To conclude, while Bill C-406 identifies an important issue for Canadians, the tools this bill proposes cannot be effectively enforced, which is why the government will not be supporting Bill C-406. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll begin where my colleague opposite left off by saying that, yes, there are some good intentions in principle, some good ideas here, limiting foreign funding for third parties. I think we're all concerned about foreign interference in our elections, in our democracy here in Canada.
As well as throughout the world. We have seen this. It's on the front pages of the newspapers. It's very worrying to see this kind of interference. It's a direct attack on our democracies. We must take note and find solutions. Obviously, funding opens the door to interference. Let's be clear. We in the NDP are in favor of limits on foreign funding by third parties. But we think that this bill does not achieve that objective. There are a number of problems. And the issue of the implementation of this measure was talked about. We're talking about extraterritorial issues, which are important. I think that what concerns me the most is the fact that there are huge loopholes in the bill. First of all, essentially, we're talking about funding, campaign, and advertising. Why just advertising? A third party could get money and use that money for other purposes. Taking money from abroad and using it for other purposes. And then somehow fund advertising. We see that this limitation undermines the fundamental objective of fighting foreign interference. There's still more. There is the issue of the definition of what a foreign entity would be. A foreign entity is set out in the bill as the same definition in the Elections Act, and this definition talks about a person who is not a citizen or a permanent resident or a corporation that does not have activities in Canada. It's quite interesting. It's 2019, Madam Speaker, in 2019. Obviously, there are small companies everywhere, but if we look around us, the private sector, for example, there are a broad number of multinationals. If we obviously exclude individuals, but multinationals could come in. We have our arms wide open because they are not excluded here. They can continue to make donations to third parties for the purposes of election advertising. And so they're not affected by this bill. This is very interesting because when we talk about defending democracy and electoral funding and so forth, the Conservatives always seem to be somewhat selective. I heard the speech given by my colleague who stopped about the Tides Foundation, who talked about environmental groups. Sincerely, they often have a global concern because the challenges we face in the area of the environment are in fact global world challenges which know no borders. And in my colleague's speech, his goal, what bothered him was environmental groups. They are the ones that need to be stopped from interfering. But multinational companies, nope, no problem. They can continue to act. I think it's a bit ironic. It's ironic also that here we have this concern with the political party financing, and it comes from the Conservatives, and they're the ones that decided at one point that political party funding wasn't a good idea from public funds. Let's be careful here. I remember I was sad because when I was a young person, I must tell you, when I was young and I voted in Quebec and I voted for the NDP at a time when people did not really know the NDP very well, and I said to myself, well, we won't win the riding, but I'm giving them $2 to the party that I believe in. But the Conservatives decided to abolish this. Does this mean there's no public funding of political parties? No, there still is. Because when I make a donation to a political party, I'm entitled to a tax slip. And this tax credit, is it not a type of public funding? It's public funding that is given to people who have income, who pay taxes, and the ones who give the most money, who have the biggest means, get the biggest returns, and people who have the lowest incomes, they cannot. They pay their contributions out of their pockets. So I think this is quite ironic to now see the Conservatives stand up to defend democracy in Canada when so many of their actions when they were in power helped to undermine it. I hope that, as one of my colleagues suggested, that we'll be able to work in a very nonpartisan way. It would be wonderful, avoiding these little games on issues such as electoral reform, democratic development, and improving our institutions. This bill will be difficult to implement. It's got lots of loopholes, and once again, it's petty politics. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is a pleasure to speak today to Bill C-406, tabled by my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe, which is a bill that would amend the Canada Elections Act to ban foreign contributions to third parties for election advertising purposes. And I would just say some of the comments that we've heard prior to my intervention go to the very reason why I think this legislation is so important. And I want to point to the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions, who was very clear that he's not going to support this legislation, but then said there's no proof whatsoever that there's been any interference in Canadian elections in the past. That just proves how naive the Liberal government is in the situation that we are facing right now. We have a group out there, Lead Now, that is on their website bragging about how many ridings they influenced in the 2015 election. A third-party group that spent more than $1 million in the 2015 election, and almost 20% of those dollars were raised by foreign actors. So for a government to say that, I guess we shouldn't really question this because this has sort of been the theme with them all week in the last couple of weeks when it comes to SNC-Lavalin. There's nothing to see here, nothing to fear. Don't worry, we've got everything under control. Just go to bed at night and sleep well. Well, the proof is there that there was certainly influence in the 2015 election by foreign entities funding these third-party groups in Canada that were going to very specific target ridings and having an impact on a Canadian election.
That's right.
I would just like to, you know what, I would say if this came up 4 years ago, I was probably one of those ones that didn't think this was probably an issue. But that changed significantly during the 2015 election campaign. Many of us here in this House go and help our colleagues or our friends in other ridings when they do their door knocking and their canvasses. I remember going through Calgary Centre during the 2015 election, and I was shocked at the number of lawn signs that I saw on public boulevards and public spaces. What surprised me was the fact that those lawn signs outnumbered every political party 2-1. These signs were not Liberal, they were not New Democrat, they were not Green, and they were not Conservative. These lawn signs were put up by Lead Now and Tides. The amount of money that that group spent in that one riding was incredible. And when you have third parties spending more than $1 million in a campaign, let's put that in perspective. The average party in a constituency probably spends around $50,000 to $75,000. This group spent 30 times that in our election. So to say that there's nothing to see here and there's no proof of foreign funding having an impact on Canadian elections, I think is extremely naive.
Disingenuous at best.
And it shows why this private member's bill brought up by my colleague, C-406, is so important. And I'm very proud to support that. Now, when we talk about, Madam Speaker, we talk about the activism that's going on in our country and then they're having an influence on our elections. That should be extremely concerning to Canadians. As I think everyone in their presentations have said so far, Canadian elections should be decided by Canadians, period. But earlier this year, I had the opportunity to travel to Brussels and meet with many of our NATO partners and representatives from those countries. And we talked about foreign influences in their elections. It is a top priority for our NATO partners, who are doing everything they can to address cybersecurity and tightening up their own elections legislation to limit the opportunities for foreign influence in their elections. Canada is not immune to this, and we have a Liberal government that passed C-76 with very minimal strategies to address foreign funding is concerning. And this private member's bill, C-406, will close that loophole when it comes to the influence foreign funding will have on future Canadian elections. We are not immune. It's happened. And if we don't do something about it, it's going to happen again. Elections are sacrosanct to a free and sovereign country. Times have changed. Unfortunately, we've seen it in the United States, we've seen it in other Western democracies, we've seen it in Canada. Our elections are open and vulnerable to foreign influences, whether that's at the cyber level or funding third-party organizations that are well organized and target specific ridings to make an impact. We should not allow that to happen, Madam Speaker.
Ever.
Third-party associations should not be allowed to accept foreign funding for the use in Canadian elections. And that's what Bill C-406 will do. It will close that loophole to ensure that these third-party groups cannot accept foreign funding, period. This will make it easier to enforce, easier to track, and ensure that Canadian elections are protected. But we shouldn't be surprised, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals are leaving this loophole there, because they've been quite clear that they have no issues with foreign entities and foreign actors influencing a Canadian policy. We have a Liberal government that ensured that Canadian taxpayer dollars were used to fund summer jobs for Lead Now and Tides, that actively protested against Canada's own energy sector. So if they're going to allow these foreign funds to impact our decision-making on our own economy, on massive infrastructure projects, on nation-building projects like pipelines, and we've seen what's happened with Trans Mountain, a project that's integral to Canada's economy. But, you know, let's not concern ourselves with, once again, foreign actors influencing our Canadian economy, and certainly our natural resource sector, and the more than 100,000 jobs that have been lost as a result of the activism, most often from foreign entities. So if we're going to turn a blind eye to that, it only makes sense that they would turn a blind eye to foreign influences in Canadian elections. This is no mystery, Madam Speaker. Foreign money has been used, and as I said, these third-party groups are actively in the public, on their websites, bragging about how successful their efforts have been in influencing a Canadian election. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is not speculation. It is proven. In fact, Tides spent more, as I said, spent more than $1.5 million in influencing our Canadian election. The Canada Revenue Agency got their attention. They are investigating Tides for how that money was raised and how it was spent. So again, for the Parliamentary Secretary for Democratic Institutions to think that this has never happened in Canada, I find to be very disconcerting. This is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister who should be extremely concerned about the influences foreign entities and foreign actors would have on the Canadian election. And he was quite honest that he said, it's not an issue, it's not a problem. We don't need any legislation to protect ourselves from this. I find that, in all honesty, to be ridiculous. It's quite proven that this is happening. And Madam Speaker, we're now in an election year, and it's quite clear that the Liberals have proven that they are not going to take this issue seriously. This is not something that they are taking earnestly, and are refusing to take steps to close that loophole. And I find it interesting that the Liberals and my colleague from the NDP keep talking about this being a nonpartisan issue. I'm not saying this is a partisan issue, but I'm saying that there's a very clear void, a gap in the legislation that we are bringing forward an opportunity to correct that mistake that was in C-76, which just does not have the teeth that is needed to ensure that Canadian elections are protected. This is a pillar of our a foundation of our Canadian democracy, plain and simple. If we cannot trust that our elections are fair and Canadians alone are deciding who forms our government and who their representative is in their constituency, we have a very serious problem. Bill C-406 will end any opportunity for foreign influence in a Canadian election. The integrity of our democracy, the integrity of our electoral system is at stake, and I would ask all members of this House to support Bill C-406. It is a priority. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Resuming debate.
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to, as much as possible, address a number of the points that my colleague from across the way has raised here this evening. And first, just to reassure, and this is one of the things I don't think we do enough of, and that is to recognize the incredible role that Elections Canada and the Commissioner of Canada Elections actually plays in terms of providing that one of our fundamental pillars of democracy is in fact there and it's healthy, and I would ultimately argue that it is envied from around the world, Mr. Speaker. We have many countries from around the world that will come and visit our election officials. Apolitical election officials are often requested to visit numerous countries to explain how it is that Canada, in good part, has been as successful as it has been over the years at ensuring that we have a very healthy, vibrant democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to start off by indicating how much I recognize and appreciate. You know, we often hear, at least on this side of the House, how we recognize the importance of these independent offices, whether it's our Ethics Commissioner, the Ombudsman, Elections Canada, how much we appreciate their contribution to our system of parliamentary procedures and democracy as a whole. Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting in listening to the comments, and I thought one of the most interesting comments was from the Parliamentary Secretary in dealing with the bill. And what he had indicated, I believe, is something that members should actually take note of. When Bill C-76 was being debated during a second reading, and there was a great deal of effort that went into bringing forward Bill C-76, there was a clear indication, and we often hear that from this side of the House, something that we never heard when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and that is that, look, if you have ideas and you have thoughts that would improve the legislation itself, that we have had, whether it's the Prime Ministers or other members, talk about bringing the issues to committee. And in fact, there was a number of ideas that were raised at committee. And what I thought was interesting is the Parliamentary Secretary responsible made reference to Bill C-76. And in fact, when it originally only limited the prohibition against the using of foreign funds during an election period. Madam Speaker, that was what the legislation was proposing prior to it going to committee. However, once it actually got into committee, there were amendments that were made at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which actually made it illegal for third party to use foreign funding at any time to engage in partisan activities, Madam Speaker. I would argue, ultimately, that this brings it in line with what it is that C-406 is actually doing. Now, not a perfect alignment, as it's been pointed out in terms of under this legislation, the opposition believes that if we pass a law here, we would have no issues in terms of implementing it outside of Canada's jurisdiction. Well, that's questionable at best, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that the essence of 406, or what it is hoping to be able to achieve, was actually achieved when the bill actually went to committee. And there was debates and presentations that were made at the committee stage in order to enhance and make stronger Bill C-76. So I think that's something in which should have been taken into consideration when the member actually proposed the bill here earlier this evening. Madam Speaker, the legislation, Bill C-76, not only has passed, but it has now received royal assent. The introducer of Bill C-406 wasn't necessarily aware of that. I think we need to reinforce that it is actually now the law of the land. Now, I've been around for a number of years. I can remember the legislation that was actually brought in by the former Prime Minister Harper in regards to reforming Canada's Elections Act, and the incredible resistance to the changes that the Stephen Harper government was receiving. There was very little support for the legislation. You had a great deal of opposition from political parties. More importantly, many different political stakeholders in Canada, whether it was our academics to average citizens, that were talking about issues such as the identification cards and how people were being disenfranchised and so forth. That was the type of legislation that Stephen Harper had brought in while he was Prime Minister. You will find that the support that we have for C-76, and when I say we, I'm referring to something more than just the Liberal Party or the Government of Canada, that there was widespread support for many of the changes for the modernization of our Elections Act, Madam Speaker, and it received wide support. Well, you know, I remember, Mr. Speaker, I had proposed some changes or talked about changes when it was at committee stage back then, and it fell against deaf ears. Today we have a government that is actually committed to more transparency, more accountability, especially when we're talking about the issue of the elections.
Had an opportunity to speak, and somebody else has the floor, and he knows that in the House here we respect others who have the floor. So if he wishes to speak more on this here, then I would suggest that he wait till the proper time comes along. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the point that I was attempting to get at is that as a government, in bringing forward changes to the Elections Act, there was a great deal of consultation and efforts by not only the Minister, but the Standing Committee and many members on all sides of this House. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, I think that we have very strong, robust election laws as a direct result, in good part, by the fine work on members on all sides of this House and the many individuals that contributed to that legislation. Contrast that to the legislation that was brought in by Stephen Harper. And that's why I would ask if I would have been permitted, Madam Speaker, when the member brought in the legislation, that if he felt that it was so critical now, nothing has really changed in the last few years, why didn't the Prime Minister Harper bring in that particular change to the Elections Act at the time, Madam Speaker? I suspect that it might have something to do with the arguments that were used against it at different points in time. How do you, apply? And I believe the legislation that we now have put in place that has received the royal assent deals with the issue that the Conservatives are trying to raise. And I would suggest that the Conservatives, if they were to reflect in terms of some of the posturing that we have seen that has taken place, that they should reflect on their own behavior in terms of some of those transparency and accountability issues that we have been raising consistently as we try to look at ways in which we can improve democracy and accountability from parties to Canadians. An example of that is challenging the Conservative leader, for example, to open up his fundraising meetings.
Hasn't done it yet.
Hasn't done that yet. Why not?
So when they talk about accountability, Madam Speaker, why not having accountability to the electorate right from the leader of the Conservative Party by saying these are the people that are attending? Why not open it to the media? This is something in which our Prime Minister and this government is still encouraging opposition to do. There's more work to be done. We're anxious to be able to continue on in that way. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
The honourable member from Mégantic-Clérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about C406, notably 2 articles of this bill, which are essential, in my opinion, for any democracy that wants to have its own democratic affairs, that doesn't want to leave others to influence our democratic process. And I heard what my colleague said, and I'm wondering if he agrees with his own clerk and secretary of his cabinet that said at the Justice Committee that
interference in the upcoming election, and we're working hard on that.
He's worried by foreign interference in the next elections, and he's working hard on that. And that is what the clerk of the Privy Council said this afternoon at the Justice Committee. And my colleague's legislation intends to prevent foreign interference in elections. And, Madam Speaker, we're talking about millions of dollars that are invested by large groups to defeat MPs and to interfere in our democratic process here in Canada. There's a Canadian group that took money from Canadians, and this is part of the democratic process. But where there's a problem, a big one, very big ones, is when we allow foreigners from other countries using money we don't know from where to use money for whatever reason, and they come here and they can interfere in our democratic process and interfere in our elections in very specific ridings. And there are candidates that are running for their values and want to represent citizens, their citizens, and they only have their own constituents in mind. And sometimes they want to get their message out. And they're not just looking to mark points on the international scene. And what happens and what will happen if we don't act is there'll be interference. So we have to prevent such interference. And I'm happy that the clerk of the Privy Council did raise this concern, saying how foreign interference could have an important role in the upcoming elections. And that's why we have to ban any foreign entities from contributing to third-party advertising. And we also should prevent foreign entities from funding third parties' advertising. And, Madam Speaker, it's clear. I think Canadians are mature enough to make their own decision. I think Canadians, if they want to give money to change the course of an election, they can give the money to the party they wish. So why would we allow foreigners to get involved in our electoral process? This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and I'll continue my speech when this bill will come back again in the House. The honourable member will have a little more than 6 minutes to continue his speech the next time this bill comes before the House. Now, private members' business has come to an end, and we're going to the order of the order book.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise here this evening to expand on a question that I asked the Minister regarding the Supreme Court decision on the Redwater case, a case involving the bankruptcy of Canadian resource companies and their obligations to clean up their abandoned wells and mines. This case covered both the federal responsibilities under bankruptcy law and provincial responsibilities for natural resources, and the dual responsibility for both levels of government to protect our environment. In the Redwater case, the Alberta courts had ruled the trustee in the bankruptcy of a resource company could absolve itself of obligations to clean up and reclaim its inactive wells and instead give priority to paying off its creditors, the banks. So the considerable costs of cleanup and reclamation would fall to the provincial government in this case, to taxpayers. On January 31st, the Supreme Court reversed this decision and found that bankruptcy was not an excuse to absolve companies or their trustees of their environmental liabilities. So why is this important? Well, first of all, the issue of inactive and abandoned wells is a very large and growing problem. There are over 122,000 inactive wells across Western Canada, and most of those wells have absolutely no prospect of ever operating again. That's almost a quarter of the wells out there. Most will require cleanup and reclamation in the near future. Many are on private land, on farms, where they impact the work and lives of farmers who are no longer receiving rental payments for those wells. The cost of this reclamation work will be in the billions of dollars, and increasingly those costs are being borne by Canadian taxpayers. But this issue goes beyond abandoned oil and gas wells. The cost of cleaning up the oil sands has been estimated at over $100 billion. Who will pay for that? Now, the federal government will say that that is the problem of the Alberta government. But what of resource projects north of 60 in the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut? The Faro mine in the Yukon was abandoned 20 years ago. It's a 25-kilometer squared moonscape of toxic waste. The federal government has already spent about $300 million maintaining the site over the past 20 years and has barely begun to clean it up. It's estimated that Canadian taxpayers will have to pay another $1 billion to do that in that one mine alone. The Giant mine outside Yellowknife is a similar story. Over its life, the mine spewed tons of arsenic across the landscape, and it still oozes arsenic and other toxins from the site. Remediation at the Giant mine includes the freezing of arsenic waste forever, for eternity. And eternity, as Woody Allen says, is a long time, especially towards the end. The cleanup has already cost $1 billion, and that cost will continue to go on, taxpayers paying those costs forever. So will the federal government be looking at changing federal laws regarding bankruptcy and abandoned mines and wells? When will we truly have a regulatory system in which the polluter pays, instead of one where some corporations profit from reckless exploitation and let taxpayers pay for the cleanup? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because it allows me to reiterate our government's position. We just debated this subject yesterday evening at the House of Commons, and our position remains the same. It couldn't be clearer. No company can pollute. It can't do it during its ordinary operations, neither when it gradually reduces its activities, and it can't do it when it abandons activity, and it can't do it under protection. In terms of abandoned wells, we understand the interest here. This question transcends provincial jurisdiction and the federal jurisdiction.
That Canada's oil and gas pipelines are built securely and operate safely. That is why we put in place the Pipeline Safety Act, which came into force in June 2016, creating a culture of safety across Canada's oil and gas sector. Companies are held liable regardless of fault and are required to have the resources to respond to incidents. In addition, Madam Speaker, we continue to strengthen our pipeline safety system, including through the proposed new Canadian Energy Regulator Act. Through Bill C-69, we are ensuring projects are designed, constructed, operated, and decommissioned in a way that is safe for the public and the environment. Madam Speaker, the National Energy Board regulates interprovincial and international pipelines in the Canadian public interest. They ensure that Canada's pipelines are safe and secure. The NEB has a comprehensive compliance program for regulating facilities throughout a pipeline's life cycle and have the power required to hold companies accountable during construction, post-construction, operation, and abandonment. We have confidence in the National Energy Board as a strong, independent regulator committed to maintaining the highest standards in pipeline safety. The importance of the energy sector cannot be overstated. That is why our government has taken strong, decisive action to support the competitiveness in the oil and gas sector, helping the sector enhance sustainability, thereby enabling the industry to both create the jobs we need while protecting the environment Canadians depend on. Our government will continue to work with provincial partners to ensure that companies that develop Canada's resources have the tools they need to respond in the event an incident occurs. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For Central Okanagan, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say, companies are polluting and are getting away with it, whether it's under provincial jurisdiction or federal jurisdiction, and that's what's got to change. You know, this government is very fond of saying that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and I have to say that the saying should be you can't have a healthy economy without a healthy environment. And too often this government uses that to mean you can't take steps to protect the environment without concurrent steps that protect short-term economic gains that actually put the environment at risk. Natural resources are the backbone of the Canadian economy, and most resource companies act in a responsible manner and provide good jobs for Canadians and clean up after themselves. But we must have regulations in place that ensure that corporations that pollute our environment actually pay for cleaning up that pollution, and that environmental protection comes first before the protection of corporate interests. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. We have to take measures to make sure that companies are and remain accountable for their pipelines. We're going to continue to strengthen legislation to make sure we have a modern and efficient regulatory system. We have an independent system to make sure that the pipelines in Canada are safe. And we're also taking measures to support the competitiveness of our oil and gas sector and to help it to become lasting. And that is what Canadians have said they want. They want a sector that works for everyone, that builds healthy and strong communities. This sector generates jobs and protects the environment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy for the chance to bring this issue back to the House. It's very serious importance for my constituents and for all small business owners in Canada. Back in October, I asked the Minister of Environment for a very specific question regarding the Liberal carbon tax and the devastating effect it will have on small businesses in Canada. I spoke about a company in my riding, Burt Baxter Transport, whose diesel fuel costs for their trucks are going to rise dramatically each year, increasing to about $400,000 per year by 2022. This is just for diesel costs alone and does not include all the other expenses that come with running a business. Furthermore, should this government get re-elected, they have not given a plan for the carbon tax after 2022. This means the cost of small businesses in Canada will continue to soar, and with some reports saying it could go as high as $300 per tonne or higher. If the government is unwilling to be forthcoming in their plans for the future, how are Canadians supposed to plan ahead to ensure they are still able to pay for their bills each month, especially those who run businesses or those employed by small businesses? In my initial question, I had asked where the discount was for small businesses such as Burt Baxter Transport, given that the Liberals were keen to give major exemptions to big corporations in order to, in their words, protect jobs and keep them in Canada. This is interesting, given that the majority of employers in Canada are actually small businesses. This is especially true in my riding, which is rural and depends on these enterprises to keep the local economy going. As most are aware, the energy industry in Canada, and especially in Western Canada, has not received much support from this Liberal government. Burt Baxter Transport is part of the energy industry, so not only have they struggled due to the general lack of support by this government, they are now being told they have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars more per year just to fuel up their trucks. They get no exemption and no support from the government that is meant to help them, not hurt them. These businesses continue to keep up with all the latest and newest energy-efficient technology, which costs tens of thousands of dollars, and yet their government still heaps new taxes on them. This lack of support for these individuals and thousands of others like them became even clearer this week when a convoy of trucks, mainly from Western Canada and many of my constituents, including Burt Baxter's Trucking, rolled into Ottawa and up to the Parliament Hill with the aim of drawing attention to the current plight of energy workers in Canada. These people who already feel alienated by the Liberal government and who are struggling will be hit hard by the carbon tax. All they want is the government to recognize and champion the contributions that they make to their economy. Yet they and their business operations are essentially vilified for working in the oil and gas industry. Madam Speaker, it only seems very hypocritical for the Liberals to give major exemptions to major corporations to the tune of 80% exemption or more when small family-owned and operated businesses will have their expenses skyrocketed to the point that life is no longer affordable. Why is it the giant corporations whose emissions are significantly higher than these companies like Burt Baxter are getting a break when the average hardworking small business owner is not? I was extremely frustrated by the minister's non-answer to my initial question. My constituents deserve to feel heard and supported. Burt Baxter Transport is just one of many companies that may be forced to lay off more employees or eventually close their doors for good because of this carbon tax. They don't want to hear the minister spout off figures about heat waves in Quebec or thoughts or droughts in Saskatchewan because, believe it or not, we are very well aware of them. We have lived it for centuries. Canadians want to know what their government is going to do for them, yet so far it seems that the answer is to make life more expensive. So finally, Madam Speaker, I ask, and I'll put the question forward again in the hopes of getting an honest and fulsome answer, given that companies like Burt Baxter Transport will have their operating expenses increased dramatically due to the Liberal carbon tax, where and how much will their exemption be?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like many Canadians, Mr. Baxter runs a successful small business. And he wants to know, legitimately to know, how pricing carbon pollution will affect his business. The federal carbon pollution pricing system will increase the cost of his fuel by about 5% per litre when it comes into effect this spring. However, it is also true that the federal government will return all of the proceeds collected back to every household, including Mr. Baxter's, as well as to small businesses and other sectors that will face higher costs. The majority of direct proceeds from the fuel charge will be returned directly to individuals and families through climate action incentive payments. Canadians in Saskatchewan, Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick can claim this payment when they file their taxes this year. The government will also use proceeds to support small businesses like Mr. Baxter's. Small and medium-sized enterprises are a critically important part of the Canadian economy. Providing direct support will help them take climate action and lower their energy costs while keeping them competitive. In Saskatchewan, the government estimates that nearly $300 million in proceeds will be available over the next 5 years to support SMEs in that province. Proceeds are also being earmarked to support schools, hospitals, colleges and universities, municipalities, not-for-profits, and Indigenous communities. Through Canada's Climate Action and Clean Growth Plan, the Government of Canada is providing additional financial support to help companies invest in actions that will increase their energy efficiency and reduce their exposure to carbon pricing. For example, since 2016, the Government of Canada has allocated over $336 million for investments in public transit projects in Saskatchewan, projects like bus fleet renewals in Saskatoon and Moose Jaw. In addition, over $416 million is allocated for investments in green infrastructure in Saskatchewan for projects that will reduce emissions, build resilience to the impacts of climate change, or provide additional environmental benefits such as clean air and clean water. Canada's climate plan will also help the trucking sector get cleaner over time. Between pricing carbon pollution, new regulations on emissions from heavy-duty vehicles, and financial support that will develop new clean technologies, we will see more and more trucks that pollute less. There are many technologies that already exist, like using regenerative braking, new technologies to monitor and maintain tire pressures at optimal levels, more efficient engines, and alternative fuels. Carbon pollution pricing is a necessary and common-sense way to reduce our emissions. invest in a cleaner tomorrow for our kids and grandkids, and help Canada compete in the emerging global low-carbon economy. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's apparent that the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister have never been to Saskatchewan and have no idea of what it's like to live in rural Saskatchewan. He talks about giving money for green energy and for transportation systems. Try taking a ride in a truck from Merrifield, Saskatchewan to see your doctor in Regina, which is over 2.5-hour drive, Madam Speaker. Try doing that with anything but a truck at this time of year. When it's minus 40 degrees outside, Madam Speaker, the snow is blowing, the roads are covered in ice and black ice, and these people have to get around. This minister talks about giving money back. They initially said they were going to give 100% back. Now it's only 90%. And who knows what it'll eventually come to. But the one thing that they aren't saying, Madam Speaker, is what it's going to cost if they get back in power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Innovation spurred by pricing carbon pollution will help position Canada for success in the economy of the 21st century. Pricing carbon pollution will reduce our impact on the environment at the lowest costs for consumers and businesses for the sake of future generations. This is just one part of our national plan to tackle climate change and grow the economy. Our plan includes over 50 concrete measures from policies, regulations, standards, and investments to achieve our goal. In addition to putting a price on carbon pollution, the plan also includes complementary measures to reduce emissions, like regulations for electricity, vehicles, and fuels. It also includes financial support, such as the Low Carbon Economy Fund, which supports emissions reduction projects across Canada.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this month, I asked whether the federal government was offering to share the cost of restoring needed bus service in Saskatchewan. I didn't get a very specific answer that day, but the next day, news broke that the federal government had offered cost sharing to Saskatchewan, but unfortunately, our provincial government had turned down the money. I'd like to use this adjournment debate to examine what the federal government offered and what it should potentially offer going forward. As reported in the media, the federal government offer was an amount of $10 million to all 4 Western Canadian provinces to replace the service lost when Greyhound withdrew from Western Canada. Saskatchewan would have received about $2 million. A large part of the reason that that amount is so low is that the federal government was only proposing to replace the service lost from Greyhound. Greyhound only provided interprovincial routes from Saskatchewan. Routes inside the province were operated by a provincial crown corporation, the Saskatchewan Transportation Company. So the federal government was not proposing anything to replace the service lost when our Sask Party government shut down and sold off that enterprise in 2017. The Sask Party said that it would have cost $85 million over 5 years to continue operating the STC routes, which of course is an order of magnitude greater than what the federal government had offered to replace just the lost Greyhound service. To put these numbers in context, Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 unveiled $20 billion of transit funding. It allocated this money between the provinces mostly according to existing transit ridership. That funding formula skewed very much in favor of large metropolitan centres that already had well-developed transit systems and a large number of people already using those systems. This focus on existing transit ridership disadvantaged smaller provinces such as Saskatchewan. So to provide some numbers, the federal government's formula gave Saskatchewan 1.6% of the transit funding, whereas our province comprises 3.2% of Canada's population. In other words, the federal government is providing transit funding of $320 million to Saskatchewan, whereas our equal per capita share of the money would be more like $640 million. Of course, as you know, Madam Speaker, most federal transfer programs are allocated on a strictly per capita basis to the provinces. So the case that I would make is that by simply providing a fair per capita share of transit funding to Saskatchewan and making it clear that that money can be used not only for urban transit, but also for interprovincial and rural bus service, there would be more than enough funding to restore needed bus service in Saskatchewan, to replace not only the routes abandoned by Greyhound, but also the routes that used to be provided by our provincial Crown Corporation, the Saskatchewan Transportation Company, and I hope the government will agree to this approach going forward. Thanks very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation for raising this very important issue. Greyhound's decision to discontinue Western service on October 31st, 2018 impacted many communities across British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, as well as Northern Ontario. Intercity bus service remains an important transportation option for Canadians, particularly seniors, youth, Indigenous peoples, and individuals in rural and remote communities. Without it, Canadians could have a difficult time connecting with friends and family in other communities, as well as accessing important community services, such as healthcare. While most intercity bus services fall within the jurisdiction of provincial governments, we stepped up because we recognized the magnitude and interprovincial nature of Greyhound's departure from these provinces and have worked diligently to develop solutions to address the issue. On October 31st, 2018, after collaborative work with provincial governments, the federal government announced its plan to address Greyhound service reductions. The first part, the plan, includes a willingness from the federal government to offer support on a transitional and cost-shared basis to the provinces affected so they can fill the gaps in service left behind by Greyhound on October 31st. Recently, the Minister of Transport reached out directly to his counterparts in provinces, including the province of Saskatchewan, where gaps remain, to reiterate the federal government's offer of support. The federal government remains ready and willing to support the provinces in addressing their intercity bus needs. We know that more needs to be done to ensure Canadians continue to have access to intercity bus transportation options. For several years, intercity bus services have been reduced or eliminated in many parts of Canada. That is why the federal government also announced its commitment to continue collaborating with our partners to develop innovative, longer-term solutions to address the surface transportation needs of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for providing a very good account of why intercity bus service is so important. The Parliamentary Secretary suggested that the federal government would only fund interprovincial service, but of course the federal government has chosen to fund urban transit, which is clearly within provincial jurisdiction, and the federal government could choose to fund other bus service within provincial jurisdiction as well if it wanted to offer the money. The Parliamentary Secretary seemed open to future federal support or future federal offers, and I wonder if he could clarify whether the Government of Canada will make its public transit infrastructure fund available to provinces on an equal per capita basis, and whether it will make those funds available not only for urban transit, but also for intercity transit. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member from the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation and to all Canadians. Of course, our government is proud of the unprecedented and historic investments that we're making in transportation. But as it refers to the Greyhound, which was the original question, and its withdrawal and our reaction to that withdrawal, as announced by our government on October 31st, 2018, the current focus is on helping affected provinces fill the gaps in service left by Greyhound. Because of the wide-scale impacts of these service gaps on many communities in these provinces, it is important to work quickly and diligently to ensure a minimal disruption as possible. We will continue to work hard for communities across the country, and it is our hope that our provincial leaders and partners will do the same.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.